It had already been 5 days since Sheffield disappeared. Evelyn finally received some information about him, but she was the only one who was informed. The second she saw Sheffield, Evelyn, who had stayed strong for 5 days, couldn't help but burst into tears. Her knees began to give up on her, so she held on to the door. The small hut was filled with a strong smell of blood. Everywhere she looked there were bloodstains. On the ground, a man covered in blood was lying on a stack of hay. From where she was standing, she could already see the wounds all over his body. "Chef!" Evelyn sobbed. His name stuck in her throat. She walked towards him very slowly. She had been praying for this moment, but seeing him in that way, her heart ached with every heavy step she took. Before she could clearly see his face, she thought she might be mistaken. A part of her was wishing that it wasn't him. There was no way this wounded, broken man, lying almost lifeless on the ground, was her Sheffield. When Sheffield heard the sound from the door, he moved a little and turned his head, which was also covered with wounds and blood. When he saw that it was the woman he had been missing so much, he smiled with great difficulty. "Ew." His throat was dry since he hadn't had any water for days. Blood oozed out his mouth while he tried so hard to smile. Evelyn covered her mouth with both hands. Even though tears were streaming down her cheeks like torrents of flood, she tried her best not to cry out loud. He reached out his injured hand to her and said in a hoarse voice, "Eve, I missed you." Throughout this ordeal, there were times when he had thought that he would never see her again. Thank every god in this universe. He was able to take one last look at the woman he loved so deeply. Evelyn didn't know how she managed to walk up to him. The next thing she knew, she was kneeling on the ground and was holding Sheffield's scarred hand. "Sheffield." She called his name, weeping. The playful and lively man she saw just a few days ago was now covered with wounds and on the brink of dying. She couldn't comprehend the situation at all. How did everything become this messed up? Evelyn thought to herself. Bearing all the pain, Sheffield pulled out something from his pocket and handed it to Evelyn. "Eve, I love you." He was afraid that if he didn't tell her now, he wouldn't have a chance to do so in the future. He loved her with all his heart. To him there was no doubts about her. Evelyn was more important than his life. Evelyn lowered her head to look at his hand. It was a ring sparkling all its glory on top of his wounded hand. Mounted in the middle of the ring was a red diamond the size of a pigeon egg's surround. But he hadn't woken up yet. After putting the little girl on the floor, Evelyn took out a lollipop and unwrapped it. "Have some. Mommy is going to wipe Daddy's face." Gwen took the lollipop and put it in her mouth. When Evelyn went into the bathroom, the little girl climbed on top of the bed. She crawled very closely to Sheffield, whose eyes were still closed. She then took out the lollipop filled with saliva from her mouth and put it on his mouth. "Candies, eat candies," she said. Soon enough, Sheffield's lips and chin were covered with saliva and the sticky candy. When Evelyn came out of the bathroom, she saw Gwen lying beside Sheffield while still licking the lollipop in her mouth. Then she took it out and placed it on Sheffield's lips again. "One lick for you, one lick for me." Evelyn was amused. Instead of scolding her daughter, she just reminded the little girl, "Gwen, you can't share a lollipop with others, especially when someone like your dad right here is sleeping." Gwen looked at her mom and protested. "But if Dad eats enough candies, he'll soon wake up." "Fine, as long as you're happy." Gwen had changed a lot since she found out that Sheffield was her father. Although she was still hesitant with meeting strangers, she had improved a lot compared to several months ago. Wiping off the saliva and the sticky sugar on the corners of his lips, Evelyn said softly, "If you don't wake up soon, your daughter will soon beat you." Just as soon as she was finished speaking, a loud slapping sound was heard in the room. It was so loud it actually resounded in all corners of the room. Evelyn was so stunned, she looked at the little girl in utter disbelief. The girl didn't seem to know that she just did something wrong. She lifted her little hand and gave her dad another slap in the face. Evelyn stroked Gwen's little head and persuaded, "Gwen, you shouldn't hit your dad. It's wrong." Gwen widened her eyes at her mom and continued to slap Sheffield in the face again, ignoring her words. "Gwen, Why won't you listen to me? Mommy is gonna be very upset, Evelyn said patiently. Seeing that her mom was unhappy, the little girl felt wronged and pouted. But Daddy won't get up. Daddy is sick. He will get up, but not just yet. Do you understand? Hit him, he will get up, the little girl blurted out to Evelyn's surprise. Uncle Joshua had told her so. With the good uncle's words in mind, she lifted her little hand and patted on Sheffield's face again and again. Evelyn put the towel aside and walked towards Gwyn with a sigh. At that moment, Sheffield was having a dream. There were many people in it surrounding him and calling out to him. One of them was a little cutie. She glared at him angrily and asked him why he was still sleeping. When he didn't respond to her, the little girl slapped him a few times across the face. Gwyn, he mumbled in his sleep. Evelyn froze as she was about to scoop her daughter up. Was she hearing things? She wasn't sure. In his dream, Gwyn just stood there and stared at him angrily, pouting her lips. Gwyn. Sheffield said her name again. This time, Evelyn was sure that she didn't mishear. The man was in the hospital bed, his face as pale as a sheet, and he was still calling out their daughter's name. She was excited and tears threatened to fall from her eyes. He was calling out Gwyn's name even in a coma. She was thrilled, yet a little upset. What about me? She thought. Could it be that she was less important to him than their daughter now? Of course, the unconscious Sheffield had no idea of Evelyn's growing jealousy. In his dream, he focused all his attention on the little girl. This time, Gwyn finally reacted to him. Unlike her usual silence, she fluently said, "Stop sleeping. Get up and play with me. I have a lollipop for you. Don't you want it?" Sleep? Was he sleeping? Sheffield tried to open his eyes. The first thing he saw were the big bright eyes of the same cutie from his dream. But the light in the hospital room was so dazzling that he had to close his eyes again. Gwyn climbed on top of him. Evelyn stood next to Bougouin. I sent you a message but you didn't reply. And you refused to answer my calls. My bad. What about after we met again? Why didn't you tell me about her earlier? We've been together for so long. He was drowning in an ocean of regrets. If he had known that Evelyn was pregnant at that time, he wouldn't have left her. He had missed her pregnancy and Gwyn's birth. You told me that we couldn't get back together. I came to see you in your office, but you refused to meet with me. You even declared that there were a lot of women around you and no space for me. Why would I tell you about Gwyn when you had no interest in being with her mother? Evelyn glared daggers at him. Sheffield felt helpless as she recounted all the stupid things he had said and done. He had asked this for himself. It's my fault. I was an idiot. I apologize, Eve. Now can I have a hug? Please. She stood rooted to her spot and said childishly, No need. You have your daughter now. You can hug her. What do I matter to anyone anymore? Well, she is my newfound daughter. But I also want hugs from my lovely girlfriend. Sheffield figured out the reason for her anger. Ignoring him, Evelyn took out her phone and made a call. Uncle Peterson, Sheffield is awake. Yes. Oh, I see. Sheffield frowned. He had to trick her into giving him her attention. Ah. Sheffield moaned with a painful expression on his face. Evelyn, Hearing his troubled voice, Evelyn immediately walked over to him and asked, What's wrong? Are you in pain? Where does it hurt? My stomach. I'll call the doctor. Evelyn exclaimed in a hurry. Sheffield grabbed her hand and quickly explained, No, I'm just hungry. You've obviously never taken care of a patient. I haven't eaten anything in days, so of course I'm starving. Evelyn was a little embarrassed. Indeed, she had never taken care of anyone in the hospital before. She shook off his hand and made a call. Bring some food suitable for a patient. Yes, liquid food. After she hung up, Sheffield grabbed her hand again and stared at her fingers. There was just a colorful cat's eye ring on her finger. Where is the ring I gave you? I threw it away. She annoyed him on purpose. Eve, tell me the truth, he pleaded. Looking at the ring on her finger, Evelyn smirked. It's true. I thought you wouldn't wake up, so I threw it away. I was going to find someone else to buy me a new ring. Pouting at her, he put his hand around Gwen to prevent the little girl from falling from his lap. Eve, I'm injured, he said in a distressed tone. I know. Tell me why you are angry. I'm not angry. She was just a little sad. I'm sorry for whatever I did. But look at all these wounds. Please don't be mad at me right now, okay? He released her hand and showed her the infusion tube on the back of his hand. Evelyn heaved a sigh and went in to scoop up the kid into her arms. Gwen, come to mommy. Let your dad get some rest. Sheffield had slept for 7 days straight and was in high spirits. He felt no need to rest any further. I'm fine. Come to me, Gwen. Evelyn was genuinely worried about his health. He had just woken up. She was afraid that he would tire himself out easily if he continued to play with Gwen. So, she decided to keep the baby away from him for a while. However, the little girl stretched out her arms and leaned towards Sheffield, almost falling out of her arms. Evelyn was startled and quickly gathered her tightly. She then carefully put the kid next to the man. This time, Sheffield made sure to hug his girlfriend too. With his left hand around his daughter and right hand holding Evelyn, he said, Evelyn, thank you for giving me such an adorable daughter. He still felt Lee. Gwen, call me Daddy and we'll all stay here tonight together. Sound good? Gwen looked around his bedroom and cast a scornful glance at him. Small. Small. Sheffield glanced around his bedroom, which covered more than 40 square meters. Gwen thought that this was small? He groaned, feeling frustrated with himself for not noticing it before. All right. If you call me Daddy again, I'll buy you a bigger house. What do you say? Daddy, she said again with a wide smile. Even though he had heard her calling him Daddy 1,000 times already, he was still pleased by it every single time. Sweetheart, I'm gonna take you to see a big house tomorrow. Okay. Standing at the door to the bedroom, Evelyn shook her head resignedly. There's no need for you to buy a new house. This is enough. He disagreed without a second thought. No way. My daughter claims that the house is small, so we have to move into a bigger one. It's decided. His apartment was about 200 square meters. He had been living here alone comfortably, but it was not big enough for a family. On top of that, he didn't feel that this apartment was safe after the incident. He didn't want to put his wife and daughter in any danger. Evelyn didn't argue. She was loved and well protected by Carlos, so she knew very well how a loving father would spoil his daughter without a care in the world. She realized that Sheffield was also a slave to his daughter, just like Carlos. Later that night, with Evelyn's help, Sheffield personally bathed Gwen and tucked her into bed. Then he asked someone to bring him a stack of children's storybooks and began reading the kids some of those stories. Evelyn left them to bond and went into the bathroom. Gwen's giggles could be heard from the bedroom. She had to accept that Sheffield really knew how to take care of kids. After playing with her daddy for about half an hour, the little girl gradually drifted off to sleep as Sheffield read to her the story about a happy dinosaur. After making sure that Gwen was safely tucked in bed, and confirming that Evelyn was still in the shower, Sheffield walked to the study to make an urgent phone call. Old fan, I need a favor, he said when Joshua picked the call. Fuck off. You are the old fan, Joshua bellowed. Oh please, dear Joshua. Where is your girlfriend now? I need a favor from her. Get lost. And don't dear Joshua me. Sheffield grunted. Are you gonna help me or not? Let's see. Call me Big Brother. Sheffield rolled his eyes so hard that they could have fallen out the back of his head. But he said it anyway. Big Brother. After all, Joshua was older than him, so it was not that big of a deal. However, once he got married to Evelyn, he would be the elder brother-in-law. And that would naturally warrant Joshua to show him some respect. Sheffield planned on making the most out of his superiority then. Feeling perfectly content, Joshua replied enthusiastically. So Maestro Tang, what do you want from your big bro? When my life was on the line that day, I had given Evelyn the diamond ring, but she is not wearing it. I guess she has left it in the Huo family manor. Ask Terilyn to search for it in Evelyn's collection room and bring it to me. No, just ask her to find out if it's there. I'll go get it myself. What? How can you take back the ring you've already given to her? You trying to go back on your words? That's not cool, man. You think I would go back on my word, you idiot big bro? Sheffield chided. I had no choice but to hastily give the ring to Evelyn that day. I was pretty sure that I was gonna die. I didn't think I would be lucky enough to survive. Now that I've recovered, I have to apologize to my lady love for my faults and make a formal marriage proposal. I want to. Sheffield's smile was bitter. He knew that it was time to tell her about his past. Leaning against the headboard, he started. Let me tell you why Peterson disowned me. There are 3 reasons behind it. First one was that I slept with my sister-in-law. Second, $3 million was transferred into my bank account all of a sudden. He said that I was involved in some shady business. And the last reason was that I burned my grandfather's traditional Chinese medicine notes. That kind of drove him off the edge. Mooney's traditional Chinese medicine notes were worth at least $100 million. Of course, the financial loss was not the reason why Peterson was angry. What mattered most was that those notes were the painstaking efforts of Mooney's entire life. Sheffield raised his thick eyebrows at Evelyn and asked, So what's your guess? Do you think that I slept with Kaylee? Evelyn's heart skipped a beat. Then she remembered what he had told her whilst they were in D-City a long time ago. He had told her that he had never slept with any other woman before her. She answered, You didn't. You are wrong. I did sleep with Kaylee. Evelyn's face went pale. She stared at the man in disbelief, who now had a playful smile on his face. But, he added, which made Evelyn extremely nervous. With a mysterious smile he continued, Yes, we did sleep under the same quilt. But nothing happened. It was the same case when Mr. Huo tricked us 2 years ago. Remember that? He made you and Joshua sleep in the same bed to separate us. At first Evelyn's heart sank, but then after a while she heaved a sigh of relief. She hoped that Sheffield wasn't lying. While recalling the past, Sheffield said in a calm voice, Let me just try to remember who saw me lying in the same bed with Kaylee. Oh, everyone. Yes, everyone in the Tang family saw us. Everything happened too fast at that moment. Before I knew what was happening, Sterling was furiously dragging me out of the bed and beating me up. My father was also very furious. He not only let Sterling hit me, but also asked his eldest son, Willis, and his second son, Pearson, to teach me a lesson. At the same time, the women of the Tang family began to taunt and curse me. They said that I became such an insolent person because I was a child who didn't have a mother to discipline me. Peterson's third child, Sandra, said that I might not be a member of the Tang family after all. How could they have such a shameless child like me? She just wanted to hint to my father that my mother had an affair with someone else, and I was not his biological son. While she listened to Sheffield, Evelyn's heart broke more than she thought it could. She even began to tremble a little. However, Sheffield was very calm, as if he were just telling someone else's story. Evelyn couldn't imagine what he had to go through. It was so painful to hear. It was as if she could feel what he had felt back then. It must have been so tough to be accused like that by his own family. At that time he was only a teenager, but he had to bear so much agony and suffering. She carefully moved Gwen a little. Her daughter had been sleeping soundly for a while now. Then she laid her head on Sheffield's arm, held him and said, Forget it. I trust you. With a gentle smile, Sheffield stroked her long hair. I know. You're just jealous. It's normal to feel that way. Evelyn didn't deny it and only nodded her head as a response. She loved him so much and he loved her back. More importantly, they were both certain about each other's love, so it was not shameful to admit that she was jealous. It was only further proof that she truly cared about him. From the moment I was born, I have been like a thorn in Sterling's eyes. And only because we have the same father but different mothers. I'm certain that it was Sterling and his wife who set me up. They wanted me out of the Tang family or beaten to death by my father. My father's first wife gave birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter, Willis, Pearson, and Sandra. However, while she was giving birth to Sandra, she died of labor dystocia. His second wife, Sterling's mother, also gave him 3 children. She has 2 sons and a daughter. Her daughter is the eldest among the 3. Later on, she divorced my father. From what I heard, she's an. So you do know that you're very sure of yourself, Evelyn mocked. When she first met him in D-City, Sheffield was already quite shameless. Holding the woman tightly in his arms, he sighed. Of course. That's what we should do. We should know ourselves and be confident about it. Okay, you win. Sheffield rolled over in bed and pressed her against it. Knowing what he was about to do next, Evelyn pointed at their daughter and softly said, No, Gwen is here. It's fine as long as we keep quiet. He hadn't had sex for a long time, so he was desperate to do it with her. No. She usually wakes up in the middle of the night. She has to either go to the bathroom or drink milk. Don't. Evelyn stammered, a little embarrassed. In fact, she was lying. Gwen seldom woke up at night, except for that particular period of time after she had just been abducted and rescued. The truth was that Evelyn didn't want a third person present in bed while they did their business, even if the child didn't know anything. More or less, Sheffield knew what was on Evelyn's mind. After rolling off her, he kissed her on the lips, a little too strongly, as if trying to make up for intimacy. Turning off the bedside lamp, he suddenly remembered an important thing. What happened to Gwen? Why does she have PTSD? Has she been this way since birth? At the mention of Gwen's situation, Evelyn buried her head in his chest and explained, No. She was very healthy and active when she was just born. Something happened before. It was one of the servants in the manor. Although it was a thing of the past, still, Evelyn thought that Gwen's father had the right to know. When Gwen was several months old, she was kidnapped by the maid who had been taking care of her. It was a normal day, and they were casually playing outside when the maid took her. The housemaid called Carlos and asked for $1 billion ransom money in exchange for releasing the baby. She warned that otherwise she would kill her. When Carlos and Evelyn arrived at the scene, Gwen, who was just a few months old at the time, was tied up using a rope. Next to the baby, the housemaid was stabbing an already dead dog again and again with a kitchen knife. It was a cruel and bloody scene, enough to make anyone's stomach churn in fear, let alone a child who was hardly a year old. Who could have imagined that a regular housemaid could turn into something so inhuman? Another maid, who was with her at the time, tried to drop out of the kidnapping and surrender to the police because she was starting to get too scared. The crazy housemaid disagreed, and when the two of them couldn't reach an agreement, the crazy lady killed the other housemaid with the same knife. Evelyn cried out hysterically, as she screamed to Gwen to shut her eyes. But after witnessing the death of the little dog, Gwen was so frightened that she just lay frozen at one corner, unable to respond to her mom's cries. All this time she kept her eyes wide open and watched the crazy housemaid chop up her partner. Standing on the balcony of the 3rd floor of the building, the housemaid threatened Carlos and Evelyn that Gwen would die the same way if they didn't give her the money soon. Carlos had come with some cash with him just in case. He lifted the suitcase and said, There's $200,000 in this. I'll have the rest transferred to you. Let go of the baby. Oh no. I want to see the amount transferred first. $1 billion. Hurry up or I will kill her. The housemaid denied any negotiation. She also knew that if she did not leave quickly, she would be surrounded by the police. The mad female continued to wave the bloody knife in front of Gwen. The little girl was so scared now that she burst into tears. The housemaid became irritated and yelled at the horrified baby. Shut up. If you cry, I will kill you with this knife. She pointed the knife at the child, grinning viciously at her. Evelyn's heart broke into a million pieces when she heard her baby's cries. She shouted to the housemaid, We need time to prepare the money. Please give us my baby. I'll come upstairs and be your hostage instead. Please don't. Early the next morning, Peterson arrived at the company. He entered his son's office and stared at him. Sheffield was working and didn't bother to greet him or even so much as look at him. After a long while of hesitation, the old man finally asked, "Who is she?" "Who?" Sheffield asked back, although he knew who his father was talking about. The kid Evelyn was holding. "What do you care?" Peterson knew that Sheffield would grab all the opportunities that came his way to piss him off, but he had still rushed to find him early in the morning. It was a matter of importance. He had to know if the child was his granddaughter. "Is she yours? Why do you ask questions you already know the answers to?" Sheffield finally looked at him and asked with a raised brow, "Mr. Tang, what do you think? Does she look like me or Evelyn?" Peterson gaped at him. Sheffield didn't act like a father at all. "Are you sure it's your child?" Displeased by the old man's words, Sheffield replied coldly, "Careful there, Mr. Tang. What are you implying?" "She is my daughter." "Have you done a paternity test? Why didn't Evelyn tell you about this kid before?" "I don't need a paternity test to know that she is mine." "Mr. Tang, did you come here early in the morning just to upset me?" Sheffield put down his pen and looked Peterson in the eye. He was ready for the fight. It looked like Peterson didn't want to acknowledge Gwen as his granddaughter. "No, that's not why I'm here. If she is really your daughter, you have to bring her to the Tang family." "I don't care if Gwen comes back to the Tang family. As long as she comes back to me, of course. And who cares if you acknowledge her as your granddaughter?" "Not me." Sheffield shrugged nonchalantly. "What? Damn it. What is he doing?" Peterson closed his eyes and tried to hold back his anger. "How could I not claim her as a granddaughter? Bring the kid by someday and we'll have a proper visit." "Yeah, maybe. By the way, I'm getting married. That means you can start working on the wedding presents. I think you should know who my girlfriend is. It's up to you to decide the bride price. But remember, we won't make it if you decide to stiff me." Peterson felt his heart sink. He knew Sheffield's girlfriend was Carlos' daughter. The Huos were quite rich. One could imagine how much money the Tang family would be on the hook for. On May 21st, Sheffield made another high-profile move. One the whole world would know about. Around noon, Evelyn handed a stack of documents to Nadia. "Hand them out now. I won't be at the senior executives meeting this afternoon. Remember to mention the year-end bonus." "Yes, Miss Huo." Evelyn was planning to go back home and have lunch with her daughter. She did this whenever she wasn't busy. She walked out of the elevator with her bag. All of a sudden, she felt something had excited the staff. Many employees were saying hello to her while rushing past her eagerly. She heard them gossiping. "What's going on? Is it true?" "Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes, so I ran upstairs to tell you guys. But I don't know who all this is for. Those decorations weren't there this morning, and now all of a sudden they're right outside." Staring at their retreating figures, Evelyn asked Felix, "Okay, I'll bite. What's going on?" "You got me. I could ask someone." Felix was waiting by her office. He hadn't looked outside, so he didn't know what happened. "Never mind. Let's go out and have a look ourselves." As soon as they walked out of the building, the first thing Evelyn saw was a long red carpet. On both sides of the carpet were red roses in full bloom, which extended all the way to the square in front of the ing. To calm herself down, her heart was still beating rapidly, as if it would jump out of her chest at any moment. Inside the box was the red diamond ring he gave her the other day. Now under the sunlight it dazzled brilliantly. She was a little surprised. "How did you get the ring?" She remembered she had put it in her collection room. "That's not the point, Evelyn. Do you know why I chose the red diamond? Because it's rare and expensive? That's only one reason. The red diamond represents loyal, unique and long-term love. Evelyn, I was wrong the past 2 years. I owe you an apology. I swear I will never leave you no matter what. Please forgive me." Evelyn had forgiven him a long time ago. She was worried Sheffield would still be mad at her. She nodded firmly. "Okay, let's try to make the future brighter." "Yes. So, Miss Evelyn Huo." Sheffield raised his voice. "It's every woman's dream to wear a wedding dress and every man's dream to marry the one he loves. Evelyn, you're my angel, the one I love the most in my life. Will you fulfill my wish?" Will you marry me and let me buy you the perfect wedding gown? Evelyn raised her head to look at the sky, trying to hold back her tears. It was then that she saw the LED screens of the office buildings around the square, which were used to display different commercial advertisements. But now all the LED screens contain the same words. Evelyn Huo, please marry me. Marry him. Say yes. The crowd yelled their approval. Everyone was trying to get a word in edgewise and it was quite loud. They all liked the idea and were trying to let Evelyn know about it. Sheffield continued to make a confession of his love. Evelyn, please marry me. 2 years ago at the Phoenix Resort, she had no choice but to turn down his proposal. No matter what, she would not turn him down this time. Things were different and no one could stop her. She put the bunch of roses aside, crouched down and hugged him in front of everyone. Yes, I will marry you, Sheffield, she replied in a choked voice. The crowd burst into cheers and applause. Oh my God. Kiss here. Quiche. 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 These two voices belonged to Joshua and Gifford, who stirred up the crowd behind them. Then Sheffield put the red diamond ring on her finger. Myriad feelings welled up in his heart. When I was surrounded by a dozen attackers 2 weeks ago, I thought I'd be dead and would never get the chance to give you this ring. But by God's grace, I'm alive and can put this ring on you. Evelyn, from now on, I'll never let you down. With tears in her eyes, the woman said, Sheffield. Yes. I love you too. So much. She was truly head over heels in love with the man in front of her. Ever since he met Evelyn 3 years ago, he longed to hear her confess her love for him. He pulled her into his arms and told her gently, Me too, Evelyn. After saying that, he leaned in and kissed her red lips. Yes, 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 the crowd chanted. In part, spurred on by Joshua and Gifford, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. From the moment Sheffield made his proposal, the words Evelyn Huo, marry me, I love you, were mirrored on all the LED screens in Y City, including shopping malls and office buildings. At the same time, in Forecd Private Club, the fathers of both Evelyn and Sheffield happened to run into each other at a dinner party. Carlos was watching a particular video on his phone, the one where Sheffield proposed to Evelyn. Carlos suddenly thought of something. I want to see if they really love each other, he said. Peterson was speechless. So Carlos is still trying to give Chef. Unim pretended that they didn't know what was going on. Now that Sheffield said this in front of everyone, her face turned pale. What are you talking about? Quit spreading your fake news, she said. I get it. You don't know because you don't care about your husband. You only care about other guys, he said. Sheffield Tang, she yelled. Regardless of her reaction, Sheffield turned to look at Pearson, who was standing close to him, and asked, Pearson, what do you think of Felton's wife? His words changed the faces of the 4 people present. In fact, Felton Tang, the 6th son of Peterson, was almost never home. Today he was, and Sheffield decided to use this chance to hurt them. Pearson's wife had suspected that he and Felton's wife were having an affair for a long time. Now it was confirmed. She flew into a rage. The 2 couples started fighting. This was what Sheffield was hoping for. Ignoring the couples, he turned to look at Willis and asked, How's your secretary? Heard you 2 got a room in a certain 5-star hotel. Room 708, wasn't it? But to be honest, your secretary isn't that hot. Your wife's prettier. Willis's face turned as red as a tomato. What are you talking about, Sheffield? Their relationship had always been bad. Now that Sheffield exposed his affair with his secretary, he really wanted to kill him. Willis's wife pulled his ear and cursed. No wonder she texts you every day. And just like that, another big fight. Sandra was restless even though she had a clear conscience. She was worried about her husband, who might have done something dubious or questionable. As expected, Sheffield gave her a wicked grin before saying, Sandra, you should pay more attention in taking care of your skin and weight. Also, you should really buy more alluring clothes. Or else you won't keep your husband's attention from Kaylee, whose idea of a dress is to always show at least half of her skin. Upon hearing that statement, Sandra's husband, who had been sitting in a corner, immediately rushed over to Sheffield. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you insane? In case you're wondering, I'm talking about you. But you're not going to admit it, are you? Luckily for Sandra, we don't need your words. Do you know how easy it is for me to know about every single thing you do? If you want evidence, I can give it to you. You better believe it when I tell you that I have solid proofs. Sheffield was not exaggerating. He had every single bit of evidence with everything that the Tang family members had been doing. With that, Sandra and her husband began to argue with each other. In the middle of that chaos, Wanda Tang, Peterson's fourth child, was walking up the stairs peacefully. In order to call her attention, Sheffield raised his voice a bit. Wanda, I heard that none of your paramours could satisfy you. I happen to know a lot of young and handsome guys, some fresh meat if you will. How about I introduce them to you? With great effort, Wanda Tang tried to keep her composure. She raised her chin at him and retorted, You should go to a therapist. Don't cause trouble to my marriage. Why don't we show your husband the receipts of your spending in those nightclubs? Let's see who he will believe. Wanda Tang's husband wasn't home at that moment, but one of the family's servants was a relative of his. If the said servant was anywhere near them, it wouldn't be long before her husband found out about her paramours. But why should you be guilty about anything, right? I heard that your husband has developed affections for a particularly beautiful woman, who happens to be one of your dearest friends. I actually saw them in a hotel last week. But I don't know, maybe they were just talking or playing cards in there. You can just ask him about this later, Sheffield candidly stated, as if he was afraid that there wasn't enough chaos in the Tang family. Since Wanda Tang and her husband were wealthy and powerful, they had a lot of men and women vying for their attention. But was this not always the case with their kind of people? Since the beginning of time, way back to the era of queens and kings, men and women of power always had lovers aside from their legal partners. The only difference was the legality of the situation or if their legal partners knew about it. As a member of the upper class, Sheffield could easily find out about all of these romantic affairs as long as he wanted to know. Besides, their kind was only composed of the society's 1% of the 1%. There wasn't really a lot of them to begin with. Everyone wanted to be them or at least be part of their crowd. But because of this, a lot of eyes were always on them. When Sheffield noticed how upset Wanda Tang was becoming, he couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. But still he wasn't done. He continued to add fuel. These days. So let's do this together. In fact, Peterson hadn't said anything about the matters of the Theo group. However, even if Sheffield didn't want to deal with the issues of the company anymore, he couldn't be so callous as to disregard all of the work at once. Okay. Have you decided when to take prenuptial photos? Evelyn asked. She could actually take the prenuptial photos at any time, so the schedule would be up to him. I have made an appointment with the head of the wedding planning company under the Theo group. Currently, he is already making a wedding plan for us. All matters about the wedding, including the prenuptial shoot, should be included in there. So you don't have to worry about anything. You just need to sit back, relax, and wait to take pictures with me. Okay. Evelyn gave him a wide smile. I'll take you to the wedding planners tomorrow. If you have any specifications that you want, you can just tell them. I want our wedding to be exactly how you want it to be. Evelyn cuddled right below his neck and leaned her head against his chest. Actually, I'm not going to ask for anything. As long as I can be with you, I won't even mind if we don't have a ceremony. Well, then you don't have to worry about the wedding. Just leave it to me. Okay. Tears welled up in Evelyn's eyes. She just found it hard to believe how nice Sheffield was to her. He would always give priority to her preferences and consider her feelings. She never thought that she could be loved and cared this way. By the way, she suddenly remembered one thing and looked up at him. They said that the kind of woman that you like is cute and sweet like a little princess. Is this true? What? That's absurd. I don't like that kind of woman at all. The kind of woman that I like is someone who is dependent and strong. Someone just like you. A woman who can take care of herself. A woman who can protect me because I actually like to be protected, Sheffield said as he buried his head in Evelyn's chest instead. What on earth did he just say? Who would protect whom? I remember that in every circumstance that we had faced, it was he who protected me every single time. Evelyn thought, completely confused at Sheffield's statement. Evelyn scowled at Sheffield. You should have been born a woman, and married a man like Gifford. Me and Gifford? The mere thought made him want to puke. Wrapping his arms around her, Sheffield said, No, I prefer my Evelyn. She's bossy at times, and other times as gentle as a doe. Also, she calls me honey. She and I are perfect for each other. You are such a sweet talker, Mr. Tang. Oh, I've been exposed, he exclaimed with a grin. Actually, I just had some honey. Do you want to taste some of that lingering sweetness off my lips? He pressed his body onto hers. Evelyn burst into laughter. Let go of me, you perv. You're heavy. Come on. It's late and we are all alone. We shouldn't waste such good times. Go away. I haven't taken a shower yet. Wonderful. Neither have I. Let's shower together, he suggested in a horny tone. No way. Then you are stuck under me. He pressed onto her further. She could feel the warmth radiating from his body now. Okay, fine. As you wish, Evelyn said quickly. Sheffield grinned and stole a kiss. Wait. I'll fill the tub. You've had a tiring day. A bath would be better. Yes, that sounds good. One of my employees collected the rose petals from the proposal venue and asked me to use them when I take a bath. It's in the car. I'll ask Felix to bring them up. After the proposal, Sheffield had asked the bodyguards to clean the venue. But when the employees heard that the roses were imported Bulgarian roses, each of them took some back home. One of the employees, Lily, picked some clean petals and specifically asked Nadia to give them to Evelyn. Okay, call him. I'll open a bottle of red wine for us. After a few minutes, they were both in the tub. It was refreshing. A gentle smile played on Sheffield's lips. He was in the bath with his beloved woman in his arms, drinking wine from the vineyard. He felt like he was at the peak of his life at that moment. He watched Evelyn tie her wet hair up. Taking a sip of the wine, he said, I want Gwen to have long hair too. He liked long-haired women, but Gwen's was only about the same length as his. Why? It's troublesome to manage such long hair, Evelyn said, exasperated from her own experience. Women had too many troublesome things to take care of in daily life. That's okay. I'll take care of it for her. I'll learn to comb it. Is in the spot that is a centimeter from the junction of the middle lines of my left collarbone and my fifth rib. What? A centimeter from the junction of? Evelyn murmured to herself as she looked at the middle of her left collarbone. And the fifth rib? Sheffield, where is the fifth rib? Sheffield was amused by her confused but serious look. He kissed her cheek, which had turned rosy because of the hot bath. The woman who is in my heart. The woman in your heart. She stopped abruptly. Yes, the woman in my heart, he repeated, smiling at her. She suddenly blushed and avoided looking into his eyes. She feigned ignorance and asked deliberately, and who might that be? She wanted to hear it from him. Take a guess. How would I know? He blew gently on her ear. Who else could it be other than the aloof Evelyn Huo? He asked, pulling her closer to him. Hey, stop. We are not done talking yet. Okay. I came back because of this woman named Evelyn Huo. She came all the way to D-City to find me a couple of times. I didn't have the heart to disappoint her, so I came back. And in order to reassure my father-in-law that I could take care of his precious daughter, I took over Theo Group. I wanted him to know that I am not some loser, that I am the CEO of a company. But I didn't think that he would be so demanding. He continues to reject me and refuses to bless our marriage. It doesn't matter, Evelyn said with a smile. He has Terilyn and my mother keeping him company. I will just have to move out for a while and let him calm down. Thank you, Eve. Sheffield was touched by her words. He didn't expect Evelyn to leave her family for him. She had done so much for him already. She had even given birth to a beautiful baby for him. What else could he ask for? What for? She asked. All she wanted was to be with him. She didn't want to lose him again. He didn't say anything. They sat in the bath for a while and then he said, Gifford, Joshua and I are going to play mahjong tomorrow, and we need a fourth player. Would you like to join us? Since Gifford had not been busy lately, the three men had time on their hands to hang out together. She teased him deliberately, I better join, just in case you invite some other woman to play with you in my absence. Knowing that she was joking, he smiled and asked, Do you know how to play mahjong? I don't. She had never played before, but had seen others play. She didn't think there was any need to learn until now. I will teach you tomorrow. Okay. After a few more minutes of cuddling in the bath, they came out of the bathroom and jumped straight into bed. Just as Sheffield was about to get on top of Evelyn, her phone rang, interrupting their romantic moment. Sheffield groaned in anger. Who is that? He spat. Evelyn cast a casual glance at her phone and answered, It's Matthew. Sheffield felt like punching Matthew in the face for his horrible timing. Why is he calling at this hour? Evelyn, unlike Sheffield, was grateful for the call from Matthew. All Sheffield wanted to do was hug her all day and have sex 24/7. He was too clingy. Hi Matthew, what's up? Evelyn asked, picking up the call, ignoring Sheffield's protests. Evelyn, did you hear from Mom? He asked. No. Why? She is planning to run away from home again. This again. Evelyn thought. She was calm despite the news. You know, Mom. It's nothing new. She must have heard that Dad is going to break all ties with me. She is probably just throwing a tantrum at him, she thought. I don't know. She was really angry when she called me and was crying too. She said that Dad was talking about breaking ties with you, and that she didn't want to see him anymore. She's going to run away to the US, and asked me to pick her up. Should I go? Hair was tied up with a snow-white ribbon. He looked charming in it. And when he smiled at her, he looked more handsome than ever. Sheffield stood in front of her and twirled once. It was then that Evelyn remembered the boy she had met a long time ago. She blurted out, Sheffield, have you worn an ancient costume before? Yes. It was almost 10 years back. My friend had held a cosplay party and asked me to help him. Evelyn's heart skipped a beat. Was the party held in a mall? No, but we did go to a nearby shopping mall to eat. Why? What's wrong? Sheffield asked doubtfully. It was him. Wow. We had met so long ago. She laughed, and when she saw the confused look on his face, she explained, I once saw a boy in a white traditional costume like this in a shopping mall. Although I only saw him from behind, I was kind of attracted to him somehow. Women always paid attention to beautiful things. She was no exception. Although she had to leave without seeing his face, the boy in white stayed in her heart for several days. Sheffield's eyes lit up. Eve, are you saying that you met me a decade ago? Evelyn didn't deny it. Yes. He ran over to hug her, exclaiming exaggeratedly, Eve, we are destined to be together. What? I only saw you from behind, Sheffield. It's not much of a destiny, is it? She asked, amused by his enthusiasm. Haven't you heard about the law of attraction? You've been obsessed with my back for so long. That's why I found you, he said excitedly. Evelyn laughed. She was amused by Sheffield's strange logic about love. Just as she opened her mouth to counter him, the doorbell rang. She looked at Sheffield in confusion. Are you expecting someone? She was still in her pajamas since she hadn't left the apartment all day. No. It's probably just Joshua or Gifford. Sheffield shrugged. Besides Evelyn, only those two would come to his apartment unannounced. But when he opened the door, Sheffield was surprised to see two people he was least expecting to come knocking at his door. Matthew stood outside the door with his usual frown, accompanied by a teenage girl. She looked like a quick-witted, mischievous girl. Sheffield had never seen her before. He asked Matthew, Your girlfriend. She looks underage. Matthew, you little. Sheffield thought in disbelief, staring at the pair. Before Matthew could reply, the girl shook her head back and forth in a hurry. Hello, handsome. No, I'm not his girlfriend. We are barely acquainted. She side-glanced at Matthew. The most contact she had had with him was a year ago when she had gone to America and had to stay at his place for a few days. But even then they seldom talked to each other. She looked away from Matthew, more interested in the handsome man who had opened the door for them. "Erica," Evelyn called. She was about to go to the bedroom to change when she heard the girl's voice from the corridor. Confused, she walked towards the door. Sheffield moved aside to make way for the guests. As soon as they entered the living room, Erica ran into Evelyn's arms. "Evelyn, I missed you so much." It had been half a year since they had last met. Evelyn was still surprised, but also put her arms around the girl. "It's really you. When did you arrive in Y City?" She beamed. Being around Erica had always been blissful for her. "I met Matthew at the airport. He said he was coming to see you. So I tagged along," Erica said in a chirpy voice. When Matthew's flight touched down at the airport, he was informed that Wesley and Blair were coming to Y City with Erica as well. So, he had waited for them at the airport. "Wow, this is such a pleasant surprise. Well, have a seat. I have to change my clothes. I will be right back," Evelyn said. Erica nodded. "Okay. Use." Sheffield shook his head with a smirk. "Your father is no ordinary old man. You know that. You are not an ordinary man either. I won't just sit idly and watch my sister get cut off from our family. You are coming to the Huo family manor with me later to try every means necessary to get Dad's approval." "Sounds like a plan, but I have an appointment to keep with Joshua and Gifford this afternoon. Shall we go there tonight?" "Gifford? You know my brother." Erica looked at Sheffield in astonishment. Only then did Sheffield realize that they had the same surname, Lee. "Oh, so you are the sister Gifford always talks about," Sheffield said. "You were going to say Miss Troublemaker, weren't you?" Erica scoffed. She knew her brother well enough to know that much, but she didn't care. "My brother wouldn't say anything good about me. I know that. I'm sure that Gifford was just exaggerating." "You're a cute girl," Sheffield said sincerely. After all, she was only 15. It was normal for a girl of her age to be energetic and cause a little trouble here and there. "Yes, he is definitely exaggerating. In fact, I'm a really nice girl," Erica declared proudly. If either Wesley or Gifford were present there at the time, they would have thrown Erica out of the room. She was the worst troublemaker they had ever met. Sheffield burst into laughter. He was impressed by the girl's personality. "You're right. Anyway, I'm going to see Gifford this afternoon. Do you want to come with me?" he asked. Erica's eyes lit up. "Of course I'll go with you. I haven't seen my brother in such a long time. Besides, I'm all out of money. I need his to replenish my allowance," she said, winking at Sheffield. She was actually desperate for some financial support. Her father was strict and wouldn't give her a penny more than her monthly allocated allowance. Sheffield was surprised. As far as he knew, they were a military family. And Gifford was loaded. How could Erica not have any money? "Really? Do you need a loan? I can help," he offered. "No. Thanks though. You just need to take me to my brother. I can get some from him." Gifford hadn't told her that he was on leave. Now that she knew he was back, she would show up to surprise him. "All right, I'll take you to him." Sheffield nodded in agreement. He turned to Matthew. "Matthew, join us." Matthew asked instead, "What's Evelyn's plan this afternoon?" "She is coming with me." "Fine then." After spending some time at the apartment at noon, the four of them went to Orchid Private Club. When they arrived, they found Gifford and Joshua lying lazily on the sofa, talking. "Evelyn." The two gentlemen shot up to their feet and greeted her. Evelyn smiled and said playfully, "I'll be intruding on your guys' get-together this time. Please, you are always welcome. You're one of us. We haven't had the chance to meet in a long time. Come sit with us," Gifford said with a grin. His white teeth shone brighter against his tanned skin. As he was about to settle down on the sofa, a clear voice came from behind them. "Gifford, my dearest brother, I've missed you so much." Erica stormed into the room. She grinned widely at him, thinking, There is my dear allowance. She passed through the crowd and threw herself into her brother's arms. Gifford was dumbfounded. Holding his younger sister in his arms, he wondered how she had gotten wind of his return. The corners of his mouth twitched. How did you know I was here? He asked. She definitely has an ulterior motive for addressing me so nicely. Erica blinked innocently. I came back with Mom and Dad. And how lucky she was. If she hadn't come, she would have no idea where to get her allowance from. It had been a long and painful process to persuade Wesley into bringing her along. Now that her brother was to the restroom. By the time he was done, 3 of the others were already at the automatic mahjong table. The seat opposite Joshua was empty. Matthew was sitting on the sofa busy on his cell phone. Gifford asked him, Matthew, don't you want to play? I have something to deal with. You go ahead, Matthew said without looking up from his phone. Since he was not in the office, he had to deal with all his business matters on the phone. All right. Gifford took the empty seat. After Sheffield briefed Evelyn about the rules, including what was a win and what was a pung, they started to play. The gameplay went normally at the beginning, but Evelyn had never played mahjong before, so she continued to lose. Sheffield felt heartbroken seeing her lose again and again, so he sneaked up to her when she went to the ladies' room and whispered a trick in her ear. Half an hour later, Evelyn cleared her throat and announced, Sheffield cooked fish for lunch today. Both Joshua and Gifford looked at Evelyn, confused. Sheffield, who was sitting opposite her, discarded a tile. 1 bamboo. Evelyn was quick to react. Pung. Meanwhile, she discarded a tile too. 2 bamboo. Joshua and Gifford had no idea what was going on. Since she was trained by Sheffield, she had his MO. After a while, Evelyn said, The earrings I bought the other day look great. Sheffield discarded another tile. 3 character. Gong. Evelyn called. She grabbed the 3 character tile and put it next to her own 3 character tiles, all face up. 2 more rounds in, Evelyn said. Everything is ready except. Sheffield took the hint and discarded another tile. East wind. He had 2 east wind tiles as the pair in his hand, but he gave one up. He didn't care as long as Evelyn was having fun. She smiled and showed her tiles to everyone. Gentlemen, I have mahjong. Joshua and Gifford were stunned. Evelyn was new at mahjong after all. How could she win so easily? They looked at her titles and then at Sheffield's. They quickly realized what had happened. Sheffield, you cheated. You've gone too far, man. Evelyn was confused. Is giving hints not allowed in the game? Sheffield had told her earlier that she could tip him off about what tiles she needed. Of course it's not allowed, Joshua said, waving his hands about in frustration. He cast a burning glance at Sheffield and unwillingly handed a few of his chips to Evelyn. Sheffield sat there with a calm expression, as if he had no idea what they were talking about. Oh, Evelyn said, looking at Sheffield. She realized that he had cheated to help her win. No wonder the other 2 remained silent during the game, without giving out hints. Sheffield chuckled. He said to Joshua and Gifford, Why the long faces? I was just trying to make my girlfriend happy. It's just a small sum. Don't be so petty. Gifford snorted. The lover gets the priority, huh? We are your friends. Make us happy too. Sheffield retorted with no trace of guilt. Friends are important, but I'll betray you for my girlfriend any day. Is that so? Fine, we'll keep that in mind, Joshua said angrily. The next round began. Now that Evelyn knew the rules, she had no intention of cheating again. As they were drawing tiles, Joshua said, Evelyn, let me tell you a story. Okay, she said. He began to narrate. There was once a man who loved a woman very much, but this woman got engaged to someone else. Heartbroken, the man went away for 2 years. Sheffield sat up straight and eyed Joshua. What is this idiot up to now? Joshua continued. 2 years later, he came back and told his best friend that being faithful to one woman was such a stupid idea, and that he would forget all abo. Why, daughter? Gifford gaped and turned to look at Evelyn, who was smiling. He had never heard of her ever being pregnant. He wanted to ask Sheffield if he was sure, but didn't dare because he didn't want to get knocked out cold by him. He asked instead, "When did this happen? Why didn't I know about this till now?" Blair was even more confused than he was. "Didn't you know, Gifford? I told you." "No, you didn't. You and Dad knew." "Yes, of course." Wesley and Blair had known from the beginning. Gifford felt like beating Sheffield to death. It seemed he was the only one in the room who didn't know that his best friend had a daughter. But it was not the right time to settle scores with Sheffield. He tried to look gentle and waved at Gwen. "Hi, little cutie, I am." He was stuck. Turning to Blair, he asked, "Mom, what is she supposed to call me?" "Well, you would be her uncle." Gifford looked back at the little girl and shook his head. "No. Sheffield, Joshua and I had agreed that our children would be each other's godchildren. Little cutie, you can call me Godfather." "Can you say Godfather, little girl? Or you can just call me Daddy." The people in the living room laughed out loud. They were amused by him. Sheffield pretended to kick him. "Get out of here. Gwen, call him Badman." "Bad man," Gwen obediently called. As soon as she said that, Sheffield burst into laughter. Gifford scowled. Sheffield was such a lousy parent. Evelyn cut in to stop Gwen. "Sweetie, Dad was just kidding. You can't call Uncle Gifford that." Then she turned to Sheffield. "How could you be such a bad example to your daughter?" Gifford echoed her. "Yes, Gwen, your mom is right. Come here, little cutie, give me a hug." For a short while, it seemed like Gwen was hesitant, and then she stretched out her small arms to Gifford. Holding the little girl in his arms, Gifford was very careful with his every move. He scolded Sheffield quietly. "Some friend. How could you not tell me that you have a daughter? And a cute one at that too. I didn't even prepare a red envelope for Gwen." Sheffield rolled his eyes at him. "In my defense, I just recently found out that I'm Gwen's father. So how could I have told you earlier?" If he were being honest, Sheffield still couldn't believe that Gwen was his daughter. Every time he saw the little girl, he felt as if he were dreaming. Yeah, I damn believe you," Gifford sarcastically said while he glared at Sheffield. He then turned his attention to Gwen as he carried her to the sofa. With a big smile on his face, he said, "I'm sorry, Gwen, I didn't prepare any gift. Next time, I will come and see you with the red envelope, okay?" Gwen didn't understand what he was talking about. Only when she heard the last word did she reply enthusiastically with one word, "Okay. My goddaughter is so sweet." Meanwhile, Carlos had been waiting for them to stop talking. Once Sheffield and Gifford were done, he waved at Sheffield without any expression on his face. "Come here." Sheffield and Evelyn exchanged a look before walking towards Carlos together. Sheffield then greeted the others formally. "Hello, Uncle Carlos, Aunt Debbie, Uncle Wesley, Aunt Blair, Matthew, and Erica. I'm Sheffield Tang, a good friend of Gifford's, Evelyn's fiancé, and Gwen's father." He made his identity clear for everybody. When Gwen heard him call her name, she called back, "Daddy." "Good girl." Sheffield turned and winked at his daughter. Debbie was thrilled to see her son-in-law-to-be. She warmly smiled at Sheffield and said, "Sheffield, have a seat." Blair scrutinized Sheffield from head to toe before asking Debbie, "He seems like a good man. Why would Carlos stop Evelyn from being with him?" "He just wants trouble," Debbie exclaimed, annoyed at the thought of what Carlos had done to mess with Evelyn's relationship with Sheffield. Once Sheffield and Evelyn sat down, Debbie placed all of the food in front of them. Meanwhile, Wesley didn't actually have a good impression of Sheffield, since he had seen him flirting with another woman. While looking Sheffield in the eye, he provoked him. "Why don't we go outside and settle this?" Sheffield looked in a panic. No, I wouldn't dare." "Uncle Wesley, your skills, with Sheffield." What confused her even more was that she was sure Carlos wasn't putting on an act. After all, the people present were very close to the Huo family. There was no need to pretend. By then, Matthew had taken Gwen from Gifford. So Gifford had the time to help Sheffield. With a serious tone, he said, "Uncle Carlos, Aunt Debbie, although at times Sheffield seems childish, He is a good man. Our years of friendship can attest to that. Ever since he fell in love with Evelyn, I've never heard him mention any other woman. He really loves her. Please let them be together. He'll make Evelyn very happy. Carlos didn't respond. Needless to say, Debbie had always been on Sheffield's side. With a content smile on her face, she said, I know. I truly believe that Sheffield will treat Evelyn very well. Sheffield thanked his future mother-in-law in his heart. He vowed that he would treat Debbie with filial love and respect, just like how he had treated his own mother. Of course, he would be filial to Carlos as well. After all, Carlos would be his father-in-law very soon. Being a cold and arrogant man like Carlos, Matthew never talked much. But at that moment, while holding Gwen in his arms, he said, Dad, you've been hard on me for the past 21 years of my life. Now that Sheffield is going to be part of the family, it's time for you to bully someone else. I need a break. Ah! Gifford burst into laughter. He realized that Matthew was even more miserable than him. Wesley was only strict with him in training, but he didn't belittle his son. Carlos, though, not only trained Matthew, but he was strict with him in every aspect. Nothing his son did was good enough for him. Carlos gave a burning glare at Matthew and snapped, You wish. I'll bully the two of you together. In the days to come, he would have two men as his punching bags. Carlos' words had a hint of menace in the way he said it, a low growl underlying his words. Sheffield trembled slightly, immediately forming an imagination of what his life would be as his future son-in-law. Taking Evelyn's hand in his, Sheffield whispered in her ear, Please tell me you're going to save me when the time comes? Evelyn giggled, gently nudging him on the shoulder, and said, Don't tell me you're going to let him push you around? As far as she could remember, Sheffield's quick-wittedness and cunning use of guile saw him through any obstacle Carlos threw at him in the past. In fact, even though Carlos would never admit it to it, his failure to deal with Sheffield made him even angrier, so much so that he wanted to punch Sheffield's smug face every time he saw him. I mean, that was all in the past. Everything is going to change when I become his son-in-law, Sheffield said, his face turning pale with each word. Sheffield had a valid point, because at the end of the day, once he and Evelyn were married, Carlos would become his father-in-law. Even he knew well that the father was always going to be the boss of family. Sheffield never thought Carlos would let him marry his daughter so easily. When he walked out of the manor, he caught sight of Gifford leisurely smoking a cigarette. Did you get what I asked you to? Gifford tilted his head, gesturing towards his car, and said, It's inside the glove compartment. You've spent 2 years looking for it. Is it a gift for Uncle Carlos? Yes, Sheffield admitted without hesitation. Gifford patted him on the shoulder and said, Bro, I have to admit, I have a lot to learn from you. Not only did Sheffield treat Evelyn with deep affection, but he also cared for his future parents-in-law. After all, how could he not be good to Carlos and Debbie? They've raised and cared for Evelyn for 30 years. And now I'm just going to take her away from them. Buying them gifts isn't nearly enough to show my gratitude towards them for giving me their daughter's hand in marriage. What about Gwen? Don't you think leaving her alone in that manner is a bit harsh? Gifford asked. You think I don't know that? She is my daughter. How could any father bear to be away from his child? Sheffield's lips broke into a cunning grin, and he continued, This will become my home too after we get married. I'll bring back Evelyn every day. In that case, it didn't matter where Gwen lived because Sheffield could see her at any time he wanted. Gifford admired Sheffield's perseverance and his devotion towards Evelyn. Sounds like you're planning on becoming a living-in son-in-law. So what? At least Evelyn will be happy. Not all women in the world can live with their parents after getting married. This is it. Malay backgrounds coming together. Matthew, am I right? Matthew's attention, however, was focused on watching Gwen playing. Everyone wondered whether he had heard what Erica had said, as he answered perfunctorily, Yes, I think Erica is right. See? Dad, even Matthew thinks I'm right. Erica cocked her head to one side with a sly smile, like a toddler coaxing a treat from a grown-up. Wesley cast a sullen stare at Matthew, who had long turned back to Gwen. He snorted irritably towards Erica and said, Two people with the same social status and family backgrounds? No problem. I'll just find a young man from a military family for you. That will be a good match. Please don't do that, Dad. Military men are seldom around their family. I'm afraid I might do something wrong if he doesn't return home for a long time. Erica blurted out the words without even thinking, but everyone understood what she meant by the words. Something wrong. Wesley stood up at once and drew his hand back to deliver an open-handed reckoning. Blair and Debbie had gone upstairs to have a private talk and Terilyn wasn't there at the moment. The only people sitting around the living room were Carlos, Evelyn, Matthew, Sheffield, Wesley, Erica, and Gifford. Gifford had seen this play before. When it came to Erica, Wesley's bark was always worse than his bite. Although he had raised his hand, he would never actually hit her. Even on the off chance that he did, he would never hit her hard enough to hurt. However, the other people in the room had no idea about that. Evelyn jumped up from her seat in a hurry and insisted, "Uncle Wesley, don't be angry. I think Erica was just kidding." Carlos put down the teapot, stood up and grabbed Wesley's wrist. "What are you doing? She's just a kid. A good scolding would do the job. Why would you raise your hand?" Wesley wasn't as furious as he pretended to be. He always assumed a strict face in front of Erica, because otherwise she would never be afraid of him. But he had already given up on scolding her. During this time, Matthew whispered something into Gwen's ear. Shifting her gaze back to look at the angry Wesley, she ran to him with spread-out arms and called in a sweet voice, "Grandpa! Hug!" At the sight of the little girl, Wesley's anger melted away completely. He crouched down and picked her up, laughing. "Gwen, did Grandpa scare you?" Ah, no wonder Carlos is doing everything he can to keep Gwen by his side. Who wouldn't want to spend their old age with such a lovely granddaughter? Erica saw that her father's mood had changed and made a face at Wesley before sitting next to Evelyn. "Evelyn, you're much nicer to me than Dad. I'll stay here with you hereafter. I can cook fried steak, drumsticks, make crisps and chicken popcorn. I can wash clothes and clean. I'm an expert. Let me stay here as your sister." Wesley undercut her. "Evelyn, don't trust her. You think she can do all that? The only thing she does best is eat." Evelyn chuckled. She held the pouting Erica in her arms and said, "Erica is just a teenager, Uncle Wesley. She will learn soon." Erica nodded violently. Yes. I learned to cook French fries and you almost blew up the kitchen." Wesley cut in without mercy. "But I didn't. The kitchen is still intact. I also cooked steak once." "You mean charred steak?" Erica's face darkened. She protested loudly. "Dad, how can you treat me like this? I'm your daughter. Did you pick me up from the street or something? Why are you so mean to me?" Everyone in the room laughed at her heated protests. Wesley pretended to think about her argument for a while, and then nodded. "Actually, I found you in a trash bin. You are not my biological kid," he said, shrugging casually. It was hard not to believe that. After all, Erica didn't take after Blair or Wesley. "Fine. I'll call Mom and tell her that you suspect her of cheating." "What? Hey, I never said that. Get over here. You're going to be punished for that." With Gwen in his arms, Wesley took 2 steps and you so much more. You should be satisfied with it. Felton echoed angrily. "That's right. My wife's betrothal gift was also only a few $1,000,000. Dad is offering your wife more than $1 billion, and yet you are being ungrateful and greedy." He turned to Peterson and said, "Dad, how can you be so partial towards him? Sheffield was about to get 1,000 times more fortune than they had gotten." Sheffield looked around the table and asked calmly, "Both Kaylee and Felton have a problem with the betrothal gift. Daphne, Sandra, what about you? Do you have a problem with it too?" When Daphne married into the Tang family, her betrothal gift had also been the same as the others. But she was smarter than the rest of them. She shook her head slightly, saying, "As long as Dad is happy with the decision." As a daughter-in-law, Daphne had no rights to argue. But Sandra was Peterson's daughter. She wasn't afraid to speak her mind. How can Dad be happy after giving away so much money? Sheffield, don't put him in an awkward position. The Tang family is a large clan. He needs to be fair to everyone. If he shows partiality like this, he will not be able to govern this family. Leah had no say in such matters. She sat silently next to Peterson, eating her breakfast. If Peterson gave away all the good stuff to Sheffield, what would be left for her 1-year-old son? But even though she was dissatisfied, she could only silently bear through the conversation. At last Sheffield turned to Leah. It seemed that she had no intention to speak, so he turned to Kaylee instead. Kaylee, use your brain once in a while. What kind of family are you from? How could you even compare yourself to the likes of Evelyn Huo? Same goes for you and your wife Felton. These women should be honored that they are able to sit at this table with the Tang family. The case with Evelyn, however, is different. She has agreed to marry me, and you should all be honored that she is willing to be a daughter-in-law of this family. You think giving her a mere $1 billion as betrothal gift is too much? Sandra Tang, that is about the same amount of money that you have spent all these years. Am I wrong? Evelyn will soon be one of the Tang family's daughters-in-law. Peterson Tang will finally have a decent daughter. His words dumbfounded both Kaylee and Felton. It was indeed true that none of the daughters-in-law could compare their families to the Huo family. Sandra was furious. She had always hated Sheffield and argued, "What is that supposed to mean, huh? You think I am not a good daughter? I spend my own father's money. What is wrong with that? And Evelyn Huo, she is not even married to you yet, but do you know how much you have spent on her already? You spent hundreds of millions on an engagement ring. And the wedding will cost billions of dollars. How can we afford to spend so much money for her? It would be better for you to marry a daughter from an ordinary family, just like our brothers did." Sheffield was annoyed. He said in a much harsher tone, "How much I spent on the engagement ring has nothing to do with you or this family. I bought it with my own money. And I don't need the Tang family's help to support my wife. I can make enough money to support her myself. The old man is giving the betrothal present out of his goodwill. And I have already decided to give the Huo family another betrothal present from my side. Sandra, if you are uncomfortable with this decision, why don't you file a divorce and marry a rich man instead? Maybe his family could give you better betrothal gifts." The table was silent. Sheffield was always so blunt with all of them. He didn't care about their feelings. Sandra's husband, IRL, who had made a mistake. But she refused to admit the accusation and insisted on arguing with me. I wanted to help her when she was put in prison, but she refused. Peterson could only offer his help in secret, and he had succeeded in cutting down her sentence. Before passing away, you were the only one she was worried about. I wanted to contact you after you left, but I was too ashamed. I didn't want to see my sons killing each other, so... Sheffield gave him a quizzical look. Peterson didn't look at him. His eyes were fixed ahead in the distance. Pearson has always wanted your grandfather's notes, but your grandfather gave it to you. You said that you burned it all and I believed you. But Pearson didn't. That day, I deliberately made a scene to make him give up completely. Peterson was well aware of what Pearson had done to Sheffield. I used the incident about Kaylee as an excuse to drive you away from here. But what I didn't take into account is that you are as stubborn as your mother. I was angry at that time. I beat you, but you still refused to accept the mistakes. You let me beat you bloody. As Peterson recalled the scene from their past, extreme guilt washed over him. Stop talking. Sheffield looked at his father coldly. He was ashamed of his past and didn't want to hear any more of the old man's rambling. I didn't come here to talk about the past. If you don't want to give the betrothal gifts, it's fine. I don't expect you to do anything for me. Sheffield turned around to leave. Peterson ignored his harsh tone and continued to explain with a sigh. I just want you to formally come back to the Tang family. You are a strong man now. Even without my protection, you can take care of yourself. I'm relieved. Ignoring him, Sheffield opened the car door. Sheffield, Peterson called desperately. As far as Sheffield knew, Peterson was only acting sentimental to get his forgiveness. He stood there and impatiently scratched his hair. You don't have to play the love card with me. I couldn't care less. If it weren't for Evelyn, I would have left Y City after proving Mom's innocence. I wouldn't have taken over Theo Group either. But because I did, I am being targeted by enemies from all over the place, and some of them are closer than you think, just waiting to stab me in the back. I don't want more trouble. And on top of the danger to his life, there was an endless storm of files to go through every day, and he had no time to rest. It was frustrating. The only reason why he hadn't quit his job as CEO was Evelyn. If Sheffield was the unruly legendary beast, then Evelyn was the beast tamer, the only one capable of conquering him. Peterson tried to persuade him. Since you've already come this far for Evelyn, wouldn't it be good if you took back your place in the Tang family and included Evelyn's and your daughter's names in our family tree? No, thank you. I'll build my own family. It'll be just the three of us in our residence booklet. No other Tangs. I need peace. He didn't want a single other person intruding in their paradise, except maybe another cute kid. And anyway, what was so good about being a part of the Tang family? Nothing. There was no good reason to insert their names in that family tree. Peterson sighed heavily at his son's stubbornness and let him leave. The old man stood there, pondering for a long time. And then, he had a better idea to persuade Sheffield. At ZL Group, Evelyn was working on her computer when Nadia walked in. Miss Huo, Mr. Tang from Theo Group is here to see you. Which? Car. At first, Peterson had planned on taking Leah with him, but Sheffield disagreed. In the end, the father-son duo, along with a few of Sheffield's friends, went to the Huo family manor. In the Huo family manor, the manor was bustling with people. Most of them were Carlos' friends. Wesley and Blair were already at the manor. Then came Damon and Adriana, followed by Curtis and Colleen. Ivan and Casey were present too, along with Dixon and Garnet, Xavier and his wife, and even Kinsley and Yates, accompanied by their wives. On the way to the manor, Sheffield picked up Joshua and his parents. Gifford was headed to the manor on his own. The manor was large. Even with over 20 people and a few servants in the living room, it still didn't seem crowded. Since it was an important event, everyone was dressed formally. The men were in suits, and the women were delicately dressed. The living room was bustling with excitement. Gwen was playing with a windmill in her hand. Everyone took turns to hold her, and the little girl was very happy to see all these people in one place. She exclaimed loudly when she saw Sheffield. "Daddy! Daddy!" She ran to him with a big smile on her face. The little girl was dressed in purple, and she looked so adorable that even Peterson, who wasn't fond of kids, was excited to see her. He was so glad that this cute little girl was his granddaughter. Peterson already had a few grandchildren, both girls and boys, but he never gave them much affection. There was no shortage of children in the Tang family. Peterson had recently fathered a child too, now more than a year old. He had kids and grandchildren of all different ages, so a kid was nothing special in his eyes. Gwen, on the other hand, was special. He found himself growing fond of her, in spite of himself. Sheffield held his daughter in his arms and kissed her forehead. "Did you miss me, Gwen?" "Yes." Gwen nodded and replied in a cute voice, clinging to Sheffield's neck. "Miss Daddy," was what she could manage at such a young age. Good girl. After playing with his daughter for a while, he entertained thoughts about coaching her to call Peterson Papa. But Peterson was busy greeting Carlos and the other people. He wouldn't be around to hear it. Evelyn walked through the crowd to Sheffield and said with a smile, "Gwen's not as shy as she used to be. You're probably a good influence on her." Evelyn was wearing a light-colored dress. She had her makeup and hair done by a professional stylist. Today was a day to be happy, and Evelyn looked the part, charming, energetic, and smiling. "My Gwen is so awesome," Sheffield exclaimed dramatically as he looked at his daughter. "Daddy just can't help himself. I'm going to get you a present." Gwen smiled shyly and leaned her little head on his shoulder without saying a word. There were tons of presents stacked on the table near Sheffield, along with a dozen or more boxes of expensive wines and cigarettes. He scanned the tables, then found the special colorful bag he'd bought. He handed it to Gwen. "Check this out, sweetie. Daddy picked this out just for you." When the little girl took the paper bag and looked inside curiously, Sheffield gave the little girl to Evelyn and whispered, "Honey, please take care of her. I have to go be sociable." "Okay." Evelyn took the toddler from him. With a carton of expensive cigarettes in hand, Sheffield joined the crowd and stood beside Peterson. At an appropriate break in the conversation, Peterson introduced him. "This is my son Sheffield Tang. Birds of AF. And afford to support my daughter later on? I've discussed it with Debbie, and we'll give him 10% shares of ZL Group as a gift in return." 10% shares of ZL Group was worth much more than 30% of Theo Group's. Peterson was surprised. He shook hands with Carlos and said a bit excitedly, "That's really good of you, Carlos. You raised Evelyn so well. Now that she's going to marry into our family, we should give her those gifts as our gratitude to you folks. You don't need to give Sheffield anything. Please accept it. For Evelyn and Gwen's sakes," Carlos insisted. Peterson called Sheffield's name and gestured for him to come over. Sheffield broke off his conversation with Damon and set down his drink. His father told him all about it. He wanted Sheffield to thank Carlos. On hearing about the 10% stock in ZL Group, Sheffield thought he was hearing things. He had drunk a lot after all. He shook his head to make sure that he heard it right. "Uncle Carlos, that's generous of you, but I don't need it. I can support my wife and daughter. If I say you need it, you do. Just take it." Carlos' order was non-negotiable. He didn't give Sheffield any chance to refuse. After thinking for a while, Sheffield proposed, "How about this, Uncle Carlos? Write Gwen's name on the share transfer contract. I'm her guardian, and she's the beneficiary. What do you think?" That was a good idea too. Carlos agreed to it readily. Carlos had registered Gwen's name in the Huo family's residence booklet. They hadn't changed the kid's ID card or family name yet. So, they decided to talk about the shares transferred to her after they handled everything else. After the Huo family and Tang family saw all their guests off, Sheffield also said his goodbyes to the Huo family. He was about to climb into Peterson's car when Evelyn called out to him. She jogged over and said, "I'll drop by tonight. We need to talk." "Okay. I'll pick you up, if I can get off work early." "No thanks. I'll get Felix to drive me to your place." "Okay, see you tonight," said Sheffield in a gentle voice, and he kissed her forehead. You reek of alcohol. Remember to take a rest first after you return to your office." "Yes, ma'am." Sheffield winked at her playfully. He wore that smirk that said he was up to no good. He was teasing her again. Evelyn pushed him into the back seat of Peterson's car. She didn't come back until the car was out of sight. That evening at Sheffield's apartment, Evelyn was sweating profusely. After doing what couples normally do, her hair was messy, and she was still trying to catch her breath. She looked at the man who was getting ready to take a shower. She called out, "Honey." He turned around and snickered. "I'm just going to grab a shower first. Wait a minute. I'll be back for another round with you." Evelyn didn't know what to say. She didn't mean it like that at all. "I have something to tell you." Sheffield looked down at the sheen of sweat on his body and asked, "Is it that urgent? Can't it wait till I finish my shower?" "Fine, get a shower first." She needed one too. "How about?" Sheffield returned to the bed and held the woman in his arms. "Let's hop in the shower together, and then you can tell me. How does that sound?" A tingle of pleasure passed through her heart. That sounded wonderful. He gathered her up to carry her into the bathroom with him. Evelyn wrapped her arms around him and nuzzled his neck. He set her down gently and turned on the shower, feeling the warm spray hit him. As soon as he got the right temperature, he pulled her into his arms. "What did you want to talk about?" How he tried. But Evelyn did it by saying a few words. Peterson felt lucky that Evelyn was a reasonable and generous woman. It was not a bad thing that Sheffield listened to his wife. "You're welcome, Uncle Peterson," Evelyn replied modestly. "Don't be so formal with me." You're about to marry Sheffield, and we'll be family soon. Evelyn, don't worry. The Tang family will be good to you. Evelyn was his favorite daughter-in-law. She stood out from the rest. He would protect her no matter what. Thank you, Uncle Peterson. Well, then I'll let you go. I know you have lots to do. Okay, bye. The day they registered for marriage, Sheffield dressed formally in a dark suit, with the tie Evelyn got him. In the car, as she was straightening his collar, she said, "If I'd known that you liked my gift so much, I would have given you a few more ties. That way you wouldn't need to wear the same tie all the time. Not just ties. You've got a great eye for fashion. From now on, Mrs. Tang, please take over my wardrobe like ties, clothes, shoes, and watches." Sheffield grinned. "Mrs. Tang." Evelyn couldn't help smiling. "No problem. It's my honor to serve you, Mr. Tang." Sheffield tried to kiss her. However, Evelyn stopped him by pressing a finger to his lips. "No, we're going to take a picture later when we register our marriage. Don't smudge my lipstick." Marriage was a once-in-a-lifetime event. She wanted to make sure she looked amazing in the picture. "All right. I won't kiss you now, but you have to give me 3 kisses after we're done here," Sheffield said, the familiar smile on his face. "Greedy." Evelyn pouted. "That's me." He never could get enough of her kisses. Finally, he gently kissed her black hair, inhaling her scent. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Sheffield got out of the car first and then helped Evelyn out. They walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau hand in hand. There were quite a few couples waiting their turn to register marriage. Luckily, Sheffield had made an appointment in advance, so they didn't have to wait long. When they were filling out the forms, the other newlyweds figured out who they were and snapped pics of them. During the photo shoot, they shed their coats. Whether dress shirt or blouse, they were all in white. Evelyn's long hair was tied back. She looked young and vital. Everything went well, and soon they had 2 marriage licenses with embossed seals. Looking at the licenses, Sheffield exclaimed in satisfaction, "After 3 long years, Evelyn is finally mine. Mrs. Tang, let's make a better future." Evelyn giggled, her face beaming with joy. "I'm lucky enough to be Mrs. Tang. Mr. Tang, please come back home every night no matter how late it gets." And now she thought of a poem that described the best love in the world. "Love the sunset with you in my spare time. In the kitchen you ask me if the porridge is warm with a smile. Of course. From now on I won't flirt with any other women. I'll be faithful to you forever." "Really? That's not what you said before," Evelyn taunted. Sheffield suddenly remembered that he had said he would sleep as many women as he could. Being faithful is for chumps. He vaguely remembered he said something like that. How he wished he could slap himself. He said fawningly, "Honey, I was just kidding then. My dear Mrs. Tang, let's head home." "Sure." On a whim, Evelyn took a picture of their marriage licenses and uploaded it on social media, including WeChat moments. She almost never posted anything there. Many of her friends were shocked to see her update, and it was a picture of marriage licenses. As expected, the internet collectively lost their shit. Sheffield shared Evelyn's pic of the licenses on Weibo and W. They bowed to the tombstone before leaving. After returning to Y City, the most important thing was to pick out the wedding dresses for the pre-wedding photo shoot. Sheffield gave his work to a subordinate and headed to Evelyn's office in ZL Group. He watched her try on the wedding gowns one after the other. Finally, he picked out a few of them that they were both happy with. They began traveling to different places to shoot the wedding photos. Sheffield let Peterson take charge of the company for the moment and hired a wedding planner to handle everything for their wedding ceremony. He focused on his trip with Evelyn. The first place they stopped was a small town in H country, where there was a well-known, beautiful lake called Posey Lake. There were thousands of flamingos surrounding the mirror-like water. Their beautiful figures would be reflected in the lake when they flew in all directions. Evelyn wore a green wedding dress that matched the color of the water, while Sheffield was in a white suit. They stood on a boat in the center of the lake, surrounded by a flock of flamingos searching for food. Retouched with some photo editing software, the pictures looked grand and fashionable. When they took a break, Sheffield used the time to take a few photos of the flamingos and sent them to Terilyn, telling her to show the pics to Gwen. As if that weren't enough, he put his little girl on video chat, asking her if she wanted to see the beautiful flamingos. Gwen pointed at the bird and nodded. Yes, yes. I want. How about this? Next time, I will bring you here to see these birds, okay? Sheffield asked. Okay. Gwen agreed with a nod. Evelyn straightened her wedding dress, wondering whether he was just saying it to make Gwen feel better. If he was really planning to bring Gwen here to see the flamingos, should she come along with them? Gwen, can you see what it's eating? Sheffield asked, pointing his phone to a flamingo which had something on its beak. Gwen thought for a moment and said, Little shrimps. Yes, very good. It's eating shrimps. He chatted on for a while. Evelyn smiled. It had only been 2 days since they had left on their trip. Sheffield had never stopped talking about Gwen all the while. He missed the little girl much more than Evelyn did. Now that he could finally see her on video, they chatted for nearly an hour before he reluctantly ended the video call. They spent 2 days shooting by Posey Lake. On the first day, Evelyn wore the green wedding dress, and Sheffield wore the white suit. On the second day, he picked a black suit while she chose to wear a white wedding dress. On their third day, they took 4 magnificent off-road vehicles of different colors to the biggest desert in M country. Evelyn wore a flaming red wedding dress with a cathedral train, with a red rose just above her ear. She looked lovely. To match her, Sheffield wore a wine-red suit. He snuggled close to her, unwilling to leave her alone for even a second. Evelyn whispered in his ear, Everyone is laughing at you. Don't cling on to me like this all the time. But I want to. Evelyn, you should wear more red. Actually, you should wear more red at home for me, he said, winking at her. She rarely wore any red clothes and she looked so sexy in them. He couldn't imagine how beautiful this woman would look on their wedding day. Evelyn smoothed his hair with a light blush on her cheek. You like it? She would have never tried the red dress if not for Sheffield insisting that she should. Of course I do, he confirmed. You look flaming hot, honey. If you say so. She decided to get more red clothes after, as scheduled for the next morning, so they had the rest of the day to roam around. After resting for 2 hours, Sheffield took Evelyn to the restaurant where they had had dinner the last time they were in the city. He ordered the same dishes as before, one of which was the quick-sautéed termite mushrooms. It was so spicy that it had almost made Evelyn cry last time. The dishes were soon served. Looking at the woman in front of him, Sheffield raised his eyebrows and asked, Do you want to try the dish again? Evelyn scrunched her brows as she tried to remember what had happened the last time they were there. She smirked at the man. He had kissed her after pretending to help her. She put down the wet tissue in her hand and asked, Are you hoping to sneak a kiss again? Sheffield grinned. Guilty. But this time is different. You're going to be my wife. I have the right. She glared at him. You're annoying. He put the bowl of soup in front of her and asked, Are you saying you don't want me to kiss you? He pretended to think about it and then shook his head. No, that can't be. Every time I kiss you, you seem to enjoy it as much as I do. Shut up. How Evelyn wished she could strangle him. He always talked dirty without the slightest shame. Wearing the same bright smile, Sheffield picked up the food for her. Honey, you have been very busy with the photo shoot. Look at your face, it's so thin. Eat. Evelyn touched her cheek instinctively and asked, Thin? Are you sure? Recently, she had begun wondering if she had gained weight, because every time she dined with Sheffield, he would fill her bowl with heaps of food. He kept feeding her until she couldn't eat anymore. I'm sure. Your chin has become pointed. You should have more flesh on your face, Sheffield insisted. During my pregnancy, although I did yoga every day, my face became so round. My parents kept me nourished all the time. My figure remained the same, but my face plumped up. Evelyn had refused to look in the mirror the whole time she was pregnant. The mention of her pregnancy made Sheffield feel guilty. He put down his chopsticks, and the playful look on his face disappeared. Evelyn, it must have been very hard for you during your pregnancy. Well, my parents had a harder time than I did. I suffered from morning sickness. They were so tired taking care of me. Considering what had happened during my first pregnancy, they were very cautious. They demanded I stay in bed most of the time, and looked after me personally until I gave birth to Gwen. Oh, and it was a C-section. Considering her health condition, natural delivery was risky, so she had chosen to have a C-section. You had the scars removed? Sheffield asked, realizing that he had not seen any scars from the operation on her body. And the sex was as wonderful as ever. Nothing had changed. Yes, I received a cosmetic surgery after, Evelyn confessed with a smile. The operation had been very successful, and the subsequent care was so excellent that there was no trace of the scar by the time they had gotten intimate after Sheffield's return. Sheffield held her hand in his. I'm sorry, Eve. I wish I had been there for you. I wish I could have held your hand while you gave birth to our baby girl. He wasn't by her side when she had gone through the failed pregnancy the first time. He didn't even know about it until recently. And he had left her without even knowing that she was pregnant with their second child. He thought he was a terrible boyfriend. He was an asshole. He could never make up for the pain Evelyn had experienced because of his absence. It's all right, Sheffield. That's all in the past. Besides, I'm fine now. You don't have to feel guilty. Evelyn didn't blame him. She didn't tell him about the pregnancy. But the man had gone too far. She couldn't tolerate him anymore. Sheffield walked towards the man and grabbed his arm just as he was about to hit the woman again. He looked at the man coldly and asked with contempt in his voice, "What kind of man beats a woman?" The man looked him up and down, then asked the woman on the ground, "Do you know this man?" The woman looked up at Sheffield and shook her head. The man scoffed, "This is none of your business. Everyone in this town knows that this bitch cheated on me. Let go of me, damn it." The man tried to squeeze out of Sheffield's grip, but in vain. "You are divorced, aren't you?" "So? She cheated on me. She owes me as long as she lives," the man barked. 3 years ago, she slept with a man in that fancy guest house. I would never have known about it. But she got pregnant because I had damaged all the condoms in that guest house. His last sentence caught Sheffield's attention. "You damaged the condoms in the guest house? That's why Evelyn got pregnant," he finally figured. "Yes, that's right." The man pulled back his hand, which hurt because of Sheffield's tight grip. He contemptuously said, "That guest house over there, the Rainbow Guest House. I heard that a man bought it recently and gave it to his wife as a gift." "What a joke. The condoms you damaged, are you talking about the free ones that were in the machine?" Sheffield asked. "Yeah, my friend and I did it. He kept watch while I damaged the condoms. I didn't think that it would actually help me find that this whore was having an affair. Fuck." Sheffield took a deep breath to hold back his anger. "Why the hell did you do that? Do you know what you did? Why cause problems like that? It's none of my business. Only those men and women who have an affair will need those condoms. Ordinary couples won't need it." It seemed the man didn't know the dangers coming his way, and was still proud of what he had done. Even Evelyn, who was not far away from them, realized that something was wrong. She was a clever girl. When she heard what the man said, she strode over and asked in a serious tone, "Are you sure it was 3 years ago? In April?" The expression in the man's eyes changed dramatically at the sight of Evelyn. A dash of obscenity flashed through his eyes. It was the first time that he had seen such a hottie. He stared at her and said nothing. The way the lewd man looked at Evelyn irritated Sheffield even more. He pulled Evelyn behind him and stood in front of her. "Answer her," he ordered coldly. Sheffield's icy cold voice brought the man back to his senses. He smiled and answered, "Yeah, I think it was April, maybe May. It was kinda warm then." Sheffield let go of Evelyn's hand and gave the man a punch in the face. This man was responsible for Evelyn's pregnancy. He was the guy who had pricked holes in the condoms in the guest house 3 years ago. That was why Evelyn suffered an ectopic pregnancy. That was the main reason he offered free medical services in a small village of D City. Why he went missing for 2 years. He wanted to know the real circumstances behind Evelyn's pregnancy. But it had been too long ago, and the record of the camera footage of the guest house had already been lost. There was no way he could view it. He had even launched an investigation into the factory where those condoms were made. His research led him to the parent company. It was not the kind of company that would produce inferior products. Now the truth came to light. Sheffield didn't think he would find out the truth by sheer accident. What luck! The blow had knocked the man prone. He lay still, stunned for a while before raising his head. "What are you doing?" Instead of giving him an explanation, Sheffield continued to punch him to vent his anger, which made the man cry out. Dressed during the ceremony. When she wore a pink wedding dress, he said she looked so charming in pink that he thought she should wear pink on her big day. Now, in a ceremonial Chinese wedding dress, he said she looked like an empress and wanted to make the wedding a traditional style one. How could this man keep changing his mind? She guessed if she wore a white wedding gown in the next few days, he would say that she looked good like that and change his mind again. They had been traveling for 2 weeks for the pre-wedding photo shoot. Their last stop was the Neuschwanstein Castle in Bavaria, Germany. After they arrived at the hotel, Evelyn called Miranda. Before getting on the plane, she had already texted Miranda, letting her know they were headed to Neuschwanstein Castle to take pre-wedding photos, and that they would visit her. Miranda was in Munich now, and she was very close to the castle. That was also the reason why they chose Bavaria as their last stop. Miranda had already set off from Munich. As soon as she got Evelyn's call, she was headed their way with her assistant in tow. Dressed in a dark green dress, the gray-haired lady elegantly strode into the restaurant. With sharp eyes, Sheffield noticed Miranda the moment she came in and ran up to her. "Grandma!" He was so passionate, as if he were greeting his own grandmother. "Wow, Sheffield, you're even more handsome than when I last saw you." Miranda was glad to see the young man. She greeted him politely and hugged him. Sheffield held Miranda's arm and led her to the dining table and replied proudly, "Thank you, Grandma. After all, I'm taking wedding photos with this beautiful woman. I must make sure that I'm in the best shape." Miranda burst into laughter. "I'm so glad that you and Evelyn are getting married soon. It has not been an easy journey for either of you." When Miranda heard about his leaving 2 years ago, she had wanted to go find him in Evelyn's stead. But Evelyn didn't seem in a hurry to meet him, so the old lady had decided not to intervene. "I've been waiting a long time for this, Grandma. We can finally be together now," Sheffield said with a content smile. "The road to happiness is covered with setbacks." Miranda smiled at the young man. In an elegant demeanor, Evelyn walked up to her grandmother and hugged her. "Grandma, I've missed you so much." Miranda patted her on the back. "I've missed you too, my dear granddaughter. Have a seat, Grandma." Sheffield pulled the chair out for Miranda. The three of them sat down at the table and chatted while they ate. "I heard from your mother that Gwen is doing much better now. Is that true?" Even to this day, Miranda had nightmares just thinking about what had happened to Gwen. Evelyn nodded with a smile. "Yes." She glanced at the man sitting opposite her and said, "Her daddy has been a great influence on her." If she had known that Sheffield's presence would help Gwen recover so fast, she would have gone to find him long ago. "I wish I could have been there when it happened. I couldn't fulfill my duty as a father in the past 2 years. It won't happen again," Sheffield said slowly, his voice laced with remorse. "It's not your fault, my dear boy. Evelyn didn't tell you about Gwen, so don't beat yourself up. I just hope the three of you can live happily together from now on," Miranda said, patting Sheffield's hand. "Rest assured, Grandma, that I will take good care of them," Sheffield swore. "Well, I'm relieved to hear that. By the way, I'm sorry that I may have to bother you too. This is your last stop, isn't it? I was wondering if I could go back to Y City with you after you finish the photo shoot. Do you mind?" She had already brought her luggage and didn't intend to go back to Munich. It would. Didn't agree because it was almost backless. He didn't want people to see his wife's beautiful back. But since the bridal veil was about 5 meters long, it more or less covered her back. So he grudgingly approved of it. Sheffield had already taken care of the other details like the wedding gifts, the invitation cards, candies to go with the invitation and so on. Within a week, everybody received the invitation card and the wedding candies. The invitation card was decorated in a classy baby pink with the couple's wedding pictures printed on it. The guests' names were handwritten by Sheffield himself. On the back of the card were these words: "I know you are approaching me with a river of stars as your gift. So I walk towards you too, with the spreading shades of dusk as my gift in return." In addition to a few old classmates, Evelyn had wanted Savannah to be her bridesmaid too. But because of her disabled legs, Savannah declined. She didn't want to cause Evelyn any trouble on her special day. But Savannah told her that she wouldn't miss her wedding for the world. Evelyn had 6 bridesmaids in the end. To match her, Sheffield also invited 6 groomsmen. Everything went smoothly as planned. The most awaited wedding day came very soon. The Huo family and Tang family were busy even before the day broke. A wine-red Aston Martin sports car drove along the wide road, followed by 2 red British classic cars. Behind them were 2 rows of red and black Emperors. There were a total of 66 cars. The convoy started from the Tang family manor in the northern part of the city and headed for the Huo family manor in the eastern end of the city. The long queue of luxury cars attracted everyone's attention as they made their way, and many in the crowd pulled out their phones to snap pics or record video of the event. A number of journalists already knew of the big event tying 2 of the most powerful families in the city together. Those guys had found the best spots to camp out in, the best spots for the best photos. When the convoy arrived at the Huo family manor, there were already a ton of people waiting there. They were all chatting amongst themselves and laughing. The cars rolled up to the manor gate. Dressed in a formal black designer suit, Sheffield emerged from his Aston Martin holding a large bouquet of champagne roses. The 6 groomsmen also left their cars, including Gifford and Joshua. Gifford drove a McLaren F1, and Joshua was in a Lotus Esprit. Both quintessentially British cars sported bright red paint jobs. The other 4 groomsmen were Sheffield's good friends. None of them were from ordinary families. Some of the onlookers soon found that one of them was a domestic superstar, and another was a prince of M country. Gwyn was in a pink princess dress and Blair held her. Colleen stood next to them. When she saw Sheffield, the little girl immediately wriggled in Blair's arms and exclaimed, "Daddy! Daddy!" Blair carefully set the girl down, making sure the little one was steady on her feet, and she ran towards Sheffield. Sheffield's eyes were full of tenderness when he saw his little girl running full tilt at him. He held the roses in one hand and scooped up his daughter in the other. "Let's go to Mommy, sweetie." Gwyn clapped her hands. "Mommy upstairs." The dress beautiful. She tried to say beautiful, but that was a big word, full of subtle, difficult-to-master sounds. Sheffield understood what she meant. Evelyn looked stunning in her wedding dress. "Oh, really? Then could you please take Daddy to have a look at Mommy?" "Yes." As Sheffield walked towards the villa with Gwyn in his arms, many guests were amazed at how happy he was, and how lucky. You never see grooms carrying their daughters before the wedding. That guy has it all. He married the hottest socialite in the And the eldest daughter of the Chow family was also one of the richest socialites in the city. "I don't know her." Gifford did not recognize the bridesmaid who just spoke, but he added with a sigh, "I guess it's true. Beautiful people always play with beautiful people." The bride and bridesmaids were all incredibly lovely. Sheffield straightened up his clothes and said confidently, "No problem. Fire away. Listen up. You have to circle the room 3 times carrying a groomsman on your back for each wrong answer." Sheffield looked at the group of bridesmaids in astonishment and tried to make it easier on his buddies. Why not ask a groomsman to walk around the room 3 times with a bridesmaid on his back? Great idea. Gifford clapped his hands. Joshua wanted to shout his approval too, but he didn't dare. Terilyn was part of this, so he took a step back and let other single people join the game. Libby Chow, the head bridesmaid, thought for a while and said, "Okay. Come on, Libby. You know that's not fair." One of the bridesmaids screamed. Another bridesmaid responded calmly, "Don't panic. Just ask Libby to do it. Don't forget that she's also a bridesmaid. You're right. Libby Chow smiled and reminded Sheffield. Quit stealing glances at the bride. Now for the first question. The bridesmaid's words drew unwanted attention to Sheffield. Quite a few guests happened to spot Sheffield trying to look at Evelyn, and the crowd burst into laughter again. Question number 1. What is Evelyn's favorite food? The first question was so easy it felt like a piece of cake. Sheffield quickly answered. Evelyn's favorite snack is preserved plums, her favorite fruit is mango, and among desserts, she loves tiramisu the most. Is my answer good enough? If not, I can continue. Just a simple response with the answer preserved plums would have been enough for the bridesmaids, who didn't expect him to list out so many things. Libby raised her hand and nodded. That's enough. Next question. Please recite the bride's phone number backwards. Sheffield was gifted with sharp memory and as such, he was able to recite Evelyn's number backwards ever since she gave him her number. He knew he was going to glide through these questions with ease. Under everyone's baffled gaze, he answered the question easily and added, "This is no fun. Can you please ask some harder questions?" Joshua couldn't help but ask, "Dude, did you take a peep at the questions in advance?" One of the bridesmaids explained, "I'm certain that he didn't. We came up with these questions just this morning. Since the groom came with you, there is no way he could have known these questions earlier." "All right, I'll take your word for it," Joshua said. Then he turned to face Sheffield, giving him a thumbs up and said, "Nicely done, man." The bridesmaids continued with their interrogation. Next question. What's the size of the bride's shoes? 36. What are the 10 nicknames of the bride? Eve, Evelyn, darling, Piggy, honey, my queen. The room broke into a smattering of laughter, not to mention the bridesmaids who all guffawed loudly. The last question. What's the total sum of the bride's ID card number? That's too hard. How can anyone expect him to know that? The best men exclaimed in unison. I bet Sheffield doesn't know the answer. Gifford, you're the strongest among us three. Go pick one of the bridesmaids and carry her on your back around the room 3 times. Everyone was ready to make fun of Sheffield, yet in less than 2 seconds, he gave the correct answer with a mysterious smile at Evelyn. 76, he said. 2 years ago, he found out what Evelyn's ID card number was when they had planned to go to France. While he was waiting for her at the airport out of sheer boredom, he had written his and Evelyn's names down on a piece of paper. Then he added up the numbers of their ID cards respectively. In the end, after doing the math, Chef streaked across his lips. There were times when both men almost kissed in the middle, sending the audience wailing with excitement. In the end, Sheffield's lips looked like fat sausages and there was even a shade of red under his nose. Sheffield pushed Gifford away furiously and said, "Find a woman to practice your skills on as soon as you go back home." Then, instead of whining, Sheffield lay prostrate with his groomsmen in a row to commence with the punishment. Fortunately, the groomsmen were regulars at the gym and as such, 20 push-ups felt almost effortless to them. The bridesmaids kept their word and helped Sheffield clean up before they played 2 more games. After a long dreaded wait, the groom finally approached the bride. He took the bouquet of flowers from Joshua and affectionately said, "Evelyn, I'm here to take your hand in marriage." The MC of the ceremonies remarked, "Don't just talk. Just kneel down and hand over the flowers to the bride." Thud. Sheffield immediately knelt down on the carpet beside the bed. Almost in response, an explosion of laughter shook the room, because Sheffield had gone on both knees. The MC reminded the groom helplessly, "Hey, Mr. Tang, you're only supposed to get down on one knee." Sheffield feigned laughter and said, "I'm sorry. I was just excited to see my wife." Evelyn was so moved by his words that she almost failed to hold back her tears. This man was getting increasingly adorable. He handed her the bouquet and cleared his throat before saying, "Evelyn Huo, you are the only woman I wish to spend the rest of my life with. Please marry me." "Yes, I will." Evelyn smiled sweetly and took the bouquet from Sheffield. By then, the procedures on the second floor were all done. Sheffield put on the high heels for Evelyn and carried her princess style in his arms. He cradled her softly and walked downstairs, a big crowd following behind them. The elders patiently waited for them downstairs. Carlos and Debbie had prepared the red envelopes for the new couple, and Miranda was sitting next to them. Sheffield gently put Evelyn down in front of Carlos and Debbie. He thoughtfully straightened Evelyn's wedding dress before turning to the elders. With the guidance of the MC, Sheffield served Carlos and Debbie tea and said respectfully, "Dad, Mom." Debbie took a sip of the tea and gave him a thick red envelope with a smile. Carlos also drank the tea and gave Sheffield the red envelope. "Now that I'm your father, you better stick to my side and fight my enemies with me," he told Sheffield. "Of course, Dad," said Sheffield cheerfully. Carlos eyed Joshua, who was standing close behind Sheffield, and asked mischievously, "Tell me, son, who is more important to you? Your dad or your best friend?" "My dad, of course," Sheffield answered without any hesitation. Carlos smirked at Joshua's shocked reaction and nodded in satisfaction. Joshua stared at Sheffield in disbelief. "Does our friendship mean nothing to this asshole? Will he even help me get Terilyn after this, or is he going to be Carlos' faithful sidekick?" He felt like his friend had completely abandoned him. After the ceremony in the Huo family manor, Sheffield drove Evelyn to the Tang family house. On the way, he told Evelyn that she only had to change the way she addressed Peterson, and asked her to ignore the rest of the family. When they reached the Tang family residence, they walked into the living room where Ingrid's memorial tablet was placed on the table. After the bride and groom bowed to her memorial tablet, they moved on to the wedding venue. The wedding was held outdoors in the suburbs by the sea. The wedding planner used white and blue to decorate the venue to match the color of the sea. White irises, which stood for loyalty and tenacity, were the main flowers, while blue and champagne roses were the foil. The V. Off easy. That day, Sheffield had promised them that he would treasure Evelyn, and her godfathers were satisfied by his sincere words. "I know, Dad. Although you and Sheffield won't be living with the other Tangs, you will have to socialize with them from time to time. But remember, the whole lot of them are poisonous. If anyone dares offend you, fight back. Bear in mind, I'm your rock. I'll back you up no matter what." Evelyn's eyes became blurry. Tears threatened to fall. She was going to be someone's wife, about to live with another man and become a member of another family. Carlos was so worried that he had been reminding her of a lot of things since the previous night. "Don't worry, Dad. If Sheffield lets the Tang family bully me, I won't forgive him." Though her father was the one who had always supported her, it was Sheffield's job now to take care of her. If she couldn't rely on him, then why was she even marrying the man? "Fine," Carlos said. The MC announced, "Now please welcome the bride and her father." As the soft music began, they stopped talking and walked towards the altar slowly. Evelyn's every step exuded breathtaking elegance and nobility. Not many people could imitate that kind of naturally strong aura. The women in the crowd were envious of her fancy attire and the dreamy wedding. The ceremony went smoothly. Evelyn would never in her life forget the romantic confession by Sheffield, and the moment when Carlos very reluctantly gave her hand away to Sheffield. After the ceremony, Evelyn was accompanied by her bridesmaids back to the lounge. After getting some rest, she changed into another gown. She joined her parents, Sheffield and Peterson, to offer toasts to the guests. After a while, Evelyn found a chance to ask Sheffield in a low voice, "Why didn't your stepmother join us to toast the guests? You want her to be here with us?" "No, not really. I was just curious." Leah acted like she was invisible throughout their wedding day. "She doesn't deserve to be here," Sheffield scoffed. "I know Leah is not a pleasant woman, but you don't have to hate her so much," Evelyn tried to soothe him. "She's just a mistress, honey. You don't have to be nice to her. And don't judge a book by its cover. Leah might seem obedient on the surface, but she is cunning and selfish." Evelyn sighed. "Okay, if you say so." Sheffield held her waist and kissed her lips gently. "Let's go, Mrs. Tang. We have to toast our guests together." He had waited for this day for the past 3 years. "All right," she said with a shy smile. If one day someone asked what Sheffield had done on his wedding night, Joshua would surely answer like this. He knelt on a keyboard, begging for forgiveness the whole night. Why, you ask? Because something interesting happened during the toast. 2 tables were reserved for Sheffield's friends among the guests. He and Evelyn walked to the table to toast them. One of his friends pulled Sheffield aside for a talk. Grabbing the opportunity, Joshua chimed, "Evelyn, I have to tell you something. You should not let Sheffield sleep in the bed tonight." "Why not?" Evelyn looked at him in confusion. Joshua clinked his champagne glass with Evelyn's and gulped the liquid down. He put the glass on the table and continued, "This is something that Sheffield told me once, and I'm quoting this word for word. I'll pursue Carlos' daughter and marry her. I will make her serve me, dress me up and cook for me. I will reward her with sweet words if she makes me happy, and I will punish her if she upsets me. That feels so right." I swear those were his exact words. Ha ha ha. The men at the table burst into laughter. Gifford wasted no time. He joined Joshua. "There's one more thing you need to go numb." He asked his wife, "Honey, we are going to go on our honeymoon soon. If I hurt my knees here, how can I go shopping with you?" "Evelyn, I love you, I love you." While playing on her phone, she asked casually, "Who was the woman with you last night?" "What? What woman?" "I came back here alone after the party last night. It was already past 2 in the morning when he came home. He slept for 2 hours before waking up to get ready for the wedding." "What about the party? How many women were at the party last night?" 7 or 8 women, but I didn't go anywhere near them. I swear. Lately, the Tang family has been keeping a close eye on me. They are waiting for me to make a mistake, so that they can come to you with the evidence. Ever since Sheffield had turned against the Tang family the other day, almost everyone in the family hated him more than ever, and had sent people to stalk him. Evelyn squinted at him and asked flatly, "Are you saying that you would have gone with another woman if the Tangs weren't keeping an eye on you?" "No, no, no. Honey, we're married. I'm a married man. I would never fool around with other women." His attitude was so sincere. The corners of Evelyn's mouth raised slowly. She didn't have the heart to be harsh on him anymore. "What if you make some mistake again in the future?" she asked. "Punish me. Make me serve you well in bed. Don't let me go until I make you moan to your heart's content. What do you think? Get out of here." She scowled at him. Sheffield replied quickly, "Yes, honey. I'm coming." He jumped up from the keyboard. Without picking it up from the floor, he dashed to the bed. He snatched her phone and tossed it aside before pressing his body onto hers and kissing her like there was no tomorrow. He had gracefully accepted his punishment, even though he was innocent. Now it was his turn to punish her. He was about to present her an unforgettable wedding night. Sheffield. His fierce hunger at night was the complete opposite of his gentle demeanor during the daytime. He was a beast in bed, uncontrollable and unforgiving. Evelyn moaned, "Yes, honey, I'm right here. Be gentle." "I'll be gentler if you do as I say," she gasped as he slowly nipped on her neck. There was no way she could win over this horny man in bed. She decided that she would get back at him in the morning. The night steadily grew deeper. The couple in the bedroom next to the newlyweds looked at each other. Finally, Kaylee angrily closed the windows. Kneeling on the bed, she complained to Sterling, "Damn that Sheffield. He is doing this on purpose. He was deliberately making loud noises to keep everyone in the house awake." Sterling, who was texting on his phone, squinted at her. The strap of her nightgown had slipped off her shoulder because of her posture. "When you have sex with other men, I'm sure you moan louder than Evelyn." Kaylee smiled flirtatiously and stretched out her foot to rub seductively against his leg. She replied calmly, "What about you and Dolly? Who satisfies you more, me or her?" Sterling grabbed her foot in his hand. They were still married, so his answer was obvious. "She is no match for you. That's why you are my wife and she is just a mistress." Their relationship was not always this twisted. Everything changed when Sterling began to have affairs with other women. Kaylee found out that he was sleeping around, but she couldn't stop him. So she did the one thing that she could. She messed around with other men too. When Sterling found out, the two had a huge fight and he felt disgusted by her. But they didn't get a divorce, and since they still slept in the same bed and because Kaylee was a very seductive woman, Kaylee's hand in the corridor. An idea struck her. She quickly walked towards Sheffield's room and yelled at the door. "Sheffield, why are you holding Kaylee's hand?" When Sheffield saw where Sandra was standing, he gave her a murderous glare. "Sandra Tang, if you dare wake up my wife, I will have the servants throw all your stuff out right this minute." But Evelyn had no idea what was going on outside her room. She was so sleepy that she didn't hear Kaylee's scream or Sandra's loud voice. Sandra's face darkened. "You wouldn't. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try your dirty trick again." Sheffield was still holding Kaylee's hand inside the hot bowl. In spite of her struggle, she couldn't get out of his grip. "Let me go, Sheffield. You bastard. It hurts." Tears ran down her cheeks as her hand burned. This wasn't the Sheffield she knew. She had always thought that he loved flirting with women and fooling around. She never pegged him for a guy who would do such a vicious thing to a woman. Feel the pain. Not everyone is so easy to seduce like your husband. If you ever touch me again, I can't guarantee that you will walk away with your hands intact. The aura around him was so cold that Kaylee shivered in fear. She felt afraid of Sheffield for the first time. "Help! Help!" she yelled, her face pale. Leah, Willis, Felton and Sandra's husband, Finley Zhao, all came out from their rooms one by one. Seeing the scene, they all reacted differently. "Willis, Finley, come here and separate these two," Leah called out anxiously. Acting fast, Finley ran over and grabbed Sheffield's arm to pull him away, trying to defuse the situation. "Calm down, Sheffield. It's the day after your wedding. Being angry now is bad luck. You think it's appropriate to do this while your wife is still asleep?" Willis asked in a nonchalant tone. Sheffield didn't move, making sure he held Kaylee's wrist tightly, her hand submerged in the hot soup. He shifted his gaze to the woman's hand and answered haughtily, "And your point is? There's nothing going on here. My wife is an understanding woman. Go wake up Evelyn," Leah told Felton, who stood at the door of his own bedroom watching the farce. "Just try it." Sheffield cast a cold glance at Leah. "I told you. Disturb my wife's rest and I will bounce you out of this family." Peterson wasn't at home now. Since Sheffield had been too busy with his wedding and honeymoon, the old man got up earlier than anyone else and went to work. They weren't entirely sure what Sheffield was capable of, but they knew he wouldn't make a threat if he didn't have some way of following through. They decided that discretion was the better part of valor, and were quiet. Evelyn was the only one in this house who wasn't scared of him. Sheffield didn't let go of Kaylee's hand until the soup was almost cool. Her hand was scalded from her ordeal, red and blistered and obviously quite painful. Her crying worried Finley a lot, but he didn't dare to comfort her when she was crying because his wife was right next to him. He made his way to his bedroom, but kept looking back at Kaylee on the way. As if nothing happened, Sheffield just walked to his room with the plate of foods in his hand. When he walked past Sandra, he handed the plate to her. Sandra. I lost my appetite. Kaylee contaminated the soup. You're headed downstairs, right? Take this down for me." Then, without waiting for her reply, Sheffield shoved the plate of foods in her hands. Sandra was pissed off and screamed, "You're such an asshole, Sheffield. Thank you for reminding me," he said with a smile. Then he opened the door to his own bedroom and walked in. In the room, Evelyn was still sound asleep. He took out his phone and sent his assise, a cold glance and asked Sheffield, "What's going on?" Sterling's fist froze in the air the moment his gaze fell on Evelyn in her pajamas. His eyes sparkled with lust. Because someone else was drooling over his wife, Sheffield flew into a rage. Without warning, he gave his brother a knuckle sandwich. Caught off guard, Sterling didn't have time to duck. He staggered backwards awkwardly and almost fell to the floor. Sheffield wanted to kick him, but was stopped by Evelyn. "Sheffield." Because of her warning, Sheffield stopped. He tidied up his clothes and warned the man coldly. Keep an eye on your woman. If she keeps pissing me off, she'll get worse. You too. Evelyn held his arm and comforted him in a soft voice. Don't get mad. Just forget them. Let's go back and lay down. Yes, honey. The couple turned around and went back to their room. In the corridor, Sterling impatiently rolled his eyes at Kaylee and berated her. It's all your fault. If you start shit again, I'll drive you out of the Tang family. In his eyes, it was all Kaylee's fault that their relationship had turned so twisted. He really wasn't attracted to her anymore. Evelyn was hot, gracious, and rich. It was Kaylee's fault he cheated on her. They had shared the same bed for more than 10 years. How could Kaylee not know what Sterling was thinking? Obviously, he was interested in Evelyn. With a mocking smile, she said, Give up, dude. Evelyn Huo is an arrogant girl and has high standards. A loser like you could never win her heart. I'm a loser? Sterling pointed at his own nose in disbelief. Aren't you? Your younger brother is way more successful than you are. If your father didn't give you the title of general manager, how could you have the money to support a mistress? Kaylee taunted. As she talked, she realized Sheffield was the better man. He was a top surgeon, a crack race car driver, and became the CEO of Theo Group. All this despite his older brothers making trouble for him. If I'm such a loser, where did you get the money for your affairs? Sterling retorted. The couple began to fight about their past. Anyway, I'm not using your money on them. I can't even afford makeup every month on the money you give me. Including skincare products, Kaylee would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to maintain her beauty every month. Her words made Sterling's blood boil. He supported her for so many years. Now it seemed like a total waste of money. You're just never satisfied, are you? In a fit of anger, he dragged her back to their bedroom. Then he stalked inside, yanking her in too. As soon as he slammed the door, he slapped her hard. A malicious gleam appeared in his eyes. Bitch, since you're so insatiable, I know how to satisfy you. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Send some men to the Coors Hotel. After hanging up the phone, Sterling ignored the terrified look in Kaylee's eyes. I'm gonna teach you a lesson. Sterling Tang, are you crazy? I'm your wife. Then I want a divorce. How long have we been together? A decade, probably more. You still haven't given birth to a child. Even if you had a kid, I couldn't be sure it'd be mine. Why do I need such a useless wife? Sterling had made up his mind to get rid of Kaylee and marry Dolly. Although Dolly was just his mistress, at least she was faithful. Kaylee had slept with countless men. A lot. To him, she was a dirty woman. Fuck you, Sterling. Don't forget you cheated on me first. I was faithful. You were such a loser I had to cheat on you. Kaylee roared hysterically. This was the last straw. He insulted her, called her useless. His words made her heart ache more than when. LD be pretty evil too. Sheffield laughed. Listen to you. No wonder I love you. He touched her head affectionately. You have to be mean to the people who hurt you. Or your enemies will think that you're weak, and they'll bully you more. Uh-huh, she agreed. Jillian was a good example. If Evelyn had let the woman know how cruel she was at the start, Jillian wouldn't have gone off on her. Maybe she'd even still be employed. They drove straight to the Huo Manor. They thought Evelyn would be able to get a decent night's sleep and Sheffield would take Gwen out to have some fun. Later that day, the media was all abuzz about the divorce of Sterling and Kaylee. Sterling had paid off the media. They blamed it all on Kaylee. Said that she was the reason they were splitting up. She had affairs with several men at the same time, and there were photos of different men going in and out of her hotel room. A lot of media outlets reposted the news online, and opinion pieces did a hatchet job on the poor woman. Sterling was just a victim with an unfaithful wife. It was a huge scandal involving the Tang family, and reporters slammed the Theo Group's phone lines. They wanted to talk to Peterson and find out whether it was true. Of course, Peterson knew what was going on between Sterling and Kaylee. He'd known for a long time. He also knew who was in the wrong. But he didn't say anything to the press, nor did he give an explanation to the public. Peterson just didn't care about Sterling. The next day after the wedding, Sheffield and Evelyn embarked on their honeymoon. The newlyweds' first stop was Paris. After they spent a wonderful evening gazing at the city skyline from the top of the Eiffel Tower, Sheffield took Evelyn to ride on a merry-go-round at the famous carousel of the Eiffel Tower just around the corner. As the brightly painted wooden horses spun to the cheerful music playing in the background, Evelyn shot a sideways glance at Sheffield, who had been smiling at her the whole time. "Why did you bring me here?" "Gwyn isn't here," she asked. "I want to take you for a ride," he said frankly. This idea took form inside his head when he took Gwyn out on a merry-go-round for the very first time. The fact that it ended up happening so soon was merely coincidental. "I am not getting up on that," Evelyn refused bluntly. She didn't mind the other adults who were having fun on the merry-go-round. However, Evelyn felt she had passed the age for such childish sentiments. On the contrary, Sheffield loved indulging his childish habits. Far from behaving like a regular 28-year-old, he was the prime example of a man-child. Sheffield grabbed her hand and said, "Oh, come on. Just one ride. Stay close to me." Evelyn refused again. "No, not this. Choose something else." Evelyn still couldn't believe that Sheffield had just told her to go on a merry-go-round with him. Who would expect that from the CEO of a multinational corporation? The famous star anise. The man who was once the deputy director of the nephrology department of First General Hospital in Y City. "Do you know what couples who ride a merry-go-round do?" Sheffield asked, staring at her with expectant eyes. "What?" "This is a very popular spot. In fact, this is where all the couples come in from the Eiffel Tower to show their affection for each other with a kiss. It's meant to signify the loyalty of their love," Sheffield explained. "Huh? How have I never heard about this before?" Evelyn wondered. Disregarding her resistance, he grabbed her hand and dragged her to the merry-go-round. He sat her down on one of the horses and rode the one next to hers. Sheffield narrowed the distance between them, perfectly positioning himself for a romantic kiss. Just as the music started playing, the carousel started spinning. The weather in Paris that day felt like a kiss of summer without the fiery heat of noontime in August. The grass was a soft green that almost had a hint of blue, and in the sky was enough pristine white cloud to show. "I have added your and Gwyn's names on the Tang family's residence booklet. She can start kindergarten in a few months," Sheffield told Evelyn. Gwyn's name had been officially changed to Gwyneth Tang. "I haven't decided which kindergarten to send her to. I wonder if my parents have picked a kindergarten yet." Luckily, Gwyn had been attending early childhood development classes regularly. Hopefully, it would be no problem for her to get along with the other kids by the time she started kindergarten. "Dad has picked one out. It's an international bilingual kindergarten in the Eastern District. He's even checked all the teachers' backgrounds in advance, so you won't have to worry about it." Sheffield and Carlos had talked about this when they were at home. "Gwyn is much more willing to communicate now. Thank you so much, honey." He was displeased by the courtesy and formality in her tone. "What are you talking about? I'm Gwyn's father. I care about her. I'm happy to see her happy. In addition, I didn't do much for her. Gwyn is a lively girl by nature." It was undeniable that Gwyn took after Sheffield. Evelyn joked. "What if she turns out to be as talkative and annoying as you when she grows up?" Sheffield furrowed his eyebrows, pretending to be upset. "Do you still prefer guys like Dad and Prince G? They're just like you. In fact, you all could live happily together in perpetual silence. That sounds like a very interesting marriage, right?" Evelyn didn't seem very amused with that remark. "Why did you mention Calvert?" Evelyn cut a piece of dessert with a spoon and put it to his lips. "Eat your punishment." She grinned mischievously, recalling how much he disliked desserts and sweet food in general. Without any hesitation, Sheffield devoured the dessert, and afterward he took a deep breath and patted his belly. That was some seriously rich chocolate. The taste? Amazing. You said you didn't like desserts. Why are you pretending to enjoy it? "I like sweet foods," Sheffield declared. Then he stabbed his fork into a piece of tiramisu in order to prove his point. Evelyn was positive he denied liking sweet foods. At least he did the last time that topic arose. You said you didn't, though. Remember when I brought you a dessert at work, before we got back together? I was pretending. You wanted to get back together with me, and I wasn't going to make it easy for you. But really, how could I not eat something you got me? I ate all of it. Evelyn's mind wandered back to that day. But I threw it away. That's gross. With no intention to hide what he did, Sheffield told her. I got it back. Besides, you tossed it, box and all. It was still in the package. It's almost like you never threw it out. Evelyn was surprised to hear that. All right. But your assistants. They probably saw you do this. They must be wondering why their boss dug through the trash to find something to eat. Who cares? The point is I didn't waste anything you bought me. He didn't care what other people thought of him. He only cared about Evelyn. Evelyn didn't know what to say. Anyone tell you you're stubborn? No. They wouldn't say something like that. Not if they wanted to keep their jobs. You're really stubborn. She envied his determination. Thank you, honey. I'm flattered. They agreed to dine on French cuisine. Sheffield made a reservation at Bateau's Parisien, the floating restaurant on the Seine River, in advance. Alain Ducasse served as the chef at that floating restaurant. He is the godfather of French cuisine, preferring locally sourced ingredients and a naturalistic approach to cooking. He's a 9-star chef, and is considered to be among the best in the world. The dinner also doubled as a boat tour. During the meal they could enjoy viewing their engagement. You can't be pregnant yet. I need to work harder. He paid attention to how she felt and felt her pulse from time to time. As near as he could tell, she wasn't pregnant. Evelyn pinched his hand and answered, Let nature take its course. Yes. Sounds reasonable enough. By then they came to a place quite familiar to Sheffield. Hey honey, come here, he said. Then he took her into a dirty, run-down alley. There were 2 families living there, and 2 old bikes were parked at the door. It looked like nothing special. This is where I used to have gang fights. The principal liked to come around with a flashlight to bust us. My classmate lived in the innermost alley. As soon as the principal arrived, we hid in his house. Anyone who couldn't walk, we just dragged him in there with us. The principal couldn't find us, but someone reported us later. Did you get in a lot of fights? She asked. It sounded like Sheffield used to be a bad boy. With a smile on his face, he said, Yeah, I learned martial arts in the dojo at the beginning, guided by teachers. I sharpened my skills by getting in street fights. Okay. Evelyn had nothing else to say to that. Let's go. There's nothing special here. Want to see my old school? The school you and Jillian went to? She remembered that he once said he and Jillian were the popular kids at school. Yes, Sheffield admitted honestly. His uncomfortable fidgeting was an implication that he wasn't too keen on talking about Jillian, and he tried to sidestep the topic. However, Evelyn wasn't going to let him slip away so easily. She raised an eyebrow, feigning curiosity, and said, Please tell me more about your romantic stories from when you were in school. Romantic stories? I wasn't that popular, to be honest. In fact, I don't have any romantic stories from school. Admittedly, my relationship with her may have been close, but I don't think I was ever in love with her. But if I had known that I would meet someone like you in the future, I wouldn't have gotten close to any of those women in the first place. In hindsight, their love story would have gone a lot smoother, but everything in life that was ever worth having was worth every bit of the hardship. Evelyn curled her lips. Well, I have good news for you. You now have 1,000 chances to make it up to me. Then are you happy now? Of course I am. Although she knew that he was just coaxing her, Evelyn was still very happy deep down. That's good. Hand in hand, they took a walk around the campus, appreciating every second of this wonderful moment they were sharing together. Evelyn listened to him attentively as he told her all about his past life. When Sheffield mentioned his classmates, he would pretend to be annoyed and tell her how all the girls in his school tried to woo him back then. Sheffield also took her to see the stadium, where he ran with her on his back on the basketball court. Time flew wondrously when they were together, never having to deal with work or the other trifles of life. Their journey together as a couple was one filled with joy and love. Right after they got back to Y City, the two of them went to the Temple of Dharma first instead of heading back home. Facing the statue of Buddha, Sheffield asked the woman beside him, "Do you remember the wish you made 2.5 years ago?" Looking at the Buddha statue, Evelyn said softly, "Yes, I do. Has your wish come true?" "Anyway, my wish has come true," he said. She gently hooked onto his finger with her pinky and smiled. "My wish has come true too." Sheffield smiled happily. "So we are here to redeem our wishes." When Sheffield had made that wish a few years ago, he wished for life where he and Evelyn would be together until the end. The reason why he had come here was to redeem his wish as well as reminisce about the happy times he had spent with Evelyn. Yes, Evely. Ellen didn't have to worry about anything because Sheffield had already picked out the best gifts for them. Debbie was thrilled to have such a good son-in-law. "All right, I'll take them all. Thank you, Sheffield." "Mom, you are welcome." He took out a small box and gave it to Gwen. "My baby girl, here's your present. I'll open it for you." Sheffield undid the silver paper cautiously, opened a red leather case, and displayed a pink musical box. When he slowly opened the box, a tiny ballerina figurine danced in the center, swaying to the gentle tune. Gwen held the box in awe and gazed at it for a long time. No one had ever bought her a musical box before. This was the first time she had seen something like this, and it had come from her father. In truth, there was a diamond pendant in the shape of a violin fitted with the musical box, but since it wasn't suitable for a baby girl to play with, Sheffield gave it to Evelyn. Just then, Tobias walked in with 3 suitcases in his hands. Sheffield rushed to help him put down the suitcases because he pitied Tobias. These heavy suitcases were, in fact, all filled with mostly gifts Sheffield had bought for the others. The honeymoon was officially over. The couple went to their room at night with Gwen, and finally the family of 3 slept together. When the next day came, Evelyn and Sheffield had to focus their attention towards their work. Fortunately, Evelyn had Carlos to share her work with, but Sheffield was busy every day. He was either in the company dealing with documents or at business dinners. The Tang family members who had been trying to get back at Sheffield took the chance to approach Evelyn and snitch on him. Among the Tang family members, Sandra was the first to contact Evelyn to snitch on Sheffield. After talking to her casually for a while, Sandra said, "I heard that Sheffield attended a party recently. Did you know that he was accompanied by several women? Evelyn, I should remind you this. Men always chase after other beautiful women. You should be more careful." "Ah, so that's what this is about," Evelyn thought, rolling her eyes. "Thank you for your concern, Sandra. But I don't believe that Sheffield would betray me. He is not like other men." "That's where you are wrong. Sheffield is faithless and unreliable, just like all other men. He used to hang around with a lot of pretty girls. Didn't you know?" "I'm aware. But that was in the past. Let bygones be bygones," Evelyn said calmly. "Evelyn, you are being too naive. You should listen to." Evelyn wasn't in the mood to hear Sandra trying to sow discord between her and Sheffield, so she interrupted. "I have something to deal with at work. We can talk when we meet next time." Ignoring Sandra's protests, she hung up the phone and blacklisted her number soon after. That was just the beginning. One after the other, the Tang family members began to follow suit. 2 days later, Evelyn and Daphne, Pearson's wife, ran into each other near ZL Group, and Daphne invited Evelyn for coffee. They went to a nearby cafe and chatted for a while. After a few minutes, Daphne slid slowly into talks about Sheffield. "I don't know how to tell you this, Evelyn, but I saw Sheffield at a dinner party with a young model. Did you hear about this?" she asked, faking concern. "Here we go again," Evelyn replied with a calm smile. "I did not. But it's pretty normal to have someone to keep him company when he goes for a social engagement." Daphne observed her expression, but didn't find anything different. She was disappointed. She had thought that Evelyn would fly into a rage. "The model is hardly 21 years old, And she is delicate and good at acting coquettishly. Men like Sheffield are attracted to young women. Evelyn, you should keep an eye on him. Thank you, Daphne, but I know Sheffield all too well. He has no interest in such women. Sheffield was like a teenager himself. Of personal reasons? How ignorant are you? Do you know how many people will lose their jobs because of this? Evelyn stopped and looked coldly at the man behind her. Yes, Carlos Huo is the real boss of ZL Group. But you are forgetting that he is my father. Whom do you think my father will listen to, you a nobody or his daughter? Sterling's face turned red in embarrassment and anger. He yelled at her. You're going too far. You took advantage of your family status to bully Dolly, and now you are bullying the Tang family. You really are birds of a feather, you and Sheffield. As if Sheffield looking down upon him wasn't enough, now even his wife was undermining him. He couldn't hold his anger in anymore. Evelyn, on the other hand, was rather calm. Yes, I am bullying you. So what? If you are a capable man, you should establish your own company. Defeat ZL Group and Theo Group and then take turns to bully me and Sheffield. But the question is, are you capable of that? Business is a world of power, Mr. Tang. If you don't do well, then you will be bullied by those who are in power. Fuck. How dare you? A mere woman. How dare you lecture me? Driven by his reflex, Sterling raised his hand in an attempt to slap her. But Felix was ready. He grabbed Sterling's wrist tightly and kept him in place. Arg! He cried in pain. Let me go. Under Felix's more violent threat, Sterling had no other choice but to beg for mercy. Without another word, Evelyn walked away from the scene. Around 11 p.m., Sheffield returned to the Huo family manor. He slowly pushed open the door to Evelyn's bedroom. She had already taken her bath and was wearing a lace nightgown. She was leaning against the headboard reading a book. Gwen was sleeping with Debbie that night, so Evelyn was alone in the room. Even though she heard the door, Evelyn didn't take her eyes off the book. The smile on Sheffield's face froze. He knew that he was a dead man. His wife was angry, but as usual he had no idea why. Honey, I'm back. As he reminded himself to be careful in his approach, he placed his coat on the sofa, loosened his tie and walked towards the bed. When he got close, Evelyn smelled alcohol on him, mixed with a trace of perfume. She looked at him, and the first thing she saw was the red mark on the left shoulder of his white shirt. Evelyn rested her eyes on the mark and said with a fake smile, "Oh, Mr. Tang is finally back." Oh, she is definitely angry, he thought with a sigh. Honey, who pissed you off? Sheffield asked in a soft voice and pulled her into his arms. As he spoke, the warm breath of wine hit her face. Evelyn didn't try to break free. Let go of me, she said coldly. Okay. Sheffield let go and sat on the edge of the bed. Will you tell me what happened? You're asking me what happened? Go and look in the mirror. Sheffield's eyebrows shot up in confusion. He stood up and walked to her dressing table. Why do you want me to look in the mirror? Are you trying to tell me that I'm such a handsome man? He joked. Evelyn rolled her eyes and pretended to read the book. In the mirror, Sheffield noticed the red mark on his shoulder. He took a closer look and saw that it was a lipstick mark. His eyes widened. There had to be an explanation. He racked his brains to find out when this had happened. In a few seconds the memory came back to him. He rushed to Evelyn, crossed his fingers and swore. It was Mr. Xiao, that son of a bitch. He sent his wife to seduce me. But I swear I didn't touch that woman. She sat next to me for about 2 minutes and I sent her away soon after. Her lips might have brushed my shirt while she tried to whisper something to me. It was an accident. Nothing happened between us. For 2. But... He held her at arm's length, looked her in the eye with a smile and went on. Now that we know what they are up to, we should not play by their rules. Let's fall more in love and piss them off. You agree? Evelyn finally smiled. She cupped his face and said softly, Honey, remember that no matter what happens in the future, I will always be there for you. I will support you unconditionally. I love you. Sheffield's heartstrings pulled, swayed and danced. How could I ever not love this woman? She's the best. He held her face and kissed her on the lips again. I'm so happy to have you in my life, Eve. Me too, she said, kissing him back passionately. Her life was beautiful now. She had her parents, siblings, Sheffield and Gwyn. At the shareholders' meeting the next day, someone impeached Sterling for everything he had done. Sterling knew that it was Sheffield's doing and got into a fight with him. Tobias called Evelyn to tell her what was going on. He told her urgently that Sheffield and Sterling were alone in the meeting room, and that no one was allowed to enter. He was aware that the two men were having a fight, but didn't know who had the upper hand. Worried that Sheffield might get hurt, Tobias asked Evelyn to come over and stop them. Theo Group. A black Emperor pulled up in front of the building. Before Felix could get out of the driver's seat, Tobias, who had been waiting at the entrance all along, rushed to the car and opened the door for Evelyn. Wearing a pair of gray crystal high heels, Evelyn got out of the car. Tobias explained anxiously, Mrs. Tang, Mr. Sheffield Tang and Mr. Sterling Tang are still in the conference room. Everyone in the company knows what happened. Evelyn nodded. Which floor? She straightened her clothes and walked into the office building of Theo Group without missing a beat. The conference room is on the 37th floor. We had a shareholders' meeting this morning, Tobias said, catching up with her. I see. Evelyn rocked a long black and white designer dress. The moment she appeared, she drew everyone's attention. The employees hadn't seen their CEO's wife since they got married. They all admired her sartorial style and noble demeanor. Tobias led Evelyn into the CEO's private elevator, and it took her straight to the 37th floor. At the entrance of the meeting room there were some senior executives, who were all at a loss as to what to say. Good morning, Mrs. Tang, they said, greeting Evelyn as soon as they saw her. Evelyn nodded at them. As soon as she reached the door, she heard a thump and a strangled cry from inside. It was Sterling. On the way there she dialed Sheffield's number. But he had handed his phone to Tobias, so she hadn't had a chance to talk to him yet. Tobias knocked on the door to the conference room. Mr. Sheffield Tang, your wife is here. The noise level in the room dropped. Tobias continued to pound on the door. Mr. Sheffield Tang, please open the door. Mrs. Tang is here. The door was still closed, but they could hear no noise coming from beyond it. Evelyn knocked at the door herself and said quietly, Hey sweetie. It's me. The door was opened as soon as she said that. It was Sheffield, with bruises on his face. When he saw Evelyn, he rolled his eyes at Tobias and asked resignedly, Who called my wife? Evelyn was relieved to see Sheffield, to see that he was okay. She jumped in to help Tobias. No one called me. I called you. I couldn't get a hold of you though, so I decided to drop by. Ignoring everyone else, Sheffield intimately put his arms around Evelyn. With eyes full of affection he asked in a soft voice, I didn't have my phone on me during the meeting. And stuck it on his face. After throwing the wrapper into the waste basket, Evelyn looked at him and shook her head helplessly. He's so handsome even with a band-aid, she thought. What was that all about? Sighing and shaking your head like that. Evelyn pinched his uninjured cheek and said, It means you're hopeless. And I'm hopelessly in love. Then she sat beside him and asked, Does it hurt anywhere? I know your brother got banged up pretty bad. Yes, here. The playful man gripped her hand and pulled it to his body. When she realized what he was up to, her face blushed. You're something else, you know that. She drew her hand back and slapped him heavily on the shoulder. He held her tightly in his arms. I'm fine. Nothing happened to me. You trust me. So, are you disowning him as a brother? Yes, I can't let him off easily. He'll end up in jail. Then he told her what happened. Some of the shareholders of the company reported to the board the kinds of illegal things Sterling had done. Sterling was furious and demanded to know if Sheffield was behind this. He got belligerent with his brother. Sheffield didn't deny it. It was his job as CEO to see that these kinds of things were taken care of. So he revoked the man's shares, and was going to have him kicked out of the building. This erupted in a huge fight, and Sterling raised his fists and his voice. He also brought up the past and accused Sheffield of seducing and sleeping with his wife. Sheffield began to confront Sterling about the past when they were left alone in the office. Their argument heated, and they began to fight. Sheffield wanted to get back at Sterling for every nasty thing he had done to him, but he hit Sterling a little too hard and almost killed him. After telling Evelyn about what had happened, he sighed with relief. It doesn't matter whether he admits to me about all the illegal activities he had done in the company. The police will get the confession out of him. He will do time, at least 10 years. If he is guilty, then he has to pay the price. What about your dad? Both you and Sterling are his sons. What does he say about all this? If there is a chance that Sterling might go to jail, he won't just sit by and do nothing, would he? Sheffield snorted. What can he do? Sterling committed all these crimes while that old man was in charge of the company. He couldn't discipline his son. The least he can do now is let others do the job for him. If he insists on covering up for Sterling, I'll leave the company. It was a very direct threat to his father. If you help Sterling, then you lose me and the company. Don't be so stubborn. You can't just suddenly leave such a large company with no care in the world. Now that the company is yours, it is your responsibility to keep it floating. You can't say something like that so easily. Sheffield pouted. Okay, honey. I won't say that again, he said obediently with a nod. Good boy, Evelyn said, ruffling his hair. Sheffield chuckled. What? She asked. When I pet your head, I do it out of love. But when you do the same, it's like you're playing with a puppy. Evelyn burst into laughter. She ruffled his hair again. It did feel like she was petting a pup. She laughed even louder at the thought of that. After seeing her bright smile, Sheffield didn't mind her treating him like a puppy anymore. He leaned closer to her and said, Please take me home, master. Evelyn played along. Fine. But, paying attention to her all this time, knew that she was engaged to Calvert at that time. So who was the child's father? Was it Calvert or someone else? If the kid's father was not Calvert, then how had Evelyn claimed to be the victim back then? Reporters called Theo Group and ZL Group all day long, asking about the true identity of Gwyneth Tang. Sheffield was in a meeting when he heard about the rumors. His assistant had burst into the meeting hall and had told him what was happening. His first reaction was to delete Gwen's picture from the internet. He didn't want his daughter to be exposed, but he and Evelyn had attracted so much attention already that the netizens couldn't stop reposting or exposing the pictures on other platforms. The amount of comments rose quickly on Evelyn's accounts on all social media apps. They wanted Evelyn to personally explain who Gwyneth's father was. Reporters waited at the gates of both groups, trying to get a glimpse of the little girl. When the rumors broke out, Terilyn and Joshua were at the aquarium with Gwen. A reporter somehow found out their location and greeted the little girl, pretending to be a passerby. Gwen was so cute that many people often came to greet her. So Terilyn didn't mind them saying hello to the little girl, as long as they didn't get too close to Gwen. The reporter gave Gwen a smile that seemed genuinely sweet and he said, Hey there, little girl. Aren't you a cutie? Can you tell me the name of your mommy? Gwen blinked, a little confused by the sudden change in conversation, but quickly nodded. My mommy is Evelyn Huo. And what about your daddy? The man's line of questioning caught Terilyn's attention, but before she could stop Gwen from responding, the innocent little girl unknowingly blurted out the name. Sheffield. Suddenly, Terilyn's attention was distracted. This time it was a call from Sheffield. Hello, Terilyn. Where are you and Gwen right now? We are at the aquarium. We're just waiting for Joshua to get the car so we can head back home. Okay. Listen to me very carefully. Someone leaked Gwen's photos on the internet. Bring her back home right now and don't go anywhere else. Sheffield was worried as he didn't want them to get mobbed by gossip-mongering reporters. What? What did you say? Staring at the man who was still trying to talk to Gwen, Terilyn instinctively realized that he was a journalist. Bennett. As she picked up Gwen in her arms, she shouted at the bodyguard standing next to her. Don't let him get away. The sly reporter was quick to react and would have almost escaped if Bennett hadn't caught him in the nick of time. The experienced bodyguard did well to subdue the man with haste and ease. What happened? Terrelin. Sheffield screamed, alarmed by the noise on the other end. Sheffield, we ran into a reporter, but Bennett got him. We will bring Gwyn back home right away. Okay. Be quick. Call me if anything happens. Bennett found a digital voice recorder pen inside the reporter's pocket. And sure enough, his conversation with Gwyn had been recorded. Terrelin was so angry that she threw the recorder pen on the ground and stomped on it a few times, crushing it under the sole of her shoes. After she made certain that it was broken, she picked up the broken pieces and threw them in a nearby trash can. With cold, rigid eyes narrowed, she gave the reporter a solemn warning and walked away with Gwyn in her arms. Just as soon as Sheffield ended the call, his cell phone rang. It was Evelyn. Have you read the news? Yes. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of everything. Where are you now? The first person Sheffield called was Terrelin because he found out from Carlos that she was with Gwyn. Carlos still maintained a degree of seriousness in front of the cameras, but his tone was soft as he spoke. Actually, I've been thinking about apologizing to Evelyn. As her father, I should have never intervened in her relationship with Sheffield. I had a very good opinion of the son of the G family at the very beginning. So, after she and Calvert broke up, I insisted on bringing them back together. Evelyn remained filial and she chose to listen to me. He paused as if he saw Evelyn from the camera.
Evelyn, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for what I did to you and Sheffield. He apologized. The reporter cut in. Mr. Huo, you did what any loving father would do for his daughter's happiness. From what you've said, she sounds like a kind and reasonable person. I'm sure she will understand you. The guilt in Carlos' eyes was undeniable. When Evelyn got pregnant, none of us knew about it. Even she herself didn't know. Sheffield loved Evelyn very much, and he tried to get my approval many times, but I didn't allow it. Heartbroken, Sheffield left for D-City to offer medical support. That was the same place where he had met Evelyn for the first time. Meanwhile, Evelyn was engaged to Calvert. After Calvert's relationship with his stepsister was exposed to the public, Evelyn and Calvert broke off their engagement. When she left for D-City to bring Sheffield back, she found out that she was pregnant. Due to health concerns, she had to return halfway, and after that, she lost contact with Sheffield. It was not until when Sheffield came back to take his place as the CEO of Theo Group that he found out about his daughter Gwyn. The reporter commented, "It's pretty obvious they're very much in love." He was talking about Evelyn and Sheffield. Of course. I never regretted letting Evelyn marry him. After 2 years apart, he jumped at the chance to propose to her. He showered her with betrothal gifts too, like shares of Theo Group. As soon as they set a wedding date, they popped down to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificates. He's done a good job so far, Carlos stated. So that's how it was. No need to feel guilty, Mr. Huo. They're happy now, right? Yes. I'll try my best to make it up to Sheffield. He's suffered a lot proving his love for Evelyn. Both Carlos' interview and Sheffield's press conference went viral. Netizens finally had something to confirm their suspicions. Naturally, the scandals about Calvert and Rowena resurfaced. That was where the public relations teams of Theo Group and ZL Group came in, minimizing media coverage of such things, and guiding public opinion. Gradually, people became excited about Sheffield and Evelyn getting married, and the bad old days were forgotten. Many people appreciated Sheffield's profound love for Evelyn, and at the same time, they were glad that she hadn't married Calvert. She would have missed out on Sheffield if she had. Other people brought up the old saying, although a man's love for a woman cannot be measured by money, it's still a way to see how much a man loves you. Anyone could tell how much Sheffield loved Evelyn. He bought her that expensive red diamond ring and used it to propose to her. He paid a high bride price to the Huo family, not to mention the expensive wedding dress and the decorations. Princess Evelyn is so lucky to have two men who love her that much, a netizen commented. Mr. Tang and Mrs. Tang, please be happy forever. Blessings were thrown this way and that on the message boards. Tears welled up in Evelyn's eyes when she saw the two videos. She felt so lucky to have two men who loved her so much. It had caused a lot of trouble online, but she didn't have to worry about it. Her husband and her father took care of everything. But she did feel responsible, so she reached out. After thinking about it, she logged into her Weibo AC. Joshua, the same hell you put me through. Why are you letting him off the hook? When did I say that? What are you playing at? Joshua isn't as accomplished or as rich as you are. He has a hard enough time on his own. Why should I make things more difficult for him? Carlos said matter-of-factly. Joshua refused to help you when you were trying to stop me and Evelyn from getting together. Besides, you asked me who was more important, my best friend or my father-in-law. You asked me to stand with you, not against you. Sheffield wasn't trying to pit Carlos against Joshua. But the old man was being unfair. He kept meddling in Evelyn and his relationship, and caused no end of problems. But he just gave in easily to the idea of Joshua marrying his younger daughter. Carlos feigned sadness. That was my fault. I really was too hard on you. But I know what I did was wrong, and I don't want to do it again. That was a loyalty test. I wanted to figure out if you'd dump your friends and family for me. I guess now I know. The rest of the family burst into laughter. Carlos always had an answer ready for Sheffield. Dad, groaned the young man. Life is hard, he yelled in his heart. Carlos nodded. Yes, son? What can I do for ya? Sheffield was completely speechless. Watching the two, Matthew flashed a thin smile. Finally, someone knew what it was like to be him. Carlos had another punching bag now. After a short while, Sheffield and Matthew followed Carlos into the study. Carlos, Matthew and Sheffield conversed for a while in the study. They'd planned this for a long time and now they needed to make things happen. In the bedroom, Evelyn and Sheffield made love languorously, exploring every curve, loving every minute of it. Eventually, Sheffield propped himself up on an elbow and said, Honey, I'm taking off. He stroked her hair. I have some work to finish up. He felt bad lying to her, but he didn't want her to worry. Evelyn was sleepy. In a haze, she asked, This have anything to do with what you and Dad were talking about earlier? Why so late? Yeah, it's complex. Problems are bound to pop up, so we figured we'd do it when everyone else was sleeping. That way we won't be disturbed. Matthew and I will switch off. When he gets tired, that's when I step in. Don't worry. I'll be fine, he answered. Okay. Let me go with you. No thanks. I can take care of myself. I'll rest if I get tired. Sleep tight, baby. I'll see you tomorrow. Evelyn watched him leave the room. She really didn't imagine he was lying to her. She was just concerned about her husband's health. For the next 2 weeks, Evelyn couldn't help but wonder why Sheffield left the house every night. Then she asked Carlos, Dad, what project are you and Sheffield working on? He hasn't been home at night. I asked him and he says he sleeps in his office. Carlos didn't even look at her. He played with the azure mud teapot in his hand and answered, We found a mysterious mine. We don't know much about it yet, so we need to keep it secret. Okay, but why keep Sheffield out all night? Every night for the past 2 weeks, she went to bed alone. If she didn't know her husband better, she would have sworn he was having an affair. So you're saying you miss him? Carlos teased. Evelyn's face reddened.
No.
But think about how it looks. He's out late every night. Nothing strange about that. Once we're certain what kind of mine it is, he won't have to work late anymore. It won't take long, Carlos assured her. Soon everything would be made clear. He was convinced that the rumors of Evelyn being a jinx were untrue, that someone was behind these accidents. The truth would eventually be driven into the light. Okay, Evelyn murmured resignedly. A month later, Evelyn got a call from Sheffield, in the middle of the night. Hey hone. Melody was threatening to do the same. Evelyn said, Melody, don't do this. She wanted to say, You're my good friend. But she didn't. Melody hated it when she said that. Melody, come down from there. We'll go shopping. We'll find an even more beautiful dress for you, okay? Evelyn really didn't know how to comfort her, and could only try and distract her. Napier glared at Evelyn like a crazy man. If anything happens to her, I'll kill you, he yelled at her. Then he ran full tilt towards Melody. But Melody stopped him. Napier, stop. Hearing her soft voice, Napier froze in his tracks. Melody looked back and forth between them, and finally her eyes fell on Napier's frightened face. She had been in chemo for more than a year. She was tired of the pain, tired of being tired. The woman felt like the cancer had robbed her of everything. Napier, don't hate me and don't hate Evelyn. There's no right or wrong in love. Firemen got there quickly and mobilized. A crowd had started to gather, and the life-saving mat was inflated as fast as they could. More people rushed to the top of the building trying to talk Melody out of it. A psychological negotiator, firemen, policemen, doctors, nurses. They were all trying to save the woman sitting on the edge of the roof. Napier turned around and yanked Evelyn to him. Damn it, Evelyn. Save her, or I'll push you off myself, he roared. His strength was so great that Evelyn staggered and fell to her knees, but she kept her eyes on Melody the whole time. No one could guess what might happen next. Melody screamed at Napier's rough manner. Don't treat her like that, Napier. Her voice seemed to calm Napier down a little. He clenched his fists. Evelyn stood up and straightened her clothes like nothing had happened. Melody. Tears welled in her eyes. How long have we known each other? Melody smiled sweetly. 12 years, 3 months. She remembered the exact time. She'd had a lot of time to think. She was happy then, happy that she was young, healthy, and had a good friend in Evelyn. Yeah, we've known each other a long time. And you want to go and leave me alone? You're the one who said you wanted to see me get married. Few people had seen Evelyn shed any tears at all, but she was unable to hold them back. She took a few deep breaths and raised her head to hide it. Melody stood up from the edge of the building, heedless of what the negotiator and the police were telling her. She stood there facing everyone. She stared at Evelyn intently and said, But Evelyn, you'll get married one day, but I won't be there to see it. Besides, be honest, you don't want to take care of me anymore. If I die, I won't be a burden anymore. It's not like that.
Melody. I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have said that. You know I didn't mean that. I'm still here every day, right? You're not a burden, it's just hard to watch you in pain. If she could turn back time, Evelyn would change what she said. She would never utter those words again. I don't care about you anymore. Melody smiled palely. She walked on the edge of the roof carelessly. Everyone present was afraid she would fall off accidentally. She didn't get how much danger she was in. Don't take another step forward, she shouted at a firefighter. Go away. I only want to talk to Evelyn. Evelyn took a step forward and gently tried to calm her down. I'm here. Melody, listen to me. Stay right there. I'll come get you, okay? Hey, look, if you come down from there, we can hang.
En répond herself.
What could Evelyn do? Was she wrong when she said that? Carlos felt bad for his daughter. She was nice to Melody, but both Melody and Napier took it for granted. And now Napier was blaming Evelyn for Melody's death. Carlos had enough. Napier was so angry that his face turned red. He said, She's a murderer. Carlos grabbed him by the collar and was about to punch him again when Evelyn grabbed his hand. Dad, I want to see Melody. Carlos shoved Napier away, straightened his clothes, and pulled his daughter into his arms. He kissed her hair lovingly and comforted her. Evelyn, I'm here for you. Don't be afraid. Evelyn nodded. Thank you, Dad. Thank God for giving her a happy family, and a father who took care of her no matter what. Evelyn handled Melody's funeral arrangements. Melody's parents had died 8 years before. In order to cure Melody, Napier had blown all his savings. He had no money to buy her a tomb or take care of her funeral. After Melody was buried, Napier went mad. He guarded her tombstone every day, and the graveyard guard couldn't drive him away. At first, everybody thought it was just hard for Napier to accept Melody's death. They thought he would be back to normal as time went by. But no, year after year he did the same thing. In the years following Melody's death, Napier did nothing but keep a vigil at her tombstone every day. Evelyn felt sorry for him. She not only gave him money on a regular basis, but also had someone bring him food and drinks every day. She even had a house built for him. It was erected near the one intended for the cemetery watchman. Then one day, Napier disappeared from the world and no one saw him again, not in that cemetery or even in Y City.
Satale.
Sounds like the guy let his grief consume him. But why kill Evelyn's ex-boyfriends? Sheffield thought Napier was nuts. Even if he bore a grudge against Evelyn for his girlfriend's death, killing 3 people to get back at her was a little weird. And apparently he was trying to target the 4th. Melody had jumped off the building in a red dress. That was the reason why Evelyn didn't like red dresses. He should have known that sooner. If one thing was clear from Carlos' account, it was that Melody and Evelyn cared for each other deeply. "Are you sure it's Napier Tao?" Carlos asked. "Pretty sure. I caught a glimpse of his face when we fought, but he escaped. The police chief's last name is Tao, too. Do you think there's a connection?" That was the key to the mystery. Sheffield had started patrolling the streets at night, hoping to draw Napier out. At last they had some measure of success. Last night, in the wee hours, Napier popped up near Sheffield's old apartment. The two of them fought with each other again. However, Napier was nobody's fool. He figured out Sheffield had men waiting to ambush him, and escaped. Sheffield wanted to catch him, but this guy was too quick. He pulled out a knife and slashed at Sheffield's midsection. The CEO sidestepped it and managed to pull off the man's mask. The moment the mask was pulled off, he recognized him. It was the man who he had beaten in Evelyn's apartment some time ago. Chief Tao. Carlos pondered. It was a very important question. "Probably," he answered. The cases of Evelyn's murdered exes were unsolved. Napier couldn't have gotten away with it, unless a cop helped him out. This Chief Tao could be the one doing it. Chief Tao retired a year ago. I'll go see him tomorrow. Okay. In the living room of the Huo family manor, a white piano sat by. Play. There was indeed some emergency in the company, so Evelyn didn't insist on staying at the manor. Before she left, she said to the father and daughter duo, "Gwyn, do what Daddy tells you. Sheffield, remember to have her drink warm water. Text me about the kiddo." If he didn't let her know what was going on, she wouldn't be able to focus. "Okay, go ahead. Be careful on the road. Gwyn, say goodbye to Mommy." The little girl rested her head on Sheffield's shoulder, raised her hand feebly and waved it at Evelyn. "Bye, Mommy," she said in a low voice. Feeling sorry for her daughter, Evelyn stroked her cheek lovingly and said, "Be a good girl. If it hurts or you feel weird, let Daddy know. I'm leaving now." "Okay." Around lunchtime, Gwyn still didn't seem right. If anything, she was worse. After Evelyn left, Sheffield tried to play with her. But a while later, she began to feel sleepy again. So he relented and tucked her into bed. When she was asleep, Sheffield took her temperature. It was 38.5 degrees Celsius. Sheffield wasn't taking any chances and brought her to the car. Once she was safely belted into her seat, Sheffield brought her to the hospital. When they arrived at the pediatric department of First General, the doctor took the girl's temperature. It had jumped to 39.5 degrees Celsius. The girl needed to be put on an ibuprofen to bring her fever down. Sheffield filled out all the hospital admission forms and waited. When she was wheeled into a room and her was in place, he called Evelyn. Evelyn finished up her work quickly and zoomed over to the hospital. When she arrived, the doctors were on their rounds. There were more than 10 doctors milling around the VIP ward of the pediatric department. Why so many? Evelyn thought. She checked the ward number again just to make sure. Yes, she had it right, Ward 6 of the pediatric department. But didn't Gwyn just have a fever? Why were there so many doctors here? She still wondered if she was in the right ward. But there were too many people inside the room, so she couldn't see the patient clearly. So she pulled out her phone and called Sheffield. What ward is Gwen in? She asked. Ward 6. So you're here. Doesn't she just have a fever? What's going on? Evelyn asked carefully as she held her breath. Yeah. They gave her something for the fever and she's on N4 now. Okay, I'm at the door. I'll go in after the doctors come out. I don't feel like squeezing in there. Sure. Sheffield ended the call and faced the doctors with a smile. Thank you, everyone. Looks like Gwen's going to be okay. Director Jean, I'll let you get back to work. Thank you for your time. Director Jean nodded. Okay. When you get tired of being a CEO and want to be a surgeon again, just tell me. There's always a place for you here. You were the best surgeon, Dr. Tang. Things haven't been the same since you left. Are you coming back? One of the doctors said. They hadn't found a suitable replacement for Sheffield yet. Horace patted Sheffield's shoulder and said, Let me know when you're free. Drinks are on me. His friend found out only recently that Sheffield was a CEO. Sheffield put his hand on Horace's shoulder and expressed his gratitude. Thanks for the compliment. I'm probably not leaving Theo Group anytime soon, but I'll give you a ring when I get some time. Free drinks are hard to pass up. Okay. Looking forward to it. Sounds good. Director Jean made his way out, and the other doctors and nurses followed. Meanwhile, Evelyn had stepped away to answer a business call. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. So they climbed the stairs and made their way there. Carlos knocked on Matthew's door and summoned him as well. When they were all assembled, Sheffield filled them in. I found Napier. He had an altercation with the cops recently and took Jillian hostage. Apparently he knows her. Or at least knows about her. Carlos had some more info. I talked with Chief Tao yesterday. He's a clever guy. He didn't bat an eye when I mentioned Napier. Matthew looked at Sheffield. You can look into their relationships online, including Chief Tao's past. Probably worth pursuing. Although the chief erased the evidence, we can find something if we dig deeply enough, Sheffield agreed. Half an hour later, they left the study, having come up with a plan of action. Evelyn didn't know about it, at least until Napier contacted her out of the blue. That night after Gwen fell asleep, she received a mysterious phone call. Hello, a voice said. It's me. The voice sounded familiar. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, so Evelyn wasn't sure who it was. Who is this? Evelyn asked. I didn't expect Sheffield to be so clever, Evelyn. I couldn't kill him. He turned me into a wanted man. Melody will never forgive you if I die. So it was Napier. What are you talking about? What does all this have to do with Sheffield? She didn't know what had happened. Don't play dumb with me. Thanks to your husband, I'm wanted by the police. Don't you know that? Napier yelled on the other end of the line. Evelyn had to take the phone away from her ear briefly. She could feel the coldness in his voice. Why are you wanted by the police? Could it be? A terrible thought flashed through her mind. It's all your fault. It sounded like Napier had smashed something. Evelyn heard the sound of glass shattering on the other end. She covertly took the phone away from her ear and pressed the record button. Then she asked calmly, So you were the one who killed my ex-boyfriends? Yes, he admitted frankly. Why? She asked, dreading the answer. You can't be serious. You're really asking me why? Evelyn Huo, you killed the only woman I love. Why should I let you off the hook? I knew Melody loved you more than me. I couldn't wait to kill you once I knew. What's more, she killed herself for you. But you don't even feel bad about that, do you? Memories flooded her mind, old friends, good times and bad. Evelyn felt as if she'd fallen into a freezer, and her blood was like ice in her veins. Look, I know I wasn't there for Melody when she needed me, but those were innocent people you killed. They had nothing to do with her. Why would you do that? Just because you hated me. She tried to make her way to the door, but her legs felt weak from fear. Sheffield and Matthew were still at work, but her dad was there. She could ask him for help. Before they died, I told them they were dying for you. I didn't kill them. You did. Napier laughed like a devil in the dark. Evelyn was so freaked out she forgot to knock on the door. She pushed it open and walked right into Carlos and Debbie's bedroom. Debbie and Carlos were lying in bed, reading. Upon seeing Evelyn, Debbie was about to say something when Evelyn put her finger to her lips, telling her to be quiet. Carlos noticed her pale face. The smile on his face disappeared and he got out of bed quietly. Putting her phone on speaker, Evelyn took a deep breath and continued. If Melody were alive, she'd be very disappointed in you. Did you forget what she said before she died? She asked you to take good care. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Ed from two people, a man and a woman. This went on for 20 minutes and then the room was still. Jillian had a charming smile on her face. While straightening her clothes she asked, "What did Evelyn say?" Napier had cleaned up nicely. He'd recovered enough of his senses to groom himself and start wearing clean clothes again. He glanced at the woman in contempt. She agreed to my terms. He had plans. Big plans. First he thought about abducting Evelyn, but he abandoned that. Then he thought he might kidnap someone from the Tang family, but that too was discarded. Then he found Jillian. She and Sheffield had known each other forever, and she despised Evelyn. So he decided to kidnap her and hold her hostage. He would bargain with Sheffield for her release. Napier didn't expect Jillian to be such a whore. She fought bravely at first. Yes, at first. But a few beatings broke her. He wasn't sure what he expected, but she gave in surprisingly easily. Not only did she allow him to do anything he wanted, but even offered to help him. Pretending not to see the contempt in his eyes, Jillian asked expectantly, "Take me with you?" She grew quite fond of this man. Day by day she fell a little more in love. He was so masculine, determined. She liked him so much. That depends. Can you keep up with me? That's the only way it'll work. Napier didn't want to take her with him at all. To him, she was just a way to satisfy his lust. Other than that, he had no use for her. Napier thought as long as he had money, he could get any woman he wanted. So Jillian was nothing to him. Of course. I'll do my best, said Jillian, beaming. 3 days later. As she agreed, Evelyn arrived at the cemetery. Felix insisted on coming along, so the two made their way to Melody's gravesite. She hadn't been here since Napier tried to rape her in her apartment. She was ashamed and scared of upsetting Melody. It had been nearly 3 years. The tombstone was still clean, but she couldn't see Napier. The house he lived in looked abandoned. Standing in front of the tomb, staring at Melody's photo, Evelyn had mixed feelings. Melody, please be strong in your next life. A few minutes of quiet contemplation later, she asked Felix to place the briefcases of cash at the spot where Napier used to sit. Just then, a man in a denim coat holding a bouquet of chrysanthemums came out of nowhere. It seemed that he also wanted to pay his respects to the dead. When he walked past Evelyn, he suddenly changed directions and charged at her. But Felix had been watching her like a hawk. Before the man could pounce on Evelyn, the bodyguard stepped between them. The man moved quickly and hit Felix with an axe kick. It caught the bodyguard by surprise and he fell to his knees. Felix pushed through the pain and got up quickly to rejoin the fray. Nearby, several snipers took the safeties off their weapons and began sighting through their scopes. They all were hoping to get a clear shot at Evelyn's mysterious attacker. But the attacker also had a gun. He called out in a loud voice meant to carry his words to all concerned. I'll count to 3. I want everyone gone except me and Evelyn. Stay and she dies. Evelyn looked at the man but she didn't recognize him. But that voice. It was strange. He didn't look like Napier but the voice was unmistakable. Napier? She asked. With a weird smile he answered. Yes, it's me. He had undergone plastic surgery to change his AP. That's none of my business. Napier said impatiently. Okay, then let me ask you another question. Why did Evander quit his job? He had an easy position at the Huo Manor. Napier sneered. You really did your research. You even know about Evander. Of course, because I found the transfer order online. An expert in computers, Sheffield was able to track down everything done on the internet. Evelyn looked at him in shock. Did Evander have something to do with Napier too? She never knew. He saw me in Keegan Guan's car. That night I killed Keegan. In order to stop Evander from turning me in, I threatened the lives of his wife and son, and then he left the Huo family. So that explained it. Keegan Guan was Evelyn's third ex-boyfriend, a prosecutor. He was killed on his way home after dropping her off at the Huo Manor. Chief Tao told everybody his name is Neil, but his real name is Penli Tao. After he killed his twin brother, he assumed his identity. He's been living a lie for 19 years. And of course I know you're his nephew. After you committed those crimes he buried the evidence. Then, he told the victims' families and the Huo family that nothing could be done. He also manufactured evidence to mislead everyone. Carlos trusted Penli. Maybe too much. So he had never figured out that Napier was the murderer. The combined forces of Sheffield and Carlos were able to gather evidence incriminating every nefarious activity Penli Tao had committed. When Napier turned to face Sheffield's cold and mirthless eyes, he stood there frozen from the neck up, blood drained from his face. Even words struggled to come out of his mouth as he stammered. What? What else do you know? I also know that you purchased the weapon from the black market. The only reason why Jillian is aiding you and still hasn't reported your crimes to the police is because she is suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Needless to say, it was all over for Napier and Jillian because the police had found their hideout. Sheffield reckoned that Jillian might have already been taken away while they were chatting here. Stockholm Syndrome is a condition in which hostages will develop feelings of trust or affection for their captors during captivity. In such circumstances, the victims, despite the danger and risk endured, will tend to foster sympathy for their captors. This attraction is not to be taken lightly, as hostages would even find themselves aiding and abetting their captors. On the contrary, some cases have shown that the victims might even start to see their rescuers as enemies. Such was the case with Jillian. When the rescuers came to free her, Jillian went berserk, absolutely reluctant to leave the basement where Napier had held her captive. The police had no choice in the end but to take her away by force. Now that all of Napier's secrets were exposed, he felt completely vulnerable in front of Sheffield. Much like a man who had nothing else to lose, Napier took the safety off his gun, ready to shoot Evelyn. Sheffield's heart skipped a beat. He stealthily sent a signal to his men when Napier wasn't looking. I have something important to tell you. Melody is still alive, he said confidently, trying to distract Napier. Just as Sheffield had intended, the last sentence succeeded in drawing Napier's attention as the kidnapper took the bait like a hungry trout. As he shook his head in disbelief, Napier's voice trembled with each word. You are talking nonsense. Ah. Bang. Bang. Napier's ear-piercing shriek was followed by 2 consecutive gunshots, before it faded and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. This was the only chance Sheffield was going to get, and he knew that all too well. Without any hesitation, he rushed over and held Evelyn in his arms, kicking the one and deleted his words before returning it to him. Uncle Evander, it's okay. I understand. You don't need to be afraid anymore. He won't be able to hurt anyone from jail. Perhaps he'll even get sentenced to death very soon. Tears welled up in Evander's eyes and he nodded his head. Before Evelyn and Evander parted, She gave him a large sum of money again. The old man didn't want to accept it, but she insisted on giving it to him for his treatment. Shortly after, Evander saw Evelyn off with a tearful face. Before long, Calvert was arrested in M country on charges of aiding and abetting another criminal. Suffice it to say, he was going to be locked up for at least a few years. The former police chief, Penley, was also caught and was given a suspended death sentence. The Huo, Tang, Qi, Lianguan families all filed a lawsuit against Napier at the same time. Due to the severity of his crimes, he was given the death sentence. The day before Calvert was put into jail, Napier was executed. The mystery surrounding the deaths of Evelyn's ex-boyfriends had finally come to an end. The people who had previously said that Evelyn was a jinx all shut their mouths. Meanwhile, the situation at the Tang family was in a mess. At first, Sheffield didn't want to bother himself with the affairs of his own family, but when the Tang family came to him, disrupting Evelyn and his peaceful life, he decided to settle everything, once and for all. The first member Sheffield had to deal with was Sandra. She was forced to go back to live with her husband's family, and she could only come back to visit Peterson during the festivals. The next target on Sheffield's list was his eldest brother, Willis, who was having an affair with his secretary. With Sheffield's interference, Willis and his wife got divorced, splitting the custody of their children respectively. As for Felton, his behavior changed monumentally after he witnessed how Sheffield had put Sterling behind bars, and how he had driven Sandra back to her husband's home, and forced Willis into divorcing his wife. Wanda's husband swore to her in front of Peterson that he would change for the better from now on. For the sake of their children, they tried to live harmoniously. The last one Sheffield had to deal with was Pearson. Sheffield made it clear to his brother, declaring straightforwardly that he had already gathered irrefutable evidence of his brother's crime. If Pearson still insisted on continuing down this wrongful path, all the evidence of crime would be handed over to the police. Pearson had witnessed the power of Sheffield firsthand, so he compromised and moved out from the Tang family's house with his wife. In a glorious late autumn afternoon, Joshua and Terilyn had a grand wedding in a 5-star hotel. On their wedding night, a vengeful Sheffield got Joshua drunk out of his wits with the help of Gifford. By the end of the night, Joshua was so drunk that he missed his chance to have a wonderful wedding night with his beautiful bride. The next morning, when Joshua opened his eyes and saw that Terilyn wasn't in the room, he cursed Sheffield and Gifford, upon realizing what had happened. After Terilyn's wedding, Carlos and Debbie went to South Africa for a much-awaited trip. They were supposed to return from their trip just before Evelyn's 31st birthday, but they couldn't make it on the day due to a delay in one of their connecting flights. Fortunately, Evelyn's beloved husband was there to take over the job that his father-in-law had done for nearly 30 years. He prepared a quaint birthday party for Evelyn and carefully decorated the venue himself. The guests of the birthday party ended up being mostly younger crowd, consisting of Joshua, Terilyn, Matthew, a few of their friends and the little girl Gwen. Rather than throwing a big glamorous birthday party, Sheffield decided to orga. Loath covering the table where the desserts had been kept earlier. Realizing that something strange was afoot, Evelyn stood there in confusion. Having noticed her confusion, Sheffield grabbed her hand and took her to the table. As they stopped at the table, Evelyn looked at the pink cloth in confusion. "What's this?" Sheffield let go of her hand and pulled the cloth down, revealing many gift boxes all wrapped in colorful paper. Each box was numbered 1 to 31. "Whoa, that's a lot of gifts." The crowd hooted. Sheffield turned to look at the birthday girl with a smile and said, "Evelyn, these are for you. All 31 boxes in total." "Why so many?" "To make up for all the birthdays I had missed over the years." Evelyn gasped, quickly covering her mouth with one hand to stop herself from crying. Sheffield opened one of the gift boxes and explained, "I saw your 1-year-old photo. Gwen looks just like you when you were her age. So I tried to make a doll that resembles the both of you. What do you think?" He dangled the doll in front of Evelyn. Indeed, it looked like a cartoon version of Gwen. Evelyn's words came in choked sobs. "Yes, it looks like us. I am so happy." Sheffield felt relieved. "Let me show you the second gift." What were you doing when you were 2? I bet you can't remember. Although I wasn't there, I have my own ways of finding out the truth. You were playing with your mom's violin. She showed me the pictures. So your second gift is a crystal violin. Mom told me that you loved eating strawberries since you were 3 years old. So I bought a box of chocolate-covered strawberries. As soon as Sheffield opened the box of exquisite chocolate-covered strawberries, Gwyn grabbed a strawberry and took a bite out of it in one fell swoop. Oh, Gwyn, this is Daddy's birthday present for Mommy. You should eat it later. Everyone burst into laughter at how adorable Gwyn looked in her perplexity. When she noticed everyone laughing at her, Gwyn looked at the remaining strawberry in her hand with innocent eyes and then said to her father, "What should I do, Daddy?" Sheffield smiled affectionately, shaking his head to imply that there was nothing to worry about. Well, it's okay. Just eat it first. One by one he opened all the gifts he had brought for Evelyn. Each box represented a special moment in her life, and the amount of effort Sheffield had put into preparing such an elaborate surprise for her was far more valuable than anything money could ever buy. The gifts were a token of Sheffield's love and appreciation for Evelyn, because he strongly believed that mere words would never be enough to express how happy he was to have her in his life. Evelyn felt her eyes mist and she could no longer hold back her tears anymore. Terrelyn handed a tissue paper to her and said, "Hey, please don't cry. Sheffield loves you very much. You should be happy about it." Joshua sighed, shaking his head and pretending to be dismayed. "Bro, have some mercy on me. If you keep this up, you're going to make me look like a bad husband in front of my wife." Sheffield pulled Evelyn into his arms and patted her back soothingly. Once Evelyn stopped crying, he looked at Joshua and said, "Then you should learn from me and give your wife the kind of treatment she really deserves. Trust me, it's the small things that count and make a relationship between two people last forever." Joshua nodded earnestly and said, "Yeah, you're right." Glancing sheepishly at Terrelyn, he said, "Honey, please don't be mad at me. I'll learn all about being a romantic husband from Sheffield. I promise." "It's okay. I don't think I was blessed with a romantic husband," Terrelyn taunted, winking at Evelyn. Sheffield echoed at once, "You slept like a log on your wedding night. I don't think someone like you will ever learn to become a romantic man." Everyone burst into laughter. Joshua's expression was dead serious and he clenched his fist tight, fighting the urge of punching Sheffield in the face. "Who gave you the right to mock me? Have you forgotten that you were kneeling on a keyboard on your wedding night?" "Oh, and am I?" Sheffield felt his chest tighten into a knot, like a cramp. He clutched at his chest as if he was having a heart attack. The others laughed and made fun of him. "I think it's time you teach the naughty kid a lesson." "No, she's such a good girl. Are you sure you want to scold her? Maybe you can just throw her out of the house and I'll pick her up and take her home with me. Then she'll be all mine." Evelyn looked at Sheffield with a smile, curiously wondering how he would deal with his daughter. Sheffield raised his hand and as he slowly moved it towards Gwyn's head, the little girl blinked her round eyes innocently and murmured, "Daddy." The man's heart melted in an instant, and he ended up patting on his own thigh. "Sweetie, it's okay, but don't do it again." "Okay." Gwyn nodded meekly. Evelyn laughed, once again shaking her head in disbelief. Sheffield was clearly a slave for his daughter, after all. Although Evelyn was doing a lot better right now, ever since she got pregnant again, Sheffield persuaded her to stay in bed most of the time. On some occasions, he would allow her to walk around the manor. On most occasions, however, she would just lie in bed and rest. Carlos and Debbie decided to put a stop on their traveling for the time being so they could take care of Evelyn and Gwyn. Sheffield bought a house in a high-end neighborhood, not far from the Huo family's manor. The house was just as Gwyn had asked for. A big one. It was a 4-story villa, about 4,000 square meters, fully furnished and equipped with all mod cons, down to crockery and cutlery. Matthew also bought a house near Sheffield's. Although the renovation of the two houses had begun almost at the same time, Matthew's house was only halfway through. Final. Matthew had an absurdly high standard for interior design and decoration. His taste demanded a uniqueness for which he had to source most of the decoration materials from various parts of the world. Things were, however, much simpler with Sheffield, because he cared for nothing else except for the opinions of his wife and daughter. Fortunately, Evelyn wasn't as nitpicky as Matthew was about the decoration. Before long, with the help of many people working together, the decoration of their whole house was completed in no time. Gwen's favorite part of the entire place was the food pantry, where Sheffield had made a small shelf just for her and painted it with cherry red lacquer. This was where Gwen's candies were being kept in dozens of colorful jars. Gwen was so fond of it, the mere mention of it would make her heart sing with a whoop of undisguised glee. Evelyn, however, enforced a strict rule which allowed Gwen no more than 5 candies a day. 5 candies? Unfortunately, that was far from what Gwen had in mind, which was why she would always be found hanging around the pantry. In the blink of an eye, Gwen's 2nd birthday had come along. This was the first time Sheffield would celebrate his daughter's birthday, which was more than enough reason for him to throw a grand party. The invitation list alone was so extensive that it covered every friend and relative they had, and the venue of the event was the island Sheffield had given to Evelyn as the bride price. The entire island was shaped like a giant heart. From the pale tones of rose pink that were the essence of the guava, to the mellow yellows of mango, the cherry red hues of lychee and the fresh brown of soil, these were the epitome of the island. The flecks of green here and there were of the custard apple and freshly grown tea leaves. Overlooking from above, one would witness the beauty of nature in all its essence. Since a lot of the guests were children, the number of bodyguards for the party had to be doubled so that every child was properly looked after on the island. The laughter of children filled the air, while the adults happily threw shapes on the dance floor. The ones that didn't want to partake in such merriment took to other forms of entertainment, such as singing games and other activities. "Have you ever taught Gwen how to dance?" Sheffield whispered softly into Evelyn's ears.
No.
She had PTSD not long after she could walk. Sheffield and Evelyn had arranged many classes for the little girl, such as early childhood development lessons, drawing, and even piano lessons. However, they seemed to have missed out on dance classes. Sheffield immediately decided to rectify the situation. "It's okay. I'll teach her." Before Evelyn knew it, Sheffield confidently strutted into the dance floor with their daughter in his arms, leaving Evelyn puzzled and at a loss for words. On his daughter's 2nd birthday, Sheffield accompanied Gwen in the first dance of her life. On the dance floor, Sheffield held Gwen's hand and smiled, softly carrying her on his other arm. They swayed back and forth with grace, father and daughter, in a dance that left everyone staring at them in awe. There was an expression of carefree happiness on the faces of both father and daughter, the bond between them seemingly stronger than ever. The sight of their happy faces brought a smile and a sense of relief on Evelyn's face as she placed her hands on her still flat belly. Secretly in her mind she prayed for a boy, a son and a daughter, the picture-perfect family. After the spring festival, in the Huo family manor, a vast blanket of fresh snow covered the ground, making the whole place seem magical. The sound of cheerful laughter echoed every now and then. Freshly fallen snow could only mean one thing: a snowball fight. Sheffield, Evelyn, Joshua, Matthew, Terrelyn, and Gwen all joined in on the fun. While Joshua was busy making a snowman under a tree, Sheffield whispered in Gwen's ear, "Gwen, watch this." Suddenly he dashed towards the tree and kicked it really hard, consequently causing snow from the leaves to fall and cover Joshua's entire body. "Look! A snowman!" Sheffield yelled. Everyone burst into laughter, joyously enjoying this wonderful family time together. While chasing and running around in the yard, Joshua grabbed a snowball to tuck into Sheffield's clothes from under his collar. When they came back, gasping for air, Gwen ran to the tree and pointed at the snow. "Dad, I want some snow too." Sheffield took a moment to smoothen his disheveled hair and catch his breath. "Okay, I'll make you a snowball."
No, Daddy.
"I want to be a snowman too." Gwen pointed at Joshua. Sheffield finally caught what she meant and smirked at her knowingly. "Okay." After putting a hat and wrapping a scarf around her, Sheffield said, "Gwen, are you ready? Here we go." Yay! Gwen clapped her hand and jumped in the air with excitement. Sheffield kicked the tree again and turned the little girl into a snowman. Gwen ran to another tree, gesturing at Sheffield to do it again. Sheffield didn't have a problem as he was starting to like the game, and so he kicked the tree again. When they came to another tree, just before Sheffield could kick it, Carlos stepped into the scene with Miranda, who was walking with the help of her son and a cane. Carlos, completely unaware of what was going on, mistakenly assumed that Sheffield was pulling a trick on Gwen. He was so angry he wasted no time and said, "Mom, please wait here. Don't move." "Why? What's wrong?"
Carlos Huo. Sheffield tang.
"What do you think you are doing?" "Oh." Sheffield had an instinctive feeling that something bad was going to happen. Without even turning his head, he ran away as fast as he could. Carlos ran after him at once. When he passed by Joshua, his son-in-law handed him a snowball and said, "Dad, take this. Get him." Carlos grabbed the snowball and continued chasing after Sheffield. Sheffield wasn't running very fast. When the distance was very small, Carlos threw the snowball towards him. Sheffield dodged and the snowball fell on the ground. Dad, let me explain." "Explain what? How dare you play tricks on my granddaughter? I won't spare you today." Gwen was so amused she decided to run after them as well. It was Sheffield in the front, followed closely by Carlos and then little Gwen. The rest of them burst out laughing at the scene, while Terilyn jumped to cheer Carlos on. Carlos chased Sheffield all over the manor until he finally caught him and threw him down to the snow-covered ground. Meanwhile, gazing up into the sky, Matthew exhaled deeply. It felt good to finally have someone else take some heat from Carlos.
Dad, I'm sorry.
"You said that. Ouch. You told everyone you would be good to me and make things up to me." Sheffield remembered Carlos' words from an interview. Carlos, short of breath, glared at his son-in-law lying on the ground and asked, "I also told everyone that I owed you. Do I owe you anything?" Sheffield shook his head obediently and said, "No, it's my fault. You have been doing well from the beginning." Carlos seemed satisfied as he stood up proudly over Sheffield. "Will you ever bully Gwen again?" "Dad, I wasn't bullying her." Carlos slapped him hard on the back and said, "Are you still trying to deny it?" Looking at the woman who was standing close by and chuckling at him, Sheffield felt wronged and said, "Honey, come and save me." Matthew walked up to her and said, "Don't worry. Sheffield is his son-in-law after all. Dad's just playing with him." Evelyn was about to help Sheffield, but she decided to sit back and watch the show. She feigned helplessness as Carlos playfully beat her husband up again. Afterwards, Sheffield ran to Evelyn and complained, "Honey, you didn't even try to stop him." Trying to suppress her laughter, Evelyn stroked his head and said, "Yeah, I didn't feel bad for you." In truth, she knew that her father was just having some fun with him. Sheffield faked a look of astonishment on his face, but Evelyn gently coaxed him as he usually did when she was upset. "Honey, I love you. Don't be mad." Sheffield felt powerless at Evelyn's affectionate way of talking. He pulled her close and kissed her. "My dear, I love you too."
Sheffield tang.
"Didn't you see how Gwen was looking at you? Was that your idea of parenting my granddaughter?" Carlos roared again. Sheffield bent down, picking up Gwen in his arms and ran.
Dad, I'm sorry.
"Please don't chase after me. I'm holding Gwen. What if I fall?" "Dad. My dear Dad." It seemed as though whenever it came to Sheffield, Carlos would never run out of energy. Without hesitation, the old man kept running after Sheffield even though he was carrying Gwen in his arms. A contented smile crept up on Evelyn's lips as she thought to herself, "Sheffield, with you in my life, every season is spring. With you in my life, I will live my life bravely. With you in my life, I begin to believe in eternity. For the rest of my life, sunny or cloudy, good or bad, year after year, day after day, I want you and only you." Inside the Lee family house, a country. It was time for the high school entrance exams. Coincidentally, it was a hot summer day. This didn't bother Erica too much, since she was already in college. But that was the last thing on her mind. She had gone back and forth about how to tell her parents the news, but she finally decided the direct approach was the best one. She placed a photo clipped to another sheet of paper on the table. It was obvious that it was an ultrasound picture. She announced, "Dad, Mom, I'm pregnant." Blair was going to chastise her daughter for pulling a stupid prank like this, but then she caught a glimpse of the name on the ultrasound report, Erica Lee. The ultrasound report verified that she was about 8 weeks along. So, our Rika's pregnant. Blair felt an intense pressure in her head. Visions of what it took to rear a child flashed through her head, creating a logjam in her thoughts. Then something inside her snapped. All of this took only a fraction of a second. Then Blair gave Erica a slap. The impact sounded crisp and clear, leaving a red slap mark on Erica's face. It was obvious that Blair had lost control. There was no time for Wesley to stop her from doing this. She may have hit Erica, but it was Wesley's heart that felt the sting. Erica had been consistently naughty as a child, given to mischief and testing boundaries. Wesley was given the role of the authoritarian, but he knew he could hurt her without half trying. Most of the time, his punishments were meant to scare the girl straight. This was the first time Erica had been slapped by a member of her family, and it was her mother to boot. The hardest she'd ever been on Erica was to pull her ear. Blair raised her hand, which was already numb from the slap. She pointed at her daughter and scolded, "What the hell were you thinking? This is so ridiculous." Erica was just 20 years old. She could have ignored her daughter's mischief in the past, just let it roll off her back. But now the girl told her she was pregnant? That was just beyond the pale. For the first time in her life, Blair felt she had failed as a parent. She couldn't even teach her own child to keep her legs closed. With reddened eyes on the verge of tears, Erica rubbed her stinging face. She figured her dad might fly off the handle first, but apparently she was wrong. She looked into Blair's disappointment. Embled. "Rika, where have you been? I was so worried about you." Wesley, who was no longer in panic mode, walked over to Erica and took the baby from her arms with a poker face. "Is this my grandson?" he asked. Erica had texted him earlier. She said she'd be there with his grandson. Brennan. The living room became quiet after everybody heard the word. Erica nodded and said, "Dad, meet February Wu." She looked at her son and said, "That's your granddad." Yvette was torn between laughing and crying. With doubt written all over her face, she asked, "You can't be serious." February Wu. "Yes. He was born in the second lunar month and his family name is Wu. So I named him February." Erica just couldn't think of a good name. She stayed up late racking her brains trying to think of something. Giving up, she just gave the baby that name for the time being. Everyone was speechless. Blair didn't try to hold the baby, but held Erica's hand instead. Luckily, Erica didn't pull away, so she asked, "Where have you been all this time? Your father and brother tried to find you, but they had no luck." Wesley had tried to reach out to her by using all his connections, but to no avail. She had been missing for months. Blair hadn't been able to sleep well since Erica ran off. Instead of answering her question, Erica lowered her head to look at Blair's hands, which were holding hers tightly. With a guilty look, she apologized. "Mom, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you and Dad worry about me for so long." She had wanted to say this for a long time, but she decided not to contact them. Erica knew that if she used a cell phone or instant messenger, her father and brother would be easily able to track her down. Hearing Erica's apology, Blair couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She broke down sobbing, clutching Erica closely. Yvette touched February Wu's smooth face and said, "He's so adorable." Blair didn't think about the baby until just now. She let go of Erica and cautiously took the boy from Wesley's arms. With a tearful smile, she said, "Come here, little one. Do you look like your mom?" Maybe it was chance, maybe he felt that many eyes were upon him. Regardless of the reason, the sleeping boy slowly opened his eyes and looked at everyone curiously. Yvette had never seen such a tiny child before. His every action charmed her. When she saw him do that, she said excitedly, "Mom, look." He opened his eyes. Blair explained resignedly, "I saw it. But why the fuss? Did you think he couldn't do that?" But check it out, his eyes are so small. Wesley turned to look at the baby and said, Rika's eyes weren't that small when she was born. He might take after the father, he thought. Blair explained. The baby is only a month old. He's too young to have any well-defined facial features. Maybe when he gets older, his eyes will look like Rika's. Rika's eyes were beautiful. Blair hoped the little guy had a pair of beautiful peepers too. Erica breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her family liked February Wu. When Gifford walked in the door, February Wu was crying, perhaps because he was hungry. Blair had sent a servant to buy some formula. Gifford heard the baby's cries the moment he walked up to the door. He thought he had the wrong place at first. But once he was inside, he recognized the woman holding the child. It was his mother, Blair. After taking off his military cap, Gifford looked around the living room searching for his sister. Mom, who is this baby? Where is Rika? I thought she was back home. Yes, she is. She's upstairs in the study with your dad. He's probably reading her the riot act. That's your nephew, of course. Why did you ask if you knew the? As Wesley's biggest concern. You weren't easy on me before either. You followed me wherever I went. And you hit me. Especially when she was making trouble, Wesley would stop her every time. Probably far less than you deserved. Do you think you don't make mistakes? Despite Wesley's protests, things seemed to go back to the way they were. And the long-lost happiness appeared in the Lee family again. Father, my surname is also Lee. We're in the same boat. From now on, you will have to protect me as long as we live here. She gave birth to a baby in her early 20s. Erica figured more people might look down on her. She didn't care what other people thought. But there were always some problems that couldn't be avoided. So she had to ask her dad for help. Not too smart, kiddo. You just now figured out life would be hard? What were you thinking back then? Erica pleaded. Father, I'm sorry. I promise it won't happen again. It better not, or I'll break your legs. I'll send you to a convent before you run away from home. Erica couldn't believe her ears. Listen to this guy. Is this how a father is supposed to act? The following week was tough on Blair. Because it felt like she and Wesley were the baby's parents. It was they and the maternity matron who took care of the baby, feeding the baby, and changing the diaper. As the baby's mother, Erica was hardly involved. What about Erica? She didn't look like a mother at all. She was just as free as before. Originally, when she heard the baby cry, she'd be at his crib, ready to help him. But eventually, she got used to the infant's cries, and turned a deaf ear to them. Luckily for her, she was at the Lee family's house. If she were living with her mother-in-law, she would have been kicked out long before now. After all, what good was a daughter-in-law who wouldn't take care of her own child? It looked like it was hard times ahead for Erica. Wesley and Blair could see them coming a mile away. In the Huo family manor, someone knocked on the door of Carlos' bedroom. He sprang out of bed and opened it. It was Matthew. You wanted to talk to me? The younger man said. Before he got in, Matthew received a text from Carlos. The old man said he had things to discuss with his son. Carlos pointed in a particular direction and said, "Let's go to the study." In the study, before the young man could even take a seat, Carlos cut to the chase. Phoebe Sue is married to Nathan. Just forget her. Nathan too was Matthew's best friend. He just got married to his girlfriend, Phoebe Sue. Carlos believed this was the girl that Matthew had a major thing for. Matthew was about to sit down when Carlos spoke. But he stopped and stood straight instead, listening to the old man. I know you've had a crush on her since, well, forever. How do you know? That's not the point. The point is I know. I don't care whether she is a goddess or a muse in your heart. Just give up on her and date someone else. If you're too busy to find a girlfriend, I can introduce one to you. Carlos knew that there were many similarities between him and Matthew. They were driven, career-minded, and would do anything to get what they wanted. He was afraid Matthew would screw up his friendship with Nathan too, if he focused all his energies on making Phoebe Sue his. He needed to give up on that idea. He was too high profile now to create a scandal like that. You? Introduce a girl to me. That's right. There's nothing good about pursuing a married woman. I'll find someone far better for you. Carlos had already found the right woman for his son. Mind your own business, old man. With an emotionless face. All consideration, I've decided Matthew should marry Erica. This way February can have a father and a family. What do you think? His words astonished everyone in the room. Erica was too shocked to say a word. Spoon in hand, she shifted her gaze among the people involved in this scheme. She looked at Carlos as poker-faced as ever. Matthew wore a gloomy expression. Debbie was smiling. Finally, she looked back at Matthew. Am I hearing things? Marry Matthew. Me. Erica couldn't wrap her brain around such a wild suggestion. Wesley hesitated. But, Carlos, that's unfair to Matthew. Although Erica was his daughter, he couldn't say yes to that. Matthew was a great guy. Why should he marry a woman who had another man's baby? And he didn't look super happy about it. It was just an order from his parents. Wesley felt bad for Matthew. But Carlos didn't think so. He simply remarked, Rica's a good girl. So she made a mistake. She's young. As long as she knows what she did wrong and lives happily with Matthew after they're married, we should just let bygones be bygones. No matter who Matthew married, it was much better than his best friend's wife. Moreover, Erica was lively and outgoing while Matthew was cold and reserved. Their characters would be complementary to each other. Debbie chimed in. Yeah, Carlos is right. Blair, I know this city is a ways away from where you live, but you don't need to worry about anything. Our home will be her home too. She can do whatever she wants just like she does now. Blair shook her head. She was touched. We're not worried about Rika. We're just like Wesley said, it's unfair to Matthew. If Rika hadn't given birth to a baby, I'd probably say yes. The point was Erica did something that couldn't be undone. Matthew had his pick of anyone, had women lining up to date him. So why would he marry a girl who gave birth to another man's baby? Rika, are you still in touch with February's father? Debbie asked Erica, who was still dumbfounded about everything. For a long while she didn't say a word. The silence became uncomfortable. Terilyn nudged her and reminded her. Hey, my mom asked you a question. Erica snapped back to reality. What?
I'm sorry.
You wanted to ask me something. Debbie repeated her question. Hearing that, Erica twitched her mouth and shook her head.
No.
That bastard doesn't deserve a phone call. Why would she contact February's father? He was human scum. Debbie was relieved to hear that. That's good. So Rika was young and naive and she met the wrong guy. She didn't do this on purpose. I think we can overlook it. There was a moment of silence at the table. Matthew held his tongue all this time. He wasn't interested in keeping his peace anymore. The young man cast a glance at Carlos and asked coldly, What's the matter? Got too much free time. The old man was even meddling in Matthew's marriage now. The young man was thinking that Carlos really did have nothing to do. The old man had been pretty high and mighty since he took a more active hand in ZL Group. So he started to make trouble for his kid. Carlos didn't mind his attitude. Rika just dated the wrong guy. She didn't mean to. Why should I care? Why should I pay the price for her indiscretions? Matthew had no filter. He didn't need one either. He didn't care about others' feelings at all. The atmosphere in the private booth became awkward. Blair immediately chimed in. Matthew's right. Thank you, Carlos. We're deeply moved. But marriage is a big event after all. We should see how Matthew feels about this. I know how he feels. I heard him. Debbie was on him to find a nice girl, but he never took it seriously. We're not young anymore. We could leave this world any minute. I want to see my kids get married before that happens. I don't want to be a woman to help me get what I want. He had worked for ZL Group for a long time. If he couldn't earn the CEO title himself, he might as well give up his position now. Erica had been thinking about this while they were talking to Matthew. Now there was a break in the conversation, and she knew what she wanted to say. Uncle Carlos, Aunt Debbie, thanks for your kindness. I'm younger than Matthew and we have nothing in common. Besides, he's a great guy. I'm sure he'll marry a beautiful girl from a rich family. Girls like me don't deserve him. Let's drop this. Am I right, Matthew? I'm only 21, but Dad's marrying me off? Is he kidding? Marry a man I have no feelings for. Erica felt so helpless. Matthew took a glance at the girl who was smiling at him politely. Then he said something that shocked everyone.
Fine.
I don't have time to date anyway. If Dad and Mom worry about me so much, then I'll do it. But this is the last time. Mom, Dad, if you two stick your noses in my business again, it won't go well. Don't push me. As soon as he finished saying this, Matthew stood up and nodded at Wesley and Blair. He left the private booth without looking back at Erica, who was flabbergasted again. Watching her brother's retreating figure, Terilyn got quite nervous. Oh my God. Why didn't Dad tell me this earlier? He wants Matthew to marry Erica. 2 days ago, Terilyn had secretly mocked Matthew in front of Erica. She told the girl that Matthew had a long-time crush on a goddess, but he couldn't bring himself to ask her out. There was a goddess who shone like the purest moonlight in Matthew's heart. The topic was on everyone's lips in the city, but no one knew exactly who his goddess was. And why people knew about it no one could say. After all, Matthew wasn't one to share his secrets easily. Who on earth was his goddess? That was the biggest mystery to those who had a crush on Matthew. Just like that, over dinner, the Huo family and Lee family decided that Matthew and Erica would be married. They didn't care that she didn't want to. During the whole process, Erica had no right to speak, all because she already had a child out of wedlock. In 2 days, the Huos presented their betrothal gifts to the Lee family. The Huo family was generous and sincere. They gave the Lee family 2 checks, 6 sets of priceless jewelry, 5 houses in Erica's name. 3 houses were in Y City and 2 in a country. And just when Erica thought that was too much, they gave her more betrothal gifts. 3 limited edition supercars suitable for ladies, a listed jewelry company, 2 luxury yachts, 2 credit cards with unlimited balances issued by a bank under ZL Group. When she saw the gifts, Erica could almost believe that she and Matthew were in love. The truth was, these were all gifts from Carlos and Debbie. Matthew didn't give a damn about them. But she wasn't done being surprised. The 2 families held a grand engagement ceremony in the Lees' hometown the very next day. And the wedding was scheduled to be held on July 7th of the lunar calendar. Everything was happening so fast. Like an emotionless robot, Matthew coldly handled all the details. It felt like a dream to Erica. She wore a pink dress and had a glass of wine in her hand. After the engagement ceremony, Erica stood beside Matthew and gazed at all the guests. Looking at the relatives and friends coming and going, this was like something out of a fairy tale. But she couldn't help poking the man's arm and whispering, "Why did you agree to marry me?" Matthew didn't even look at her. "My father asked me," he answered indifferently. Erica was speechless. "You sound so reluctant." Later, the inn. "LOY willing to send me to another city? That's where the Huos live." Wesley didn't open the door for her this time. "Yes, I am." His answer half muffled by the wood between them. What the heck? This is so messed up. Erica looked at the baby who was sucking his own fingers in the crib. She had been racking her brain for a whole week, but she still couldn't think of a way to break off the engagement. The pre-wedding photos would be taken very soon. If she couldn't think of a way out, she might end up marrying Matthew. When she thought of his cold face and arrogant eyes, she wanted to gouge his eyes out. "Rika, take February out and get some fresh air," Blair said to Erica as she walked towards the storage room. "I don't want to." She was not in the mood to go outside. "Hurry up. He doesn't get outside much as it is. It's not good to keep him cooped up like this." Blair had stopped what she was doing so she could argue with her daughter. Erica sighed. The little guy was cute, so she decided to take him out for a walk. Her mom was right. Just a few minutes after Erica pushed the stroller out of the house, Blair thought of something and walked out of the storage room. She told the nanny, "Rika didn't take the baby's water bottle with her. Here, take this to her. She's a new mom and might not be as careful as she should be." Make sure she's okay. Yes, ma'am. The nanny left in a hurry with the bottle of water. Erica pushed the stroller around the neighborhood. She passed by a pregnant woman out for a walk. She was obviously not very far along. When the woman noticed the baby in the stroller, she walked over and said, "Hi, little one. You're so cute. How old is he?" "Less than 2 months old," Erica said. "I hope my kid'll be as cute as he is. Is he on breast milk or formula?" Erica's mouth twitched. Instead of answering, she asked, "You must have moved here recently, huh?" The pregnant woman was surprised by her question. "Why, yes. How did you know?" With a faint smile, the girl said casually, "Because everyone around here knows me, and they pretty much keep their distance, especially if they're pregnant." Why would they do that? This confused the other woman even more. Just then, a man strode over to them. Probably the woman's husband, Erica thought. He nervously took the pregnant woman in his arms and stared at Erica warily. "I'm sorry, Miss Lee. We'll leave you alone. Honey, let's go." The pregnant woman didn't know what he was talking about, but followed her husband anyway. As they moved away, she asked, "Who is she? It almost seems like you're afraid of her." "That's Miss Troublemaker, all grown up. She's the youngest daughter of the Lee family. She's also unpredictable and reckless. You do well to stay away from her. Everyone else does. See the baby stroller she's pushing? That kid was born out of wedlock. She wouldn't even tell her family who the father was. See what I mean now?" The man's voice got further and further away. Eventually he was out of earshot. Standing under the tree silently for a while, Erica walked to the front of the stroller, squatted down and pinched the little boy's face, smiling sweetly. "Don't worry, February. No matter what they say, I won't leave you. I'm not like that." When the baby saw her smile, he gave her a cute smile in return. Or was it just gas? There was a lot of guesswork to parenting an infant. The nanny came along not long after. She heard the man talking to his wife. She was now a lot warier of Erica. "Miss Lee, you forgot to take the baby's bottle with you." She ignored the nanny as she ignored most people. She was used to the reactions by now. Erica set in. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. "As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. "'Cause lots of drama here. If you marry someone else, I'm afraid they won't be very nice to you." "But what about Matthew? Aren't you afraid that he'll bully me as well?" Erica didn't understand their way of thinking. What made them think that Matthew would treat her well? "Not really. I know the guy. It was Uncle Carlos' idea, not ours. Besides, Uncle Carlos and Aunt Debbie are good people and they raised Matthew right. As long as you behave yourself, I think everything'll be okay." Erica wasn't convinced. She said angrily, "Gifford Dad sent you to talk to me, huh?" "No, this is my brotherly advice. I also think it's a good idea to marry an older guy. I totally agree with you about Uncle Carlos and Aunt Debbie. But what about Matthew? He's the vice president of a big company like ZL Group. Think I can outsmart him?" Erica wondered why everyone in her family was on Matthew's side. They all wanted her to marry him. "Listen to you. You're going about this all wrong. Matthew's rich, as are all the Huos. You'll have a good life. Why fight that? Why worry about outsmarting him? This is your chance to be happy. Don't blow it. I should know better than to talk to you. You're still single." Arms akimbo, Gifford glowered at her and shouted, "Erica Lee." Erica picked her ear. "I get it. I'll stay here. I'm headed upstairs to comfort the little guy abandoned by his father." "Hey, wait. What about the baby? Is he going with you after you marry Matthew?" Gifford asked. Erica walked towards the staircase and replied to Gifford without turning her head, "Talk about it later." She was too busy worrying about her marriage to think about anything else. You have to respect Matthew's opinion, you know? Okay. When she had just hit the first step, she suddenly turned around and smiled fawningly at Gifford. Hey, do me a favor. Gifford refused directly. No. You treat me like that and expect me to do anything for you? Get real. He strode towards the staircase too. When he brushed past Erica, she took his arm and said, Gifford, don't be so mean. I've been gone for nearly a year, and I don't have much to show for it. Life's been hard. Don't you feel sorry for your sister? Gifford pretended to be nonchalant. Not really. Should I? Seriously? I'm not kidding. That was kind of a shock. Was he dating someone that hated her? That was about the only thing she could think of. Otherwise, why had he stopped caring about his sister? Okay. Fire away. Well, here's the thing. I ordered instant noodles every day while I was gone, so I owe Hyatley $60,000. So? Gifford stood there, shaking his head. He didn't believe her. She had enough money with her when she left. Besides, who could spend $60,000 on instant noodles in just 10 months? You always cheat Hyatt. You'd think he'd know better by now. Erica protested. Why don't you talk about how I got injured for defending him? Besides, I just borrowed $60,000 from him. Can you help me pay him back? I'll get you 3 times that when I get a job. Think I believe that? You started saying that when you were 6 or 7 years old. How old are you now? You're going to be 22, right? You kept saying the same thing for 15 years. When you can make money on your own, you'll pay me back. You probably owe me several $100 million by now. It's only a few $100 million. No problem. I'll give you an IOU now and pay you back $1 billion. Erica said confidently. Gifford squinted at her and said, $1 billion? Sounds like a pipe dream to me. I've got an idea. Stop borrowing money. Well, if you don't believe me, then forget it. I believe you. Wah. Her face without saying a word, as if waiting for her to continue. Erica clenched her teeth and blurted out, I'm pregnant again. I thought you should know the truth. If I hide it from you, it will be unfair to you. The last 3 words disappeared under his cold gaze. Show me the examination results. What? Erica suddenly raised her head. You said you were pregnant. Where are the test results? His sharp question made Erica's heart sink. She racked her brains trying to come up with an answer. I didn't think the papers were useful, so I threw them away. The test results were in there. Let's go then. Matthew turned and made his way to the door. Erica was confused. What did he mean? But she still caught up with him and asked, Where are we going? The man didn't even look at her this time. The hospital. Why? A pregnancy test? She wondered. At the thought of this possibility, Erica didn't know what to do. A prenatal exam. Since she was his fiancée, he tried to be patient and explain it to her. She was right. Erica gave a wry smile. She had 2 choices. Either let Matthew take her to the hospital or try on the wedding dresses. If they wound up in the hospital, he would find out she lied to him. So she figured that the dresses would be preferable. Look, isn't that wedding dress beautiful? It's simply gorgeous. Do you want me to try it on? She randomly pointed at a wedding dress, hoping her lie would be forgotten. Matthew took a quick look at the wedding dress Erica was randomly pointing at, and then fixed his eyes on her. You sure that's the one you want? Yeah, I think so. You don't like it. She could try on wedding dresses for a whole day, as long as he didn't take her to the hospital for the pregnancy checkup. He shot a glance at the shop manager, and then fixed his eyes on the wedding dress in the shop window. Bring her that one, he ordered. Yes, Mr. Huo. Robot-like, Erica followed the saleswoman into the fitting room. The first dress she tried on was the one she randomly selected a few moments ago. With the saleswoman's help, Erica donned the dress. There was no mirror in the fitting room, but she wasn't really concerned with how it fit anyway. She was focused on how she could get Matthew to cancel the wedding. So, she did whatever the saleswoman told her to do. She didn't realize what the cut of wedding dress was until she stood in front of the mirror outside the fitting room and saw herself in it. She turned in front of the full-length mirror and found it was a backless, deep V-neck dress. The neckline was so low that even her belly was exposed. For a moment, she didn't know where to put her hands to cover her body. When she met the man's eyes in the mirror by accident, Erica suddenly turned red. She pretended to be calm and told the two workers who were helping her with the hemlines, "I don't like this one. Can we try another?" One of the shop managers came to her and asked with a smile, "Did I hear right? You don't like it, Mrs. Huo? I think it looks great on you." Matthew stared at them. To save herself from embarrassment, Erica whispered to the manager, "I'm not a fan of V-neck and backless outfits. Please find me another." True, the dress was too revealing for her. But there was another reason. Matthew was staring at her like she was a piece of meat. That made her feel uncomfortable. The shop manager, who had no idea what Erica was getting at, still tried to mollify her. "Mrs. Huo, your back is so beautiful. And if you're worrying about not being able to fill out the front, we can add some padding. No one will ever have to know." Erica's lips twitched. Did the shop manager mean that? That her breasts were too small? And that crack about her back? Erica would have snapped. Supervise her practice in person. Erica was not good at fighting, especially in front of her dad. But she had another advantage. She knew how to run. Wesley chased her for a long time before he could catch up with her. Now, still looking at the man's back, the girl wondered if she should sucker punch him and then run away. She was confident Matthew couldn't catch up to her easily. However, she looked down in dismay at her wedding dress. She couldn't even get out of the door in this outfit. Forget it. She sighed inwardly and discarded the idea. The pre-wedding photo shoot had been on for 3 days. Most of them were shot in the studio, and only 2 sets were shot outdoors. Matthew was quite busy, and they only needed a few pre-wedding photos for the wedding ceremony. So the photo shoot ended in 3 days. On the day she was to return home, Matthew arranged his private plane to get her there. A couple of bodyguards took her to Wesley safely and then returned. The wedding venue, wedding dresses, gifts and invitation cards were all set up by the Huo family. Erica had nothing to worry about. She just needed to be the bride on July 7th of the lunar calendar. On the early morning of the lunar July 6th, Gifford rushed downstairs with February in his arms. When she saw that he ran so fast with the baby in his arms, Blair was so scared that her heart almost jumped out. "Can you slow down? You're not holding a bomb. It's a baby." Gifford took a deep breath and tried his best to hold the baby securely in his arms. "Mom! Rika, What happened to Rika? She ran away." "What? Why?" Blair couldn't believe her ears. Erica and Matthew's wedding was supposed to be held tomorrow, and the private plane Matthew had sent to pick them up was waiting on a private airstrip outside their house. But the bride-to-be had fled. "Yes, here it is. Check this out." Gifford shifted his cradle hold to one hand, February's head still resting on his shoulder. The man dug into his pocket to find his cell phone and showed Blair the text. The message on his phone wrote, "Gifford, I'm not going to marry that guy. Please let Mom and Dad know. Thanks." Blair was completely floored. She became so knock-kneed that she almost fell to the floor. She rushed to call Wesley, who was busy preparing the dowry for their daughter. Rika ran away again. "Hurry!" Wesley flew into a rage when he heard that. How could she cut and run like this? "She's gonna get it when Carlos finds out," he thought to himself. At the airport, an old woman waited at the arrival gate. She fidgeted with her scarf and tapped her foot anxiously. She craned her neck as the crush of passengers disembarked, hoping to find a familiar face. She waited a bit and finally saw her old friend. She waved so her friend could see her more clearly. Ria, over here." Erica, the old lady, called out and waved at a girl in brown casual clothing. Erika." The girl with purple hair immediately saw through Erica's disguise and ran towards her, carry-on bag rolling behind her. Ria was the type of girl to brag that she was the most beautiful and kindest girl in the world. And the most modest as well. She was Erica's best friend. They'd been hanging out since she was 14 years old. Not so loud. Erica shushed Ryu at once when the latter called out her name. She looked around warily, but fortunately, she didn't see anyone following her. Ryu acted like a spoiled child and held Erica's arm. I missed you so much. But dear heart, why the wig? Rika, I'm serious, don't say my name. Erica wished she could gag her friend. She suddenly regretted sending Gifford that message before she was out of the country. She should have waited until she was safely hidden, and then sent the message. Ryu final. Expected to find Erica so quickly. The moment he saw her, he texted Wesley and told him that he found Erica and would take her back to Y City. Erica was irritated. She grabbed the wig on her head and pretended as if nothing had happened. Hey, what a coincidence. I'm here to pick up my best friend. Why are you here? This time Matthew said nothing. He glanced at his bodyguards, and one of them led her to their car. Mrs. Huo, please, the bodyguard said. Mrs. Huo. Erica rolled her eyes when she heard that. She reluctantly took Ryu to the same car. When Matthew made sure both of them were belted in, he got in the car behind them. The cars parted after leaving the airport. Erica raised her head and asked the driver, Where's Matthew going? Mr. Huo is going to the branch office to deal with some business. He'll be at your house by evening. Then you'll fly back to Y City together. The driver carefully answered her question. Erica was speechless. What a chatterbox. It was just a simple question. When she returned to the Lee family manor, there was no one at home but a private plane nearby. Thanks a lot, Rhea. I'm screwed because of you. Erica threw the wig on the table. What's the matter with you? You're acting really weird. Rhea had no clue what was going on. She felt a little uncomfortable that Erica tried to run away from her wedding. Lying on the sofa listlessly, Erica pouted her lips and complained, I don't want to marry Matthew. I'm trying to run away. What? You don't want to marry Matthew? You want to flee your wedding? I gotta watch how much I drink on planes from now on. Rhea looked at her best friend in shock. I'm not kidding. Or what else would I need your ID card for? Erica retorted. Rhea put her hand on Erica's forehead. Do you have a fever? What the hell are you thinking? Running away from your wedding? Well, I knew you had guts. But you are going to marry Matthew. He is the Prince Charming of millions of women. Tens of millions, maybe. And you don't want to marry him. What's wrong with you, Erica? She thought Erica must be crazy. Matthew was hot as all get out and didn't care if Erica had a baby with another guy. He was willing to marry her, but she wanted to run away. I'm only 21. More importantly, I don't love him. Why should I marry him? Erica asked loudly. Believe me, Rika. He's handsome, he's rich. How could you not fall in love with him? Rhea grabbed her hands and looked at her sincerely. She believed no woman was immune to Matthew's charms and Erica would fall in love with him sooner or later. Erica freed her hands from Rhea's and looked at her. An idea formed in her mind. I'm a genius. What? Can you disguise yourself as me and marry Matthew instead? I'll be long gone before they find out. Erica thought she was quite clever coming up with an idea like that. She couldn't help flashing a wicked grin. Huh. You must be crazy, girl. Rhea recoiled in horror. I'm here to be your bridesmaid, not the bride. I hope my boyfriend doesn't hear you. He might get upset. Rhea had a boyfriend who was a soldier. Gifford introduced them. In fact, it was his idea. Erica got frustrated and depressed. There seemed to be no way out of this. It was getting dark, and true to his word, Matthew left work, so he rushed to the Lee family manor. He got on his private plane and sent for Erica and Rhea. They were ready to set off for Y City. On the plane, Erica huddled up in the corner of a sofa. It was Rhea's first time to sit on a private plane. It was actually quite luxurious. She looked around in excitement, but the most important thing was that there was a very handsome man sitting opposite her. The future groom. "And you to know that I consider us a couple. No matter that my dad is making us get married. I won't cheat on you or do anything to hurt you." Erica's jaw dropped. He did hear what she and Rhea had said. It must be because Rhea was always too loud. She smiled awkwardly. We were kidding, you know. I'm not kidding, he said in a serious tone. She knew that. He didn't look like a man who would make jokes like that. And don't even think about leaving me high and dry on our wedding day. All the guests are in the city already. I'm just giving you fair warning. Don't make me a laughingstock, or I swear I'll get back at you. What? Didn't you say you want to talk with me? How come a conversation became a threat?
Fine.
I need to say something, she thought to herself. I know you're not happy with our marriage, she began. He interrupted her. No, I'm pretty happy with it. What? If Erica hadn't heard it from Matthew that he was okay with everything, she would beat the person who spread a rumor like that to a pulp. Reining in her shock, Erica said to him patiently, Why? I mean, with your face and family background you can marry whoever you want. Why listen to your parents and let them talk you into marrying me? I have a kid and it's not yours. You're 5 years older than me. You're a CEO and I left school. And I'm okay with who I am. We're two different people, you and I. We have nothing in common. I don't think we'd have a happy marriage. Not a problem. You've probably noticed I don't talk a whole lot, so it doesn't matter if I have nothing in common with you. Don't expect conversation from me or tea for that matter. I'm just too busy. Dad and Mom like you a lot and it doesn't bother me you have a kid. The manor needs a little new blood. You can do what you want but don't cheat on me, Matthew stated calmly. If he hadn't mentioned that both Carlos and Debbie liked her, Erica would have thought he was confessing his love for her. She asked tentatively, What if the baby's father comes back? What if I get back together with him? Casting her a cold glance, Matthew replied, I won't let that happen. Erica leaned against the back of the sofa, her shoulders slumped. She looked frustrated. There's one thing I don't get. Why don't you just marry the girl you're in love with? Wouldn't that make more sense? Aren't you breaking her heart by doing this? Don't worry about that. That's my business. You just have to attend to yours. Erica was completely flabbergasted. After a while, she said in a timid voice, Don't worry. I fucked up once. My mom and dad lost face because of me. That won't happen again. Wesley and Blair became the laughingstock in their country because their youngest daughter had a kid out of wedlock. No one said anything to their faces. They were the Lee family after all. But it was inevitable that they would gossip about it behind their backs. Since her first shot of runaway failed, Erica would never have a second chance. She couldn't figure a way out of her marriage. She'd better marry Matthew and find an opportunity to divorce him peacefully in the future. The disappointment was obvious in her eyes. She had always been this way. All of her emotions were plain on her face. Anyone could tell that she was sad at the moment. Matthew took a deep look at her but held his tongue. What else was there to say? Finally, it was the day of the wedding. Erica stayed in Wesley and Blair's old house in Y City. The house was well decorated, with lovely curtains, ornate doorknobs, and nice, tasteful paintings. The dashing groom arrived at the bride's house promptly at 9 a.m., along with 8 groomsmen. However, Matthew wasn't in the mood for games. He was there to get married, not fool around. The groomsmen usually played games with the brides of the sedan chair, ready to argue with him. But just when she peeked outside, she saw Matthew climb onto the middle Fergana horse. His nimble moves and handsome features shocked the wedding guests, friends and relatives alike. The anger in Erica's heart dissipated. The lines that she had thought about were no longer useful. When the man looked back, she closed the curtains with a guilty conscience and sat back in the sedan chair. They went to the Huo family manor first, and then headed for the hotel. After they arrived at the hotel, Erica went to the lounge to get changed. With the help of Ria and the staff, she donned the bright red traditional Chinese bridal dress. Their wedding would be a combination of Chinese and Western styles. The Huo family had set everything up, including her wedding dress. She didn't have any idea what it was going to look like. By the time she finally saw it, the dress was already finished. Her wardrobe included a phoenix coronet and robes of rank. All that was needed was for her to try it on. Now, a golden phoenix coronet was put on her head. The delicate textures on the phoenix's wings were crafted through the processes of wire drawing, blasting, and polishing. Under the exquisitely carved phoenix's wings, more than 100 rubies were inlaid on the coronet. Erica had to move to the hall after being made up, because the wedding had already begun. Wesley waited for his daughter at the door to the hall. He wore his green military uniform, all neat and pressed, still looking as handsome as when he was young. With Ria's help, Erica, clad in a traditional wedding dress with a long train, elegantly walked towards the door of the hall. Seeing how gracious his daughter looked at this moment, Wesley gave her a rare soft smile and reached out his arm. "I didn't think you would be the first among my 3 kids to get married. Rika, you look great in this dress. Just try not to say anything or you'll show your true colors." Erica released Ria's arm and held Wesley's. Despite her dad's warning, she couldn't help but speak with clenched teeth. "Do you think I wanted to be the first one? And do you have any idea how heavy this coronet is? At least 12 pounds. As far as she was concerned, Matthew must have deliberately picked out this phoenix coronet to spite her. With this heavy coronet on her head, she had to walk very carefully. If she didn't keep her head up at all times, she was afraid she would lose balance and fall to the ground. "Look at these rubies inlaid on it, they're all genuine. Of course it's heavy. I would sure hope so. Just hold out for a little longer. You're wearing a phoenix coronet and robes of rank. In ancient times, only the women in rich and noble families had the privilege to dress like that on weddings. The Huo family is giving you the same treatment. You should be grateful, to say the least," he said. Erica complained. "But Dad, I am indeed from a rich and noble family. That's what I am saying. Why do you sound like that Matthew Huo is out of my league? Why would I be honored to marry him, and not the other way around? Well, it's true you were well matched, perhaps even better in status at first, but now you have a son with another man. Forget about Matthew's family background. He's a man of integrity and character. He never fools around. So indeed, it would be your honor to marry him." Erica grumbled, indicating disapproval and anger. Is that what a father should say to his daughter? It was as if she had become utterly worthless to him because she had a child out of wedlock. "As for February, I have discussed it with your mother. We'll take care of him in our home first. When your relationship with Matthew is stable, and if he agrees, we'll bring the baby to you. And one more thing, for heaven's sake, change his name ASAP. Your brother was right. The poor boy will be made fun of in school. Dad, if you want to change his name, do it yourself. I'm not good with names." "I would be happy to," he replied. The MC's voice grabbed their attention from down the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention?" He asked someone to bring a tissue and quietly handed it to Erica. Then she whispered worriedly, "Rika, this is your wedding. Smile and be happy, okay? Please don't cry." Just as Erica was about to take the tissue, the man standing next to her swooped in and grabbed it from Ria. Erica looked at him in astonishment as he took the tissue and wiped the tears off her face with a deadpan expression. Matthew cast a cold glance at her and warned her in a low voice, "This is a wedding. Hold back your tears and put aside your unhappiness. If you dare to embarrass me today, I'll be sure to make your life very difficult." Erica kept silent, but cursed at him in her mind. What is wrong with this man? How would my crying embarrass him? The MC beside them couldn't help but marvel. Wow, the bride is moved to tears. She's getting married and going to be the daughter-in-law of the Huo family. She must be very excited. And our groom is so considerate that he is wiping tears for our emotional bride. Thanks to his words, everyone thought that those were Erica's tears of joy. When the bride finally stopped crying, Matthew handed the crumpled tissue back to Ria. The MC duly announced as the couple exchanged wedding rings. On Erica's ring finger was a shining diamond ring that was as big as a pigeon egg, while Matthew was wearing a simple platinum ring. The MC continued, "It is fate that brought our bride and groom here together. After experiencing sunrises and sunsets, winters and summers, good and bad, years after years, they have finally arrived to this wonderful and exciting part of their lives. Next, let me ask the groom, do you take Miss Erica Lee to be your lawfully wedded wife? As the microphone was lifted to Matthew's lips, Erica, with her heart in her mouth, gripped his hand tightly and looked him straight in the eye. She wouldn't be able to survive the public humiliation if he said that he didn't want to marry her now. Casting a glance at her hand that was holding his, Matthew uttered 3 words slowly under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Yes, I do. The hall erupted with thunderous applause, and Erica exhaled a deep sigh of relief. It seems that our groom loves our bride very much, the MC said to the crowd, cheekily raising an eyebrow. Erica couldn't tell what was going on in Matthew's mind, but she was feeling quite awkward herself. Love? He doesn't love me at all. We are pretty much like strangers, she mocked inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that this was their wedding ceremony, they wouldn't even be holding hands right now. Miss Erica Lee, do you take Mr. Matthew Huo to be your lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish until death do you part? The microphone stopped at Erica's lips, but there was no response for a long time. Matthew squinted his sharp eyes at Erica, who was trying to hide the smirk from her lips. Having realized that she was just keeping silent on purpose, he pinched her hand softly, as if to warn her not to do something foolish and embarrassing. Miss Erica Lee, do you take Mr. Matthew Huo to be your lawfully wedded husband? The MC asked again. Yes, I do, she answered with a smile. Everyone, especially her father, was finally relieved by her answer. I now pronounce you husband and wife. As the MC faced Matthew, he continued, you may now kiss the bride. Amidst warm applause, Matthew lowered his head and approached Erica slowly. The closer he got to Erica, the more nervous she felt. Her lips trembled as she whispered to him. Really? Are you really going to kiss me? Matthew raised his eyebrows. Why? What's the matter? Before she could say anything, he wrapped his arm around her waist, pulled her close to his body and pressed his lips on hers. Erica rolled her eyes with dissatisfaction. Oh my God! Is this really my first kiss? This is not romantic at all. A moment later she whispered. We both know that this marriage isn't based on love. Y. Perpetual headache. In fact, she has been a real headache to everyone since the day she was born. Let me tell you a story. When she left my mom's womb, a meteorite fell in a country. It was late at night, but the area near the hospital was lit up like daytime because of the meteorite. At that time, I wondered if Rika was actually a fairy. Suddenly, Sheffield and Joshua, who were busy chatting, stopped to turn their heads around. With keen interest, they listened to Erica's story, as though they were more interested in the story than Matthew was. Gifford continued. But soon that night, she proved to me that I was totally wrong. Although she didn't cry a lot like the other babies, she would cause trouble in other aspects. For example, when my dad first held her in his arms, her diaper fell off for some reason. Before he could find a new one, she pooped all over Dad. Ha ha ha. Even the other people around them started laughing. Gifford must have been a slave for his sister, as he kept talking about Erica. The next day, when my grandma changed her diaper, she would only poop a little bit on the clean diaper. It was almost as if she were doing it on purpose. My grandma wanted to change her diaper after she was done, but she stopped pooping. Once my grandma changed her into a new diaper, it would get dirty at once. On the third day, she vomited all over Dad when he picked her up. On the fourth day, when she finally opened her eyes, she rolled her eyes at my dad. Ha ha ha. Gifford shook violently as he burst into laughter, reminiscing how angry Wesley was when baby Erica rolled her eyes at him. She's messed with Dad more times than I can count. Later, when she grew a bit older, she started doing the same to me. Every time I took her out of her playpen to play with her, she'd put her foot in my mouth. If you ask me how I got so strong and tall, I can tell you my secret. It's because I ate my sister's toe jam, Gifford said. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Matthew, on the other hand, wasn't laughing. He showed no emotion at all, as if pretending not to hear Gifford talking about his new bride. When Rika got older, Mom began to lose control over her youngest daughter. She'd argue about the smallest things, and was able to find the loophole in anything you said. She should have studied to be a lawyer. Of course, people usually couldn't do anything but give in because she was really cute when she was like that. My dad was the only one in our family who could somehow intimidate Rika. Fortunately, Dad had retired from the military and had time to pull on the leash. Ever since I can remember, my sister spent all her time running all over creation, while my father spent all his chasing after her. By the way, Matthew, you need to hear this. Rika was probably a rabbit in her previous life because she runs really fast now. You better get good at running whenever you have time. She likes to run off when she makes a mistake, rather than owning up to it. Matthew remained silent, while the guests burst into laughter again. Gifford seriously waved his hand to them and said, "I'm not kidding. My father was a good runner even before she was born. With Rika around, he learned to run even faster. Once he chased after a thief who rode a scooter downtown. The thief couldn't go flat out without running into cars, but he was still fast. But my dad managed to catch up with it. So you can imagine how fast my sister runs." On that day, Gifford told Matthew a lot of things about Erica, and at the end he emphasized, "Don't tell Rika that I told you this. She doesn't get mad, she gets even." "Okay," Matthew replied curtly. Gifford didn't know if Matthew was listening or not. That poker face didn't tell him anything about what was going on in Matthew's mind. At Pearl Villa District, a mysterious figure made his way to the third-floor bedroom and pushed it open silently. There was only one person inside the room, standing in front of the windowsill. His body is all corded muscle underneath his clothes. "He's much hotter than my idol, Aaron Gao," she marveled silently. "Enjoying the view?" The man's cold voice interrupted the stunned woman. "Enjoying the view?" Erica immediately regained her composure and said with a red face, "I wasn't looking at you. Stop being so narcissistic." She bowed her head and washed her face immediately. "Wait, something wrong." She squeezed the facial cleanser while asking, "What are you doing here, anywhere?" "I'm trying to wash my face." "You're washing your face and I'm going to take a shower." "That's why I'm here," he said in a somewhat mocking tone. "Take a shower now?" She felt like her head was about to explode. Before she applied the cleanser to her face, she turned around and looked at the man. "Why shower now? I'm still using the room. Can't you wait till I finish?" His lips curled into a sarcastic smile. "You came back much earlier than I did. Why didn't you do what you needed to then before I came back? Why do it now? It's not like anyone was stopping you. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Or did you wait to take a bath with me?" Before Erica could answer, Matthew took a look at the large bathtub and said, "I think it's big enough for the two of us. But you should probably shower before a soak in the tub." "Wait. Think you got me wrong. I don't want to bathe with you. Uncle Carlos and Aunt Debbie dropped in a while ago. They just left 5 minutes before you came back. I didn't have time to wash my face and bathe. Get it?" Erica tried to calm herself down. Matthew unbuckled his belt and said indifferently, "And you just couldn't wait to call your lover as soon as they were gone, right?" "My lover?" Erica wondered if he was referring to Hyatt. She had been talking with Hyatt over the phone before he came back. So how much did he hear? "You eavesdropped on my call." She was in a rage. She hadn't completely removed the makeup on her face yet. So with the mascara, eyeliner, and the lipstick, her face was colorful. She even had a freshly squeezed dollop of facial cleanser in her hand. Eavesdropped. Matthew took off his belt and threw it aside. He dropped his pants and was in the process of stepping out of the legs. "Don't forget, this is our room. I went back to our room and you were talking on the phone. Was I supposed to find a different room?" With her eyes wide open, Erica watched him as he undressed. "Hey, Matthew Huo. Why you? Just say what you want to say. Why are you taking off your pants?" With knitted eyebrows, Matthew looked at her as if he was looking at an idiot. "Don't you take off your clothes before taking a bath?" Of course she would. What a silly question. The point was, why was he undressing while she was still here? Now, he was wearing only a pair of underwear. Erica was angry and anxious. Immediately, she closed her eyes and turned her back to him.
Fine.
The bathroom is yours now, she said angrily. After that, she opened the door of the bathroom and rushed out. Erica used the sink in the guest room and finally got her face clean. She then started a shower. Tonight was their wedding night. Erica didn't want to go back to their bedroom. She was afraid of what would happen if she climbed into the same bed with Matthew. She wanted a quilt, but she couldn't find anything like that in any of the other rooms, so she reluctantly returned to their bedroom. On the big red wedding bed, a man in light gray pajamas was sitting up in bed and looking at his phone, leaning against the headboard. When he saw her come in, Matthew only lifted his eyes a bit, saying nothing. His indifference relieved Erica. That was exactly what she was hoping for. It would be better if Matthew weren't interested in her. Erica slowly applied some skincare lotion to her face and sat there, brushing and blow-drying her hair. Ling. Yeah, Dad. It's important. I want to. She paused, trying to summon the right words. What do you want? I want to go home. Matthew is too much. You're at home now, aren't you? You don't live here anymore. Where do you want to go? Erica pouted her lips, feeling sad. Her dad was so cruel to her. Wasn't she a member of the Lee family anymore? Was it just because she was married? I want to go back to my parents' house. I see. Well, you won't have long to wait. 2 days from now, you and Matthew will come to visit according to the custom, Wesley reminded her. Erica said anxiously, I don't want to wait 2 days. I really want to go home now. She missed her father, mother, brother, sister, February, her bed, and her mom's cooking. She just missed everything about the Lee family. She was really homesick. Ignoring her anxiety, Wesley said calmly, Really, honey? It's just first-day jitters. You'll be fine. Dad. She was so angry that she stamped her feet. I know what you're thinking. Just give it up. Go to bed now. We're going to bed too. Good night. Wesley hung up the phone, his teeth gnashing. Erica's eyes turned red with sadness as she stared at her phone. She had always known that Wesley could be heartless sometimes, but she didn't expect him to be so harsh. Blair looked at her husband worriedly. Honey, why did you do that? Rika will be heartbroken. Wesley put the phone aside silently. He knew she was sad, but she was married now. She had to get used to her new life. Just go to sleep, Wesley demanded. Blair didn't say anything upon hearing what her husband told their daughter. After hanging up, Erica went back to the bedroom, clutching her phone in her hand. When she walked in, Matthew's attention was on his phone. Why don't you go ahead and get some sleep if you've got nothing else to do? I have an important meeting in the morning, he said coldly and put his phone away. Really? Does he mean that I can sleep now? Erica wondered, hesitating with each step she took before getting into the bed. Just as she had expected, the newly married couple slept in the same bed, but dreamed different dreams. Being a bride was a lot of work, and Erica felt completely depleted after a busy day. She closed her eyes, about to drift into sleep when Matthew's phone started vibrating on the bedside table. Having realized this, Matthew looked at Erica and whispered, Sorry. Then, he answered the phone and continued, Hello, Matthew. Much to his chagrin, the voice of a woman crying was so loud, Matthew couldn't avoid frowning as he got out of the bed and put on his slippers. Just tell me what's going on, he muttered. The woman on the other end of the line said something, but Erica couldn't make out what she was saying. After hanging up, Matthew went to the walk-in closet without saying anything. He was in a hurry and looked quite serious, implying the urgency of the situation. Something bad must have happened to the woman. 2 minutes later, he walked back into the bedroom, all dressed up. It was not until then that he realized there was another person in the room with him. Standing on the edge of the bed, he looked down at Erica, whose eyes were wide with puzzlement. I have some urgent business to deal with. Don't wait up for me, you should go to sleep. Oh, okay. Erica had no qualms with that arrangement. In fact, she would like nothing more than to sleep alone. The call from that woman was like a blessing in disguise for which Erica felt deeply grateful. She assumed that the woman must be the goddess who shone like the purest moonlight in Matthew's heart. That woman is something else. The way she made Matthew leave his newlywed wife on their wedding night is truly amazing. Erica marveled at the thought of the unknown woman. With a solemn look at her, Matthew said nothing more and left the bedroom. When Velen, Mom, I'll go have breakfast then. Erica walked to the dining room. Debbie tagged along with the housemaid and brought her the breakfast. Erica was okay with the housemaid bringing her the breakfast. That was her job. However, Erica was taken aback when she saw Debbie doing so, and she stood up instantly to take the porridge from her hands. Thank you, Mom. You didn't have to do that. Debbie sat across Erica, and upon sensing her nervousness, she comforted her. Don't be so formal around me. After all, you're my daughter-in-law and I'll treat you like my own daughter from now on. This is your home. Do you understand? Erica was deeply moved by Debbie's kindness. She would have thanked Debbie for treating her better than her own mother, if Debbie hadn't just asked her not to be so courteous. As such, she simply nodded and said, "Okay." Debbie propped her hand against her chin and looked at the girl eating breakfast. The way she looked at Erica showed how fond she was of her daughter-in-law. "Rika, I want to tell you something." "Yes, of course. What is it?" Erica was intrigued. "Eat your food first, or it will get cold. Matthew went out last night, didn't he?" "Huh? How does she know that?" Erica nodded absent-mindedly, chewing the dumpling in her mouth. "Yes, he did. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. His best friend Nathan was in a car accident on the way back from the airport last night," Debbie explained. That was the reason why Matthew left his wife alone on their wedding night. And Debbie came to explain the situation to her in the morning. "Oh, so that's why." Erica nodded and asked with concern. "I see. How is his friend now? Is he out of danger?" Debbie heaved a long sigh. "I called Matthew this morning. He said Nathan's condition is severe. The doctor has already given a written notice of the patient's critical condition. All we can do is wait and see if he makes it through tonight." "Is it that serious?" Erica was shocked. No wonder Matthew hadn't come back the whole night. "Yes. By the way, Erica, have you read the news?" Erica shook her head. She didn't have time to look through her phone. She didn't reply to Ria's message either. "I should give you a heads up then. Last night, when Matthew left the house, his car was spotted by the paparazzi hiding near the entrance of the community. They followed him to the hospital and photographed him there, randomly writing some crap about him having an affair on his wedding night. The woman they photographed him with is actually Nathan's wife. She had only come out of the hospital to lead Matthew in. But the reporters uploaded their photo online and made up a story to go along with it. They have gone too far this time," Debbie said, her nose flaring. Carlos had already dealt with the reporters and the media outlets who had spread the rumor. But since the news had spread fast on the internet, it was impossible to completely erase all traces of it. Debbie was worried that Erica might misunderstand. She thought it would be best to give the young girl a clear picture of what had actually happened. That was why she had rushed to her early morning. She knew that Erica didn't have feelings for Matthew yet. But as his wife, Erica had the right to know the truth. "Oh." Erica nodded understandingly. "Okay, Mom. I understand. Don't worry about it." She didn't mind at all. Even if Matthew really had gone to see his goddess last night, she wouldn't have cared about it. "Good. Have your breakfast. Let's go to the manor after that. It's more lively there. What do you think?" "Sounds great," Erica exclaimed. She was bored anyway. After breakfast, she had time to browse the news, and finally saw the gossips about Matthew on the internet. Both Matthews and her names were pasted all over the news. Many eye-catching headlines had her wedding. Why were so many people bad-mouthing her? Did she look like a pushover? Fine, but what about Mr. Huo? Did you tell him the truth about February? Ria was really worried about her friend.
No.
He is just my nominal husband. He doesn't love me and neither do I. There's no need to explain anything to him. She didn't care what Matthew thought about her. She was hoping that he would see her as an unreliable woman and divorce her as soon as possible. Then she could live her life on her own terms. Ria was at a loss for words. The girl was always so stubborn. All right. But I am glad that you at least trust your husband. Since you're married to Matthew now, you should learn to love him even though you don't have feelings for him at the moment. You understand? No, I don't want to. Everyone was forcing her to be with Matthew. Come on, Rika. Mr. Huo is an excellent man. He is 10,000 times better than Hyatt. Countless women would die to marry into the Huo family. Don't you feel lucky? Ria knew that Erica didn't love Hyatt either. Fine, I got it. I'll come back to see you in a couple of days. Come back? Where are you going? Ria asked nervously. She was afraid that Erica was planning to escape from Matthew again. Erica replied helplessly, Silly girl. Don't you know that you need to go back to your parents' home 3 days after you get married? It's a custom. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. I'm not married yet. I don't know much about wedding customs. Well, I forgive you this time. You can invite me to have wontons after I'm back, Erica said on the phone, pouting her lips. Ria giggled and said, No problem, but I gotta go to the class now. I'll see you in a few days, my honorable Mrs. Huo. Bye, my dear Ria. When Matthew left her on their wedding night, Erica didn't think that he would be gone for the next 2 days. However, the circumstances couldn't have been any better for her because his absence meant that she wouldn't have to deal with him. According to their wedding custom, the bride and groom were to return to her parents' home on the 3rd day after the wedding. However, before the day that Erica would go back to a country, she began to feel depressed. Matthew hasn't come back yet. What if he doesn't show up tomorrow? Do I have to go back alone? It will be so humiliating, she thought to herself. She wanted to call Matthew to ask when he would be back, but she decided otherwise. What should I do? Maybe I can go back by myself. Yes, that's it. After making up her mind, Erica walked out of the villa with a backpack on her shoulders and drove to a nearby mall to buy some gifts for her family. Coincidentally, when she just arrived at the underground parking lot of the mall, she saw a familiar figure. The person was none other than Matthew, her husband who had disappeared for 2 days. There was a woman standing next to him, dressed in a black suit. As the woman's back was facing Erica, she could only judge that it was a woman by her coiled long hair and high heels. When a bodyguard opened the back door of the brand new black minivan, Matthew drew his hand from his pocket and gently helped the woman get into the car. After the woman was seated, he took a wet tissue from the bodyguard and began to wipe his hand before getting into the car as well. Just as the car was about to drive away, Erica got out of her car and quickly ran to stop the minivan. Wait! She stood in front of the minivan boldly and stretched out her arms to block its way. Fortunately, the driver slammed the brakes on at the right time, mumbling curses in anger. When he realized who it was, he turned around and said to Matthew, Mr. Huo, it's Mrs. Huo. Perhaps the fact that he was a married man hadn't sunk in yet as he kept his eyes closed and said, What's her family name? The driver paused momentarily, not knowing how to answer the question. He couldn't help but think to himself, Don't you know your wife's family name? Do you really love her? Mr. Ch's room was decorated thoughtfully, in a simple yet luxurious way. On the first floor was the living room, the kitchen, the main storage room and so on. Another thing worth mentioning was also something that Erica was interested in. Matthew had an extravagant wine cellar in the basement. The wine cellar covered dozens of square meters. It had an automatic thermostat to preserve a large variety of limited edition and expensive wines from around the world. There were at least thousands of bottles of red wine in total, all kept nicely. Erica was shocked when she saw the wine cellar for the first time. Her grandmother also had a wine cellar, but there were only hundreds of bottles of wine at most. Compared with Matthew's cellar, her grandmother's collection was nothing. The second floor mostly had several bedrooms, all of which were decorated similarly. The bedroom on the 3rd floor, however, was the master bedroom where Matthew and Erica were staying. The master bedroom occupied almost half of the 3rd floor, opposite to which was the study and 2 empty rooms. On the 4th floor was the gym, the billiards room, the entertainment room, the meditation room, and the open-air swimming pool. The swimming pool was certainly worth mentioning because the bottom of the pool was made of glass, which meant that people on the third floor could see the swimming pool clearly. Sitting next to the swimming pool, Erica cupped her chin with her hands and looked at the crystal-clear water, deep in thought. If someone was swimming here, wouldn't people on the third floor see everything? I wonder why Matthew would have someone design the swimming pool in such a way. Is he some kind of pervert?